You have no facts.
A good father abuses the mother of his children. Which goddamn fact are you defending?
You have no facts, Stanley.
Do you sound how stupid?
You sound
how
stupid,
stupid
Stanley.
you sound?
CKJ, hold on.
You can't be a sailor.
Can I just say this to CKJ real quick? This
You
is
have
why.
no facts.
This is
Beating
why.
a mother of your kids.
You know, CKJ. This is why I think when
describe your cuz.
Hold on a second, Stanley. When men decide to get married to a woman, you're taking a huge gamble in the first place.
You are. I agree with you. I agree with you, HB. I agree with you.
And that's something as a man, you can't then, when it fails, you can't then go cry about it. You took that gamble. You got to deal with the consequences. Some marriages, they last for 90 years and, you know, happily ever after. Some of them, they end with a man is losing half his shit and their kids.
Right, HB. But to Hood Conservative's point of view, what you was talking about the other day was about a man being a father and you taking the ability from him being a father. It was real simple. Y'all was talking about cheating or he cheated. He can't be it's two different roads.
No. But that's the gamble that you take by getting married.
But HB, there's still two different roads though. A husband and a father are two different things.
I get it. But to me,
you can be a woman can be a dirtbag ass wife. That
no,
doesn't mean she's not a great mother.
She can be, but that's
all I'm saying, HB. That's all I'm saying.
No, I get it. But that's the gamble that's the gamble that you take when you marry in this day and age. Like you're literally putting yourself in a polyamorous relationship with the government. You're taking that risk.
Me and you both know
the government has nothing to do with parenting.
And that there's
mothers that you don't need the government to be
their own emotional
father.
And that's all Hood Conservatives was saying the other day.
CKJ3,
her kids away from
the government does not dictate being a shitty father like your cuz.
My cousin's not a shitty father. What the fuck?
Motherfucker, I say he is.
What the fuck? You just
I am literally saying
you're drunk, Stanley.
You're drunk.
You're drunk. You're drunk.
He's a shitty cuss. No, motherfucker, I'm not as drunk as you think I am.
Talk to me when you're sober.
Motherfucker, then you better leave because I'm not going to get sober.
When are you sober, by the way?
Motherfucker, I'm sober.
Can you give us like a drinking schedule?
Yeah,
y'all moving the goalposts, man.
No,
Stanley be great.
What they don't understand is I'm stone cold sober, calling you a woman, Little Red Riding Hood Conservative. You are a woman. You think like a woman, and then you want to tell a man what he's thinking.
Why do you think Virgo needs your help?
You are literal. No, don't bring Virgo.
You thought I forgot. Why do you think she needs your help?
Fucking mention Virgo.
What is it about you that you think women need you? What is it about you that you think women need you to help with?
You want to bring Virgo into this?
But whatever woman, what is it about you that you suppose women need your help?
Hood, you're acting like a pussy. Notice I didn't say Virgo?
Yeah, you said that to defend Virgo. It doesn't change what you are by hiding the truth. You say all this to defend a girl. Why do you think she needs you?
Why do you
think she needs you, bro?
Motherfucking book reader call you a pussy.
And?
Yeah, well, you're used to it apparently.
And I mean, why do you think that's a dunk? Why do you think anything you think is dunk, bro?
I'm not mentioning Virgo at all.
Why do you think this is a dunk? What Virgo said that's a dunk?
Virgo has more testosterone than you.
Yeah, that's why she took that nigga kids away. It takes balls to kidnap children. It takes balls to kidnap children. I think my promotion kidnap the children say you gotta be a tough bitch because that shit is a dangerous game.
You are conservative. You're acting like a pussy.
Conservative. She is from Brooklyn. You gotta take that in consideration.
Sometimes you gotta beat these Brooklyn bitches up, man.
Sometimes
Brooklyn.
You don't want Stanley to call.
What do you mean good luck? So you just don't know how to beat up a Brooklyn bitch. That's exactly your problem. I can hear it right there. You have never had to beat up a Brooklyn bitch. It's not that difficult, bro.
conservative. I've never had to beat up a woman in general, ever.
I'm fortunate. I'm happy that you've never had such misfortune, bro. I am happy that you've never had that bad day in your life.
Wait,
sometimes you gotta be.
How many times have you had to put hands and feet on a woman?
Maybe in my whole life, 3 times, maybe.
Okay,
Jesus
I'm done.
Christ.
This motherfucker is a woman abuser.
Yeah. What caused it?
Fucking.
Notice you didn't
admitted.
Motherfucker,
you
no. Conservative.
You just jump right to the.
Little.
Wait, conservative. What made you put hands and feet on a woman?
Had to put hands on a woman. Bet she beat your ass.
What pushed you over the edge? Where you
on a panel, you admit to this shit?
No, I Stanley. This is
God.
Stanley. This is the this is like the backstory of a lot of guys online. A lot of guys, they didn't put hands and feet on a woman. They got a record now,
and then they want to talk about feminism.
Yeah. This is the majority of them. This is
my record's not bad because I beat bitches up. You got the wrong criminal.
John talks about it all the time about that Georgetown nigga.
Yeah, a lot of niggas wind up in the can because they get in altercations with women. But here's the thing, though. All it takes is a word. All it literally takes is her word.
Motherfucker, hands and feet are words? Are you that retarded?
Obviously, you're retarded.
Motherfucker, do you know the difference between hands?
It's okay that you can't keep up with the rest of the boys.
Word and words.
I bet you're accustomed to not keeping up with the rest of the boys, aren't you? You don't really. You don't get it like the other guys get it, right?
Black race in America
conservative
is going down because of niggas like you who put hands and feet when they could fucking walk away.
I don't walk away after a bitch hit me. No, that's not what happens.
You don't walk away when a woman.
We will rectify the situation.
You motherfucker, you do cat fights. If a woman hits you, you gotta be a woman and fight back.
Call it what you want, bro. There are no free passes in the game.
Yeah, motherfucker. I called it a cat fight.
Call it what you want, bro.
Wait. Conservative. On those 3 times you put hands in, is it different women too you put your hands on?
These are wildly separate incidents, years and years apart.
Okay, so it was 3 different women. What caused you to put hands and feet on a woman?
Well, like I said, it wasn't me. I don't typically just go out punching bitches in the face, but don't hit me and assume. Don't assume I'm a guy you can hit and then it's just gonna be over. I don't know why girls think that's a thing that exists.
No.
Guys like Stanley give girls that authority. By the way, it's because of guys like Stanley that women have it in their head that I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Oh, wait, hold it. How did I get into the middle of your cat fight? Motherfucker, you're a bigger pussy than I thought. Now, I caused
because of guys like Stanley with the Joe Biden infinite pardon. You got the Joe Biden infinite pardon for every bitch that ever lived, and then you wonder what's wrong out there.
Gaping, dripping, bloody pussy.
No, wait. Conservative. So these women, they all put their hands.
Stanley, if you ain't never checked the bitch, you can't talk to me. Stanley.
Wait. Conservative. Hold on. Stanley,
If all y'all have ever done is run away from girls, bro, you can't tell me.
Hold on.
All you niggas do is run away from girls. You can't keep running away, bro.
Hold on. Conservative.
Of course, I don't slap women. You
conservative. Wait a second. So the women put their hands on you first, and you retaliated, right?
Yeah.
So what about you makes women feel so comfortable that they can put hands on you?
That bitch must have forgot.
Okay.
Yeah, just like I did.
A slight lapse in judgment.
Just like you know what? I thought you were a man coming in, talking, thinking, and all that bullshit.
Oh, Stanley. I'm a nigga, Stanley.
Dude, little.
I am a nigga. I have nigga, and I will nigga at some point in the future. And this is how it goes.
You're a nigga bitch.
What exactly
I
is
bet a
niggering?
bitch won't though.
Motherfucker, don't get into
That's
the
all.
middle
That's
of
all that
something.
really matters is I know a bitch won't. You are fucking uncertain.
You say that you
motherfucker, a
nigger
bitch did.
occasionally. What does
Because
that
in your
mean?
mind,
Nigger.
all you do is run away. All you do is run away.
A bitch did 3 times. You just told us this.
Humble's president said it was the list. Do you think it was the list that made her think she could put hands on you?
Hey, might have been. Who knows, man? Bitches be forgetting. Sometimes you gotta remind them.
Don't be coming up here acting like a man.
Yeah, no, because it's not that I run or anything like that, conservative. I just don't tolerate any type of disrespect.
You bob and weave.
No. No woman has ever put her hands on me. Maybe when I was like,
so just say you've never had to deal with it.
No woman has even thought about putting her hands on me.
Which means you've never had to deal with it because you don't be dealing with these Brooklyn bitches.
No, I'm just not the type of nigga to put hands on them.
You don't deal with these Brooklyn bitches.
That's why Virgo triggered you.
Yeah, I'm just not that type of guy to get hands put on.
Virgo is the only person. Virgo is the only person that
woman ain't even think about putting her hands on me. I'm just a different type of dude.
Your pussy.
Every nigga say that. Every nigga say that. There's a lot of niggas that think they just that guy. I'm happy for you, by the way, HB. I don't want to bust your bubble. Be that guy. Be great, HB.
And Mr. Hoodservative, Virgo threatened you.
Virgo didn't threaten me. Virgo asked the question and I gave her an answer.
No, you recoiled. When Virgo said how she was
John, has a woman,
your little pussy ass was like, well,
wait, would you
Stanley,
do it? Let me ask John too.
Motherfucker, you're a pussy.
John, has a woman that wasn't your tenant, because I'm sure you had some wild tenants, but a woman that wasn't your tenant that you were dating, has she ever put hands on you?
Why do you assume? Why do you assume other details? By the way, you see how you start to build a castle in the sky.
No, it never happened to me.
Can John answer the question? Go ahead, John.
No, it never happened to me. You know, I ain't judging. You know, people that do. You know what I mean? And you deal with certain women, man. I guess you got to fight, man. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't judging. You know, you know, again, man. Some of you women be out here fighting like hell. You know, and like you might have to fight them back. You know what I'm saying? But you know, again, it's a choice of dealing with them. You know, and I think Hood is saying that. You know, these are the women he's dealing with, and shit. That's kind of, lay it
fight back.
If it's like that, then you probably shouldn't have them around you.
And there is some hell, black people have made music. What it fucking makeup? Who is it? R. Kelly?
Okay,
you know what? I'm not saying, and I'm not justifying anything. I'm just, in the real world, hey man, I've seen motherfuckers be fighting 1 minute and love each other, and like they wouldn't even fight.
You know,
not only that, John. Let me add something else to this. If people are speaking from a high horse, you're on your high horse.
Hood is as Hood does. Now I get it.
That was very rude, Stanley.
Don't be marrying. You get what you get.
In the real world, it's mostly bi-directional in the real world. In the real world, it's bi-directional, and black women are more violent than white men. Black women are more violent than white men.
In the real world,
black women statistically are more murderous.
I've been doing it for the last 60 years. You dumb bitch.
Dating a black woman statistically is more violent than dating a white man.
I've never dated a black woman. I've never hit a black woman.
So technically, as a black man, you have more odds of getting into a violent interaction with a black woman than a white woman has with a white man.
Conservative, tell the truth.
I am telling the truth. You won't shut the fuck up. You have more likelihood of getting into a violent interaction with a black woman
living in the real world.
Stanley, I think you're being a little rough on conservative, man.
Stanley's deep in his feelings, bro. Stanley must got a friend that got beat up by a man. There's an auntie, there's a cousin, there's a sister. One of your close female friends got the shit beat out of her, and you ain't over that.
Stanley, in reality,
I'm in my feelings.
Stanley,
just hear me out. For the Hold on,
Stanley, you are deep in your own vagina. You have crawled inside of your own vagina, Stanley.
Stanley, there are men out here who do get abused by women, and I don't think we should just demonize or try to look down, turn our noses up at her.
Oh, stop giving him excuses.
I mean, listen, he was in a. You got abused. He's a victim, Stanley. Like, let him.
Come on, HB. He's still, he's still kind of a man.
Well, just because you can still be a man and be a victim at the same time.
This motherfucker said or implied
most victims of violence are men.
No,
he's a victim of violence.
You're a victim of violence. You're lashed out.
Don't question my truth, Stanley. This is my truth.
Curiosity.
Don't question my truth.
When you decided to slap
back, nigga gonna question my truth.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm gonna question it all the time. I question your masculinity.
But you're gonna respect my misogyny, though. That's what you have been doing.
When he slapped you first, did you win the fight at least?
There's no fight. What do you think a fight?
No, motherfucker.
You're like a girl, bro. You think you can fight me? You're like a girl. You really think you can fight me?
When she slaps you and you slap back, that's a fight. It's a very definition of a fight.
Who said I slap?
Did you?
Who said I slap? What I look like slapping a bitch? I'm not pimping these hoes, bro. I'm not slapping a bitch. What I look like?
Did you win? You slapped a bitch and you just bragged about it.
It's not bragging. It's just a statement of what happened.
Oh, no. You thought you were being a man. You were taking
I wasn't being a man. I was defending my position.
Yeah, you were. You're bragging about it.
Every living being defends his run. I don't run. I defended myself.
Now you want to be all philosophical about it? All creatures great and small.
Why can't I get philosophical about it?
Your bitch slapped you, and you were a bitch
philosophical about beating the bitch up. Is there no philosophy?
Slapped her back, and my only question is, did you at least win the fight?
There wasn't a fight to win, Stanley.
Yeah, motherfucker, it was a fight.
It wasn't a fight to win, bro.
So you lost?
You can't lose something when there's nothing to lose.
I'm afraid you can. So you're lost.
Stanley,
how did you deal with the loss?
Which one of your female friends got beat up?
It's not about me.
Tell us the story. It's definitely about you.
Now you want to make. I've never slapped.
Tell us why you've never slapped the girl who deserved it.
I have never had to.
Who was the last girl who deserved it? You walked away.
Don't make it about me.
When was the last time you walked away? Now I'm fascinated. You giving me advice?
You're doing that SKC bullshit.
Are you giving me advice on something you've never done, Stanley?
So
when was the last time you walked away?
Did you ever have a father?
When was the last time you walked away?
Fathers tell their sons not to slap their wives.
When was the last time you walked away from a woman?
Motherfucker, did your father slap your mother?
When was the last time you walked away from a woman?
Did you?
Did your father slap your mother, Stanley?
I understand.
That is actually a great question, Stanley. Did your father slap your mother?
I had two parents who loved each other.
Who was in charge of the house, Stanley?
Did you, bitch?
Who was the man of the house, your mom or your dad?
Motherfucker, don't ask me about my
Who is the man of the house, your mom or your dad?
Motherfucker, you're gonna ask me that question.
At some point, you're gonna have to face that question.
Really? No, motherfucker. At some point, it's all about you.
So your mom was the man of the house.
Slapping servitude.
So your mom was the man of the house.
Slapped your woman and she slapped you back.
Your mom was the man of the house. Is that what I'm getting?
And so you had three women. Did they slap you all at the same time?
You obviously weren't listening, but was your mom a good leader of the family?
I don't listen to women.
You listen to your mom.
Oh, motherfucker. Really?
You don't? You don't listen to your mom?
White boy.
You don't listen to your mom, bro?
Talk about my mom? White boy. You slapped the mother of your kids, didn't you?
Sure did. Bitch had it coming.
Okay, then I'm done.
Your daddy ever slapped your mom?
We now know
Dad
more
ever
about
slapped your mom?
conservative. We now know more about hood conservative than we knew 5 minutes ago.
Listen,
Talk about
it wasn't a secret. It wasn't a secret.
Mute and
Phil,
listen.
I didn't actually slap her.
Motherfucker.
I didn't actually slap her.
Stanley, no. It is what it is.
I had to correct the record.
We now know more about hood conservative.
You know more because you're curious. I want to know about you now. Come on, I'm sharing, Stanley. How come you don't want to share? Was your mom the man of the house, or was your dad the man of the house?
Motherfucker, really?
What was it like in young Stanley's home?
Now make it about something you know nothing about. We know.
That's why you ask questions. What was it like in Stanley's home?
Motherfucker.
Who gave the beating when you were growing up and you got spanked? Who gave out the spankings? Was it mom or dad?
You slapped your woman.
And who spanked you though? Was it mom or dad?
Now you want to make it about me, wife slapper?
That's not a shameful thing.
I can play the white boy game.
Why do I feel bad about it?
I can play the white boy game. You're gonna try.
All the violence in my life, that is the lowest thing on the fucking totem pole. Why? Who gave out the spankings in your house though? Who was the discipline figure?
Answered my questions.
Who was the discipline figure? I know because it's painful, but we have to get with your pain, Stanley. Who gave out the discipline in your home? You see, you want me to have pain over what I've done, but I feel no pain. I want to know why you feel pain. Who is the man of your house, mom or dad? Did you go get some tissue?
Oh, motherfucker.
John, where'd Stanley go? Oh.
I am enjoying this.
So, mom or dad? Like, where'd you really get your value from?
So what's your next show about? Wife slapping?
My audience is calling me a wife slapper right now. They think it's
funny. I will go. I'm not going to even bother with your foibles. I'm just going to be in your audience knowing what I've heard today.
You think you know special secret knowledge?
Motherfucker, I know
you think I told the story? You think I told you something I don't tell anybody else? Who was the man of the house? Come on, Stanley, we're not gonna. You're not off the
conservative.
Who gave the spankings? Was it mom or was it dad? Like when you got in trouble after school or whatever, when you were out there doing as young boys do, who was the one to tell you to get in line? Was it mom or was it dad? You seem to not want to talk about your parents, and I'm curious about why you don't want to talk about these looming figures in your life.
Oh, you don't want to know now?
I do. I'll be quiet. Tell us. Tell us about the time your dad almost.
You're gonna overtalk. I'm trying to answer. Let me know when I can speak.
You're right. I was being rude.
You are so rude. I was raised by two parents who were married for 59 years, and no, I never witnessed abuse. What I witnessed was my mother dying in her own bed and my father, to the end, home hospice baby. He loved that woman. He died, or she died in the bed next to him.
That's what kind of story?
No, motherfucker, you dare interrupt?
Why do you skip right to the end?
Ask about my parents.
This is like watching Endgame and you skip right to the snap. Don't start at the snap. No, motherfucker. You must think you're gonna get sympathy. You must thought you were gonna get sympathy telling that sob story. No, fuck that sympathy shit. Don't start at the Thanos snap. Don't start at the Thanos snap. Tell us the story. You can start when Thanos snapped your mom. No. You're going to start when it was too late to stand up to mom. No.
I'm going to tell you.
You're going to start the story when Thanos snapped his fingers away. No.
They
No,
were
no. What happened before Thanos snapped your mom away?
59 goddamn years.
What happened before Thanos snapped her away, bro?
Who snapped my mother away, bitch?
Thanos.
Really? Is that who you think controlled my mother's death? You disrespectful.
What is it? God? Did God take her?
You are very. Thanos took my mother. Is that what you said? You disrespectful son of a bitch.
Just like that.
Motherfucker, you are the problem with the black community. They can't fucking think. They get on a show. They get on a show and talk about Thanos.
It wasn't Thanos.
A dumb, insensitive.
Well, why would you start? Why would you start Endgame?
Oh, look at you!
Don't start Endgame at the snap. I want to watch the whole Infinity Wars.
You don't like
the whole Infinity War.
Truth, you little hoodlum.
You have to tell us the whole Infinity War.
Hoodlum. Is it hoodlum-servative?
Yeah, I am a hoodlum. You are absolutely correct. Tell us about the Infinity War, Stanley.
Mother, I described.
Tell us about the Infinity War.
You can't shut up, can you?
Tell us about that time you woke up in the middle of the night and you heard mom and dad fighting.
What I'm describing is a death with two people who were my parents. One of them still alive, by the way. 59 goddamn years. And my father could afford my mother to die in her own bed. He paid for nurses. He paid for medical equipment, motherfucker.
Why are you starting at
Endgame? No, motherfucker. You want to know about my parents. Oh, you want to know about my parents?
What guy starts the story of his parents' marriage?
Little fucking pussy.
Hold on, I'll ask you about your parents' marriage. And you're like, well, she died. I'm like, nigga, that's the last chapter. So 59 years of marriage, the whole story. She died.
My parents could afford the hospice care. They could afford for my mother to die at home. Motherfucker, they didn't ask me for money. They could fucking afford it. Those are the parents I had, you little hood conservative.
What was the other 55 years like?
58, motherfucker.
Well, I'm assuming the last couple of years she was sick. So what were the other 55 years like?
Better than yours.
Stanley doesn't like to share with his audience.
Of course I don't. I don't want to embarrass your ass. Hello? I think my job here is done.
Your mom ever have a friend that used to come to the house when dad went to work? Hello? Hello?
No.
Curious. I'm just trying to, because you're not really talking about the other 50. What were holidays like?
Pretty good.
Awesome. Mom and dad never once. No, let me think of it like this. Would you consider it a modern, progressive, egalitarian marriage?
Motherfucker, they were my parents. They were mama and daddy. That's who I consider.
I know them. They were your parents.
Oh, you dumb son of a bitch.
I'm asking.
Please don't be jealous. I never thought about it. Oh, motherfucker, you won't let me talk, will you?
What do you mean let you talk?
Oh, I can't talk. Motherfucker, I didn't care. I was their boy. They fucking raise kids, and you know, kids have this nagging.
Yeah, brothers and sisters.
Motherfucker, you will interrupt me when I'm trying to tell you
I
about my
will, because I'm petulant like that.
I
Do you
can't
have brothers
talk
and
all of a
sisters?
sudden. You keep
Were you an
asking.
only child?
Asking.
Were you an only child?
Bitch, you want the answer? It was heaven. I grew up in a great house with great parents. You dumb son of a bitch.
Were you an only child?
You want to talk about 55 years, motherfucker? I can tell you.
Well, you're not making it easy, so you have to be, direct.
No, I'm not.
Did you have siblings? Did you have brothers?
Miserable little
like, what were your brothers and sisters like?
Not making sense is your problem.
What were your brothers and sisters like?
Motherfucker, we were in heaven. What do you think it was like?
Oh, you do have brothers and sisters. Okay, that's good to know.
Absolutely, I do.
That's good to know.
Guess where my nieces and nephews are?
I don't know. Home.
In college, motherfucker.
That's nice. That is
it's a literal success story.
I'm happy. I love success stories. This is why I'm asking questions, so I can understand the ingredients of success.
Success, do you?
I want to understand the ingredients of success, bro. This is why we ask questions, Stanley.
Do you want to see Black people successful, Hood?
I do. This is why I asked about the ingredients.
Listen to my story.
Why are you being so stingy with the ingredients, though?
I'm gonna rub it in your pussy little nose.
Where? All right, let me ask this question.
Motherfucker, all you're gonna hear is all my nieces and nephews are in college, and guess what? Their parents can pay for it.
It's wonderful, Stanley. You guys
motherfucker. Of course, this
is why we have to learn.
And you know what?
How many times have you said you are here to teach, Stanley? Stanley, how many times have you said you are here to teach, and now you have the opportunity to teach? You don't want to teach.
Panel. I get to ask.
So do what the fuck you say you're gonna do. Teach, nigga. Teach, motherfucker.
Before you can be gone.
Stanley, was it like an egalitarian marriage?
Motherfucker,
I'm trying to understand something. Yeah, Brad.
Questions. I don't give a fuck what you have to ask. I'm giving you answers.
And I thank you. I thank you so much. I thank you so much. I am happy to learn about your world. I am happy to learn about your world. You really think I don't know what you think, honestly, but you seem to be difficult. You seem to be
my world. It's called Black success. More questions? I can tell.
Where did you first learn about feminism?
I can tell you how to get here. Do you want to know how?
Tell us.
Black success. Is that where you want to go?
It's too late for me. Tell everybody else.
Yes, motherfucker. Oh, it's
never too late for me. Tell everybody else.
Success is never too late.
Help the audience, bro. There's a lot of people listening.
The audience. I'm talking to Hood Conservative.
Shoot, let's hear it.
Don't be an asshole and be a man. Don't be feminine. Don't slap your bitch.
Now, I know a lot of successful guys that have slapped the bitch or two. I gotta disagree with you on that last one, buddy.
So we go.
I don't know if that's quite.
You know about my parents now. You know where my mother died. My father's still alive. He's doing fine. Black success. Never had to ask. Never had to ask for money because my father enough to know that people get old. Motherfucker, not a penny. Motherfucker, you will listen to Black success.
I'm asking about your black successful family. Was your father
some of y'all went to Jack and Jill's. Some of y'all went to big mega churches. Some of y'all went to HBCUs. We are the children of the elite, and we are expected to follow in the footsteps towards this low-key, very
I'm sure they did a wonderful job, Stanley. Was your father the patriarch, like the head of the family?
Are you? You want to know? You want to know how to be head of a family? The answer
Tell us. Was your father the patriarch?
Absolutely. He's called father, and he was a black man. What do you think?
He was the boss. He was the boss.
No. Boss. He was my father.
Well, he was your boss, but was he the boss?
No. I never called him boss. I called him daddy.
Daddy's another word for boss.
In your life, maybe. In mine, he was a father.
Anyway.
No, don't give me that anyway bullshit. He wasn't the boss.
So Daddy wasn't the boss. Daddy wasn't the boss.
Can you fucking fathom that?
I can't actually. Daddy was not the boss.
Oh, you poor little boy.
Daddy was not the boss.
That's why you slap your bitches.
Because Daddy was not the boss.
No, it's not about me. My father would never tolerate that shit.
Why is your father not the boss?
Because he's a father.
Why is the father not the boss?
Motherfucker, do you not understand the difference between a boss and a father?
I'm trying to understand. I want you to help me understand. That's why we're here. And thank you, by the way.
Do you need my father to be a father to you?
No, I want you to tell me why your dad isn't the boss.
You are a dumb son of a bitch, aren't you?
I am so dumb.
You are going to ask bad questions until some bitch slaps you again and you have to be a man.
If that's the way life goes, that's the way life goes.
The only way for you to be a man is to slap a bitch.
If that's the way life goes, that's the way life goes, bro. We got all leaves blowing in the wind, bro.
Wait, you have kids? Are you your kid's boss?
Of course I am.
Okay, well then, I don't know. I guess.
And my kids respect that role.
You know what? You answered my question. Thank you. It tells me a lot about you.
And you know what? I pay them well because they're amazing employees. Did your dad pay you well? I'm assuming he did because you just bragged on it. I mean, why won't you give your dad credit for being the boss?
Oh, hood-servative. Families are not like businesses.
They are not necessarily, but the metaphors and similes still apply. The comparisons are apt.
How often have you called your boss daddy?
We're not kin. We're not blood relative at all. I wish I had the chance to work for my father.
Well, I call my father daddy. I'm 60.
Have you ever worked with him?
Oh, no, motherfucker. You will listen to this. I am almost 60. My father is 81. I don't call him boss. I call him daddy. And when I call him, he is happy to hear from his employee.
You still say the word daddy?
Motherfucker, I call my father.
You actually say the word
do not
daddy?
Call my daddy boss.
You call him daddy though, like to this day? Like still, you're like 65 and you call him daddy?
Hell yeah, I do.
Wow.
I've called him daddy since I was like 2.
That is okay. That's
Yeah, motherfucker. I call him
Daddy. You know why? Because somewhere in Stanley.
Every time I see him.
Stanley. Somewhere during puberty.
Honestly, he's never embarrassed. I'm never embarrassed. I've known the motherfucker for 55. Oh shit. Did I say 55? 59 years. It's been daddy for 59 goddamn years. Why would I change it?
I'm not asking you to. I'm trying to understand, Stanley. I'm just trying to understand. Because at some point in my life, I got uncomfortable with the word daddy. You know what? You know what's so crazy? Stanley? Can I share? Let me share with you, Stanley.
You don't get to share.
You were sharing so much. Let me share too. Come on, man. Don't be like that. Don't be like that, Stanley. You were sharing. We were sharing. We were like, bro, we were bonding and shit, bro. Listen, I'm going to share something with you.
You thought we were sharing?
We were sharing. This is like we were bonding. Don't we feel like close, like brothers now? Don't you feel like brothers?
No.
You don't feel like brothers, bro?
Man, my brother doesn't slap bitches.
You need a brother like me.
I wonder.
Me, one of those black sheep motherfuckers. But no, Stanley, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something about the word daddy. I don't even like bitches calling me daddy after I started having children because the sound of my children calling me daddy, I don't want to hear those words from anyone but my children.
Understand, fam? You bitch about how the black family should be and contiguous families and motherfucker, I grew up in one.
I know. This is why we ask you questions, bro. You are a prime specimen, Stanley. Don't you recognize? Don't you understand that you are a prime specimen?
This is the black man's dream. The black
Stanley, right? Don't you understand? You are a prime specimen,
motherfucker. Hear me. I am the black conservative's dream.
Was your mom the boss?
She was my mother. Want to know what I called her?
Outside of mom, but was she the boss?
Mama. We don't.
Was mom the boss?
In the black community, there are no moms. They are mothers.
Mothers.
He
okay.
called her Meemaw.
Don't
was Meemaw the boss? Was Meemaw the boss?
Meemaw? What the fuck is a Meemaw?
Mama.
What the fuck?
Tu madre. Tu madre su jefe?
What kind of country ass shit?
Es tu madre su jefe? Es tu madre? Tu madre su jefe para toda la familia?
You're talking about a grandmother?
Was mom the boss?
Motherfucker, she was a mother.
But in a lot of households, that means the boss. So I'm trying to think. I want to understand your household because you have the successful.
I understand.
Well, I mean, look, is the successful household?
I tried to answer you.
The man runs the family. Okay. Answer me.
Motherfucker, I grew up in a normal black household.
I don't know what that is. Normal is single motherhood.
Nothing exciting or worth
Stanley, a normal black household is single motherhood.
I grew up normal.
But normal in black America is single motherhood.
Normal.
Normal is single motherhood.
No, in your world.
No, by numbers. Normal can only be established by numbers. The median. You know what the median is called? The norm.
It goes around.
Norm is a numerical reality, Stanley. Stanley, the norm is a numerical reality.
Oh, motherfucker.
It is.
No,
I mean, listen. If you grew up on that one,
right.
If you grew up next to Fred Savage, that is dope. But the norm is single motherhood.
No, motherfucker, it's not.
Prove it.
What?
Prove it.
Bruise?
Prove it.
I grew up. Am I supposed to prove how I grew up?
Prove that the norm is not single motherhood.
You don't have to prove it. I lived it, bitch.
You can't. Your anecdote is not reality for the rest of everyone. Your anecdote is all of reality. You can't judge the norm by your anecdote.
Conservative. I don't have to prove my existence or how I grew up.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you to prove that single motherhood is not the norm.
How do I prove normal?
There you go. You're making an argument for it, right?
Well, I'm not making any sort of argument.
You said you grew up normal, bro. You said that. You said that, Stanley. You said that. You said you grew up normal. So you have to prove.
Yes, I grew up normal. I grew up normal. So now you're telling me how to prove. No.
Establish what normal means.
Do you know how lame you sound?
Establish what normal means.
I don't have to establish shit.
What is the norm?
How I grew up. I call my father daddy. I call my mother mama or dad. I call my sister. I have one brother. I grew up in a house. The house is literally still there. We had a phone number in 1970. Motherfucker, it still exists. A landline of all things. Motherfucker, I grew up normal. The black normal. Motherfucker, you're interrupting what was not normal.
Y'all had one of them teller machines?
I'm sorry, I hurt your feelings, conservative.
Stanley, what is normal though? Establish what normal is.
I could drive to Savannah, Georgia today, walk through the front door, pick up that god-awful 50-some-year-old fucking landline, and it would have a dial tone.
Stanley, is it possible that
normal hood conservative?
Is it possible that
your little conservative fantasy, I lived it.
Is it possible, Stanley, that in this
which you don't like is I lived.
I haven't heard anything I don't like, Stanley. You're a winning family. Why would I not like anything? You just told me the recipe for a winning family. Why would I not like anything you said? What I've heard, Stanley.
I feel for you.
Stanley, what I've heard is that there may be a generational gap in the search for what normal is. You sound like you're from a generation or two ahead of me.
Oh, motherfucker, I'm a generation you want to be.
Yeah, I was born ahead of my time.
Guess what, hood? I have a son living normal as we can get.
He's living normal.
Motherfucker, you betcha.
I'm happy for him. What does that mean?
Better be. You should be. We're living normal. We are living the normal life.
What does normal mean?
Motherfucker. If I have to define normal, it's not normal.
So barbecues and ball games.
You know what? If you like that sort of stuff, it can be normal. I have a big ass smoker. We don't barbecue, we smoke meat.
Awesome. So outside of barbecues and
want to see my smoker?
No, stop being gay.
Hold on now.
Outside of barbecues and ball games, what is normal? You guys go be gay later. Please, be gay later. Outside of barbecues and ball games, what does normal mean?
Let me show you my normal, motherfucker.
Don't show me your smoker, goddammit. Stanley, put it away. Put it away.
Well, no, it's
John.
It's on my front porch.
I want to see it.
It's just a normal old smoker. And you know what? I should be putting a chicken in it right now.
Are you gonna put a chicken in
it?
Right now?
Are you gonna wait? Are you gonna speak when spoken to?
Yeah.
Good. Normal, my dear hood conservative, is normal.
Stanley, would you say you perhaps grew up with white privilege?
in a all black neighborhood with black parents.
Yeah.
Well, what can I say? I guess it was black privilege.
Wow.
Would you say that hood conservative? Would you say I grew up with black privilege?
I would say
that a thing in your brain?
I would say
black
Stanley,
people have black privilege.
Stanley, I would say that black privilege is exactly what black people say white privilege is.
And I think you sound crazy.
You lived it though. I sound crazy, but you lived it.
Black privilege.
Which was exactly like white privilege.
Motherfucker, I didn't have to ask white people for shit.
White people don't have to ask for shit. It's just given to them.
Listen to what I'm saying.
It's just given to them, right?
I can take your
Isn't that white privilege though? They just get things.
I have to,
because mommy and daddy was just doing it. They just get
look, you poor child. Here is your education, good sir.
What is that, a PS5?
Oh, you're gonna interrupt, and I interrupt people. Let me know when you're ready to listen.
Is that a PS5 for house husbands?
I can educate you if you can fucking stop acting like a child.
That's a PlayStation for house niggas.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure that's some joke house niggers will realize or whatever. Dude, it was black. Motherfucker. You know what, 12th man? I gave you your.
Don't mind me, Slow.
No,
we're doing a little bit of anthropological research today, Slow.
There is no white privilege if you don't ask for it.
We're studying black privilege today.
We are.
Niggas got smokers and shit.
Hell yeah. Normal life. I'm a normal nigga.
Shout out to normal niggas.
Well, you know what? You might grow up to be one.
I want to be normal.
Well, you know what? I can't help you there, brother.
I don't want help either. I don't want to be a normie. But I'm fascinated by the normies, so this is awesome.
You know what? I'm not that fascinated. Hard to be fascinated with you, yourself, and I.
Oh, Stanley, stop lying. You are so fascinated with me. We started this conversation because
you're wait, I meant me. Motherfucker, you are bright. I give you that. Sometimes I wonder why you argue these hugely and weird esoteric points.
Think about this for a second. How is it that I'm so bright according to you, yet I take such a contrary view?
You can be a bright teenager.
Am I a bright idiot?
You know, idiots can be bright.
How so? This is a very contradictory square circle kind of thing.
Come on now.
How do you square that circle, Stanley?
You know what? If you've lived long enough and have met enough people, you'll know the people who are so bright, sometimes they're so bright they work against themselves.
Perhaps I'm so bright I blind you.
Yeah.
I'm shining, baby. I'm just shining. Why you just can't see me clear because I'm shining?
No, I laughed.
You hate me because I'm shining on.
Oh, wait, you know, this is the, why would I hate you, Hoodservative?
I don't know why, but it's not very becoming of you.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not very becoming of you to tell Stanley what he thinks. It is presumptuous. And all immature little boys presume what other people think. Don't be a little boyhood.
Telling me my
little boyhood.
I gotta switch my audio. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta correct.
You need to grow up. 12th man, you came to say something.
What up? You guys hear me, man? What's going on? We are.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, showed you and Ryan. Yeah, it is a beast.
That being said,
I don't know. Might do.
I just wanted to shout out.
Not going to do a turkey.
On it.
I'm about to,
sorry,
because I was on my phone for that. What I'm about to do, though,
no, I have leftovers. Cooking for one person is a bitch.
I am going to keep
too many leftovers.
Live stream running.
I don't know.
Jump back on Stanley's panel.
Oh, I'm thinking about it. I have a whole
what else we can do. But, see how deep.
Not going to do it today.
We're going to see where we can take this.
Yeah, see, Stanley, when I fire up my grill, I have to get a fire
I'm
going.
gonna question Stanley about feminism.
Yep.
Shout out
living
to
out in
everybody.
the wilderness can be a chore.
Yeah. Yeah. One of these days I'll be rich like you, Stanley. I can have one of those.
You know what? The problem is you don't have to be rich to buy a smoker.
No, I got one.
Okay. Well, then if you're not rich and you have a smoker, you just defeated your own argument. You can be very poor and do smokers and eat well, by the way.
Not one like that, though, Stanley. Only a rich man can have a smoker like that.
Well, I'm going to have to admit my rich brother gave it to me because he wanted a bigger smoker. So I didn't pay for it. My brother gave it to me. He's
bigger
rich.
than that? What's he smoking for, a whole family or something?
We like food. Anyway, yep. Cooking is good. Smoking meats and all that stuff is good. Something to do.
Yeah. Those set and forget, gotta love it.
No, you can never set and forget. Cooking can be a chore. Oh, and by the way, no, I've never smoked a goose. I have cooked one in the oven once. Let's see, 20 years ago.
How'd it come out, Stanley?
Excellent. First time I cooked for my wife's family at a Christmas. Wanted to be fancy and did a Christmas goose. Silly me. But it turned out really well. It was a good goose.
Where'd you get it?
I don't recall. I had to order it.
You had to order a goose in Georgia? Are you kidding me?
Oh no, I was in Virginia, and no, you actually have to order a goose. Let you know a goose, a goose farmer.
Well, in the fall we just go out and shoot them.
Yeah, well, shooting wild geese, they tend not to be as plump and fat as farm raised.
That's okay. That is a nice
Lindy, Lindy, you should actually have duck at least. Geese are a little hard to get.
Yeah, we do duck hunting here too, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
Out of the sky, duck hunting.
I've never hunted. I've done quail hunting. Never. It's a little hard.
Yeah, quail hunting's real hard. We call them spruce hens up here, Stanley.
Right.
And
well, where'd Hood Conservative go?
What? He's right there, right below you there, Stanley.
Look at this little pussy. I think Stanley's culturally white.
To get a beer or something.
I don't even know what that means. Stanley is culturally Stanley. We don't do whatever. Ducks are oily. Geese are even oilier.
Yeah,
they will exude fat at room temperature. It's scary. Excellent French fry oil, though.
Yeah, and you
what
know
the
that
fuck,
stuff.
Lindy? Lindy, do you eat chicken? Duck is actually pretty good. I'm shocked.
You ever eat rabbit, Stanley?
I have. I've actually barbecued rabbit. It's pretty good. Little lean, but yep, I certainly have. Not wild. I've gotten it from the
you can fry it and make stew out of it and all kinds of shit.
Oh, you're gonna love this. I used to, my wife and I, morbid sense of humor. We would eat fried rabbit at Easter. usually we would watch The Sound of Music, which used to be, played at Easter time, and then we'd have fried rabbit for dinner. Just as a joke, Easter bunny, we fried it.
That's what my friends in Seldovia are doing. They butchered a whole hog the other night, Stan.
Yep. Thank you, HB. I tend to, even more specific than that, I'm culturally Stanley. I just do what the fuck I do. And I do appreciate the compliment, though. I hope I live up to that. Culturally American is difficult. What's up, Hood? What, Lindy? You would hunt? Nice. There might be hope for me and you going out together. Our date will be hunting geese.
You guys booking dates and shit? What did I miss?
Oh no, I'm flirting. I'm very bad at it. Hey, I don't get a lot of practice.
You were supposed to tell me about women, though. How are you bad at flirting? I thought you were going to teach me about women. Now I'm not so sure.
I'm not going to teach you, man. Look. I know my limitations. That I even got married, it was probably like I lucked into it. Even
what do you mean?
Even losers meet the right women.
Say what?
Even losers can meet the right women.
I suppose that's a thing.
No, I honestly, all jokes aside, I honestly do believe there's someone for everyone. You might have to, work at it, but I'm literally, the worst romantic. I honestly believe that there is someone for everyone.
Why ain't you the romantic, Stanley?
Yep, my one weakness.
Well, Stanley, then you learned what you know of women from your long marriage. Then
No, you do realize that I got married at I was close to 40. I dated other women besides my wife.
no, I don't realize. I don't know. Like I have to learn these things. So thank you for telling.
No, I got married really late, and my son was born really late. I spent a whole life, from like what, high school to close to 40. I think I was 40 when we got married. So
you fell in love
20 some years, 26 years. Knew plenty of women.
Well, Stanley, I was going to ask conservative if we can start him a fundraiser for a new microphone.
Who, me?
No, for conservative, because
Conservative is a professional. He knows what he's doing. We certainly can. I expect you to spearhead the fundraiser if you think he needs a new microwave.
Microphone or
Definitely
Bluetooth
microwave.
headset or something.
I am getting old.
We all are, Stanley. It's all right.
Troll, stand down, Marine. It is funny though. Anyway, John, you there? Well, I guess he just like that motherfucker's gonna talk all day. I'll just go and do something productive. Signal, anything to say? Well, I guess he's not there. And it is 11:05. We have 50 minutes. Guess we could go back.
About to end it. How long, Stanley?
I don't know. We'll give it 50 minutes. Oh, look at this. Is hood conservative really? God damn it. Really hood conservative?
No, I was having a little tech issue on my end. We were in the middle of a conversation, and I was having a tech issue.
This video, man.
What video?
Damn it! I guess we are going to be able to raise hood conservatives some microphone money after all.
Looks like he finally.
Y'all made some money. That's what's up.
Is there really a whole show? Come on, Hood.
He has lots of whole shows, Stanley.
What show are you talking about in particular?
Oh, I don't know. Just this one.
This one is pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not blowing up so far, but every show we gotta build every plan while we're flying, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you know what? I can't be mad at you. I'm even gonna like the stream. Well, what you gonna talk about?
That's right, Stanley. Don't be a hater. Actually, Stanley, all jokes aside, all jokes aside, peek behind the curtain. What I really wanted to talk to you about was your thoughts on feminism. Because like I know you're gonna say, you guys aren't. Hold on, let me finish your thoughts, Stanley. But please, I know you say shit like, "Oh, you guys aren't men." You have a lot of pejorative things to say about feminism. Well, guys who don't agree with feminism and whatnot. But I would like to hear a more cogent argument other than "you niggas ain't shit."
Okay, well, never said you niggas ain't shit, but it comes to that. I think that men should maybe be more stoic, even though I'm not really into stoicism. It just might be that men have to take it on the chin. I do think that individual relationships, like when I was with my wife, she was a strong woman. I think men should be stronger than their women. If you're a strong woman, get stronger. And I don't mean, slap a bitch up. I don't mean slap a bitch up.
I wasn't trying to imply that, but when you say stronger than your wife, what does that mean outside of
if you believe in that kind of submissive leader relationship that I keep hearing from weak ass men in the black manosphere, then don't be a bitch. You don't even have to tell your woman to submit. She just will. Because you are a strong man. I think if you have to talk about that shit, then you're not who you're talking about.
The post say, right? Those who can't do, those who can't teach, right?
It's not even that complicated. I think unsmart people or uncomplicated people when uncomplicated people try and complicate things, they just muck it up. You still there? Oh, he left. Well, I guess I'm going to be. You're back.
My bad. Wasn't that exactly the point of contention we had earlier about simplifying things?
Hold on. It is. Ask your question again.
Wasn't this exactly a point of contention earlier about simplifying things? You tell me that I, on the anti-Semitist side of the argument,
your audio is horrible.
Jesus Christ! Oh man.
A lot of static and all that. I think, and sometimes when I'm asked stuff without actually having to think about it, the off the cuff stuff, sometimes it's better I'd rather write an answer than do an off the cuff answer. But the bottom line is people often confuse simple stuff or complicate simple stuff and vice versa for that matter. And it's all due to people not actually understanding problems. Some problems need to be dissected and solved piece by piece. Some problems you can literally just do it off the cuff. And I often think that Black conservatives in general and young disciples of Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell was smart, but not super smart. And his acolytes are less smart and they think he's smart. And sometimes I think Black conservatives invented the problems with single motherhood.
Black conservatives invented the problems with single motherhood. Oh, no. You have to, if you're going to finish, you have to only talk about that shit.
Oh, are you going to fuss?
Yes. If you're going to continue, you have to only talk about black conservatives creating single motherhood.
Wait, you're not a black conservative. Why are you so mad?
Why wouldn't I be?
I think black conservatives invented and fortified the problem in the black community.
How did black conservatives invent and then fortify the single motherhood problem?
I think when Thomas Sowell started talking about the welfare problem, he was the original welfare queen.
That's not much of an answer or an explanation of your.
You asked my opinion. I told you what I think.
What you said doesn't explain your opinion, though.
Well, I don't have to explain it at all. Opinions don't have to explain.
Why? How do you come to such an opinion?
They have to, because he was the one talking about it. He was the one complaining about it.
So talking about
now he is very old. He doesn't have to live with the problems he wrought.
Are you claiming that talking about an issue makes the issue real?
I am claiming Thomas Sowell was the first welfare queen.
What makes him a welfare queen? This is a wild accusation,
I bet he slapped his wife like you did.
I mean, I'm sure he didn't. Good for him, but kind of switching the subject here. First of all,
no, you asked my thoughts because I said I think Thomas Sowell was the inventor of the Black Malays, and he was the first welfare queen. Now, you can move the goalposts. I literally want to focus on Thomas Sowell being a welfare queen.
We'll focus on that then. How so?
He sounds like a bitch when he complains about how black people are this and that.
Well, that's not really the same argument, bro. Come on, these are just pejorative.
No, I think Thomas Sowell complains a lot about black people because he was never accepted by black people. They thought he was. Well, hold on. Let me develop this thought. He sounded like a nerd, had no common sense. He wanted to go and just be an economist and not address real life. It was a whole lot of black people should trade stocks or some bullshit like that. And he just didn't meet people. He didn't meet black people where they were. Oh, there he goes. He has run. Oh, this poor hood is in for a ride. Oh, troll, you're going to run from the truth? Oh, well. Huh. Oh, you're back for a heaping helping.
No, I keep trying to fix this little stupid audio problem. So why is it wrong for a modern black man, or any man for that matter, to see feminism as a problem?
Well, can I give you, and I hate to do this, but you were talking about, you asked about my family. I literally was born in 1965. I literally grew up in a two-parent household. They were both black. I literally grew up in Savannah, Georgia, in Cloverdale, which was a black neighborhood. Nobody ever talked about feminism. Somehow or another, I grew up a normal black person in a middle-class black neighborhood. Literally, it was an all-black neighborhood. We had houses. They weren't a ghetto. They were single family households. I never heard about feminism. We didn't have to wonder whose mother was strong or whose father was a bitch. We just grew up like family. So you will have to forgive me when I think dwelling on feminism and acting like feminism is a thing and doing. I actually think Bell Hooks is maladjusted. Um, I, she grew up differently apparently than I did, but for normal people, we don't make big things out of small things. And I think
You're familiar with bell hooks.
I think black men who can't be black men, but they worry about what women are doing instead of marrying them or raising their daughters. I think y'all are pussies.
You're familiar with bell hooks, though.
Just my opinion.
Fine. Okay. So you're familiar with bell hooks, though.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, the thing, the what makes her interesting, though, is her early ideas, her ideas about black men somehow being threats to black women or somehow being problems for black women have become something closer to the mainstream thought. Do you see that or no?
I disagree. Who the fuck knows who Bell Hooks is?
I didn't say people know who she is. I say her ideas have become part of the mainstream thought.
You did use the term mainstream. Mainstream means widespread. People know who she is.
I'm saying her ideas. The ideas.
I don't think it's mainstream. I don't think she's mainstream.
Well, black feminism is not mainstream.
Worrying about, you meant feminism is mainstream. I think it's mainstream. Do you mean the black community or in America?
Feminism, broadly speaking, is mainstream. Black feminism is mainstream in Black America. Would you disagree with that sentiment?
I guess I am neutral. I would say yes, but can I tell you why it's mainstream?
Okay.
Can I tell you why?
I'm listening. Yes. Okay.
Because dumb motherfuckers have made it mainstream. They paid attention to it instead of addressing the issues and moving on. If it's mainstream in the black community, and there are people like SKC who don't think there is a black community, he calls it the communita. If it's that way, it's because dumb motherfuckers who actually don't understand reality have made it mainstream. Sometimes you get what you wish for.
Who in particular would these dumb motherfuckers be, though?
Oh, I don't want to name names, but I think dumb motherfuckers who make a whole show about this stuff are making it mainstream.
How can people reporting on something make it mainstream? I'm just telling people.
Oh wow!
Hold on. Let me make an example. Let me make an example here. If I'm describing what's actually existing in the world, if I play a video of what people are saying or doing, if I show a video of what people are doing and talking about, how am I the one making it mainstream? This is just a lens to the real world.
I think a lot of reporting of YouTube shows tends to be interpretation. You could just say, well, this person moved this object over there, or literally report what happened. It's the interpretation of why it happened That's the problem. So what you're calling reporting, I'm calling interpretation, and I think people make big things out of nothing a lot of the time.
Well, I think the better descriptor for that would be a critical analysis, Stanley. And
Okay,
obviously, we might disagree on the critical analysis. But hold on, Stanley. I'm trying to make a point, Stanley.
You're telling me what I'm thinking. Don't tell me my.
No,
opinion.
I'm trying to make a point. I'm not telling you anything. I'm trying to make a point. Just chill for a second.
Okay,
I'm trying to make a point. Just chill for a second. Now, what I think it's more an issue of trying to critically analyze current phenomena. Obviously, you and I agree on the analysis here. The problem is when men say that the government gives women advantages or incentives to not cooperate in the traditional family structure that you yourself grew up in, how are they wrong in that analysis?
I think people don't know how to analyze stuff. I think people will read what is inside of their head into stuff instead of being objective about their analysis. People basically analyze stuff with a pre-programmed agenda.
How are those men wrong?
I don't know how to tell them their opinion is wrong. I have my opinion. They have their opinion. We disagree about the analysis.
Well, do you believe your opinion is right? And if so, how?
I believe it's right, but you have to juxtapose with other people think their opinion is right. In the middle, we get to debate one way or the other. And, there may be a resolution, there may not be. But yeah, of course, I think my opinion is right.
Okay, let's take this a little closer to home. We were arguing about this Virgo thing since like the day or so ago. Now, the subtext to that argument is the system would allow for women to use their feelings against men and have full legal support. Why are men wrong for complaining or even noticing that that's how it goes?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I disagree there's even a subtext. I don't think there is.
I just told you the subtext. It's not even about Virgo. It's about the system.
I'm literally telling you, I think your subtext is invented. I don't think there's a subtext.
Laws and customs haven't been invented because I started doing a YouTube show.
You are imagining a subtext.
How can I imagine the legal reality to a lot of people's actual situation? This is not imaginary. It's alien to you, obviously. You have no real connection to this sort of thing, but it's not imagined.
Your opinion is there is a subtext. My opinion is there is no subtext. My opinion is you wouldn't know law or how the law works if they shoved it, if they put it on your desk to read. You have your agenda.
You know what?
Oh no, let me finish now. You have your agenda. I don't think the laws, I think you're just misinterpreting and or inventing a subtext. I don't think there is.
Okay, I'm no lawyer. I won't try to trick you into arguing law with someone who's not a lawyer.
You know what? Even if you were a lawyer, you're not that good at reasoning. You're not that good at reading. As I said, you are inventing a subtext. I don't think there is a subtext. I think it is what it is. If you're smart, you do it case by case instead of making gross generalizations, which is what Black conservatives do. Black conservatives are really good at basically prejudice. You prejudge.
Are you not making gross generalizations?
I could be, but I have an agenda.
So gross generalizations are actually applicable.
I think gross generalizations are my opinion. And gross generalization, you're right in calling me out on it.
What do you suppose keeps historically, from not from a modern 1950, 1990 perspective, but like generally speaking, over the span of human existence, what has drawn men and women together under a state of union called marriage?
Oddly enough, wrong question. I'm not that kind of expert.
I never accused you of an expert opinion, bro.
Well,
just curious. What do you think?
Don't make me answer something that I'm not an expert in. I might get it right, might get it wrong. I would be winging it. And for your, as a matter of fact, what did this young man say? David Oler King says, Hood is punching down. He thinks you're good at reasoning. I don't want to look like that kind of fool. I just simply do not want to be that kind of fool. I will tell American Man and David and all these people, they aren't. If they think you are punching down, then I have no reason to disbelieve that they think you're punching down. They aren't smart. They think you're punching down. And I congratulate them on you being their hero.
Well, I taught my audience everything I know, so they're just as dumb as me. Don't feel so special.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know that you're dumb. They think that they're smart.
None of us know anything, Stanley. We're all here to learn, bro. We are all believe win, but we're just trying to learn this thing called life.
They think you're punching down, so they think they're smarter than me. They think you're smart.
Well, it's because they think you're short. They just think you're short. They know I'm tall.
I'm literally.
They know I'm tall, but they think I'm a little guy.
Hey, if you're punching down, you're punching down. Your audience has spoken.
Well, here's the thing, because the question I asked you about what it is that draws men and women together, it gets to
I cannot answer it.
I know, bro. I know. Please let me finish. I'm not asking. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you. I'm trying to say something.
Iterate and try and re-ask
it. Yes, because I speak in complete thoughts, bro. It's. I know it's very unniggerly of me, but I try.
And I try and tell you, stop thinking that thought. I don't have an answer.
That's the problem. See, you don't want me to think thoughts, and that's what makes you like a white man.
I don't want to make a dumb answer for your audience.
You are like the white man in my life, Stanley. You don't think like that, nigga. You are like the white man. You are white supremacy in my life. This is terrible.
Now, see, that's problematic in and of itself, because I say I'm not that kind of expert. You're calling me white?
No, it's because you tell me you don't be thinking them thoughts. Next, you don't be telling me not to read these books and shit.
Okay. Oh, no.
Just like the white man.
Okay. Yep. I'm like a white man.
See, now you own it. Now, own it, cracker.
You're off on a roll. I'm looking at your chat on my phone. I say, I can't.
Don't look at the chat. Look at me. Don't look at the chat. Look at me.
Well, you are your chat. These motherfuckers think you're smart.
You have never tried to consider the grand reality of things.
Well, never in front of a whole chat. Let's see, 71 smart people and their leader. I don't like being, hell, it hurts when you punch down. You got
Don't call me
71.
don't call me their leader. They're all adults. I don't like to be
They're
seen as a
in
leader.
your channel. This is called, what is your channel called? The Hoodservative. Oh, come on now.
See, Stanley,
Like
no,
I said,
you have fans. I have friends. I have friends.
I think you're the
FRENS. I
I
have
think.
friends, bro. I'm not leading anybody. These are just my friends.
Well, yeah, you are. They're telling you are punching down.
I think I have friends in your chat. If,
Well,
if
we
I'm
love
if I
we
have friends
love
in
you
Stanley's
over here.
chat, can you type FREN in Stanley's chat if you think we can be friends?
No, you know what? Shit, I'm a stranger in a strange country. This channel is very conservative as well. And look at American Man. He says he says American Man is the real Hoodservative. Interesting. And Carmen is a beautiful woman. Man, you got beautiful people in your audience, Hood.
Yes, Stanley. We all love Carmen.
Yeah, she's a knockout.
That's what you get when you're a misogynist, by the way. We don't get all the women, we get the good ones.
It's what you get when you're a conservative. Man, you conservatives get all the women.
I don't. Why would I want all the women? These hoes is terrible. I want the good ones. That's why we love Carmen.
I did not say you wanted them. I said you get them. They line up.
Well, if they line up, in your estimation, if they line up, why don't you suppose I can make observations about the line?
You know what? You, like all these Trump voters, cannot accept the win. Man, you're winning.
We're not really winning.
Oh, yeah, okay. Be modest. Really?
No, I'm not modest. I'm not modest. I'm greedy. This isn't a win.
Well, I'm seeing winning. I'm sorry you can't accept that you're a winner. You, Donald Trump, and the whole MAGAverse, y'all have won. And I personally congratulate y'all. Don't fuck it up.
This really isn't even about MAGA, Stanley.
Well, in a way it is.
No, it's not.
Basically,
it's about it's about what's best in life.
Okay, if you want to frame it that way. My only response is y'all won. Govern well.
Stanley, what's best in life?
What's what?
What is best in life, Stanley?
In an odd sort of way. What's best in life is living a good life, which means you have to have a sense of the past. History rhymes, it doesn't so much repeat. And I think sometimes people tend to overgeneralize. People sometimes have problems understanding that You have to know when to generalize. You have to know when not to generalize. Sometimes it's difficult to understand which is which.
This is good. But what is best in life? The open steppe, free falls, falcons at your wrist, and wind in your hair. Wrong! Conan, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of your women. That is good. That is good.
I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to the new show. Into the chat, and I'll do it in the back chat as well. And I hope y'all are just amused at the bullshit I seem to be dropping. But, so we go. In this moment. Well, apparently Hoodservative has given up, as well he should. And it is 11:05. You're back.
Yeah, my bad. I had to go press some buttons on my channel.
Oh, no problem. I'm going to have to end this in about 5 minutes to 10 minutes. We'll start a new stream, and then, we can continue the conversation. It's not like I'm going to go anywhere.
No, I think I've picked your brain enough for one segment. I got a whole other show I want to queue up for. What do you think about the Daniel Penny situation? You want to give your thoughts on that?
I'm hoping for, the hung jury. It seems like it's going to be. It is such a fence sitting thing. He should probably just go free. I think it is disturbing to think that this person that he, choked out, that's what he did. But I think he thought he was doing the right thing. I think a lot of people there thought he did the right thing. It is so on the fence that we just gotta go, fuck it. We need to think about how this works. I think he actually did the wrong thing. I think something like this should never happen again, but it's such a failure of the system. I just don't see sending him away for life or, even 15 years. I think that's what the system would require. Now, the good thing is there is no minimum. I heard this today. There's no minimum sentence. The maximum's 15 years. I would like for him not to even fucking be found guilty. The system failed in several different ways. I think he is a fucked up individual. But he was a Marine. It might be a PTSD thing. It's so complicated that what are you going to do? It's not so much Daniel Penny. It's fucked up. Not so much the guy who he choked out. There's so much system failure that I think America might have to take this one on the chin. And probably not a cogent thought, but if I have to be brief, he needs to have a warning. Don't fuck up again. Thoughts?
I think he's learned his lesson. Never intervene in nigger problems.
I don't think he's the one who needs to learn the lesson. I think why was this crazy motherfucker down there? Why didn't people call the cops? Why weren't the cops down there? That this motherfucker was down there threatening people. I'm sorry, you're gonna call it a cop out. I'm gonna say there's so many failures that you can't hold Daniel Penny. He shouldn't have done what he did, but you can't fault him for reacting. Is that a cop out?
I don't know if I call it a cop out. I mean, I take it further. Like, he did the thing that people expect somebody to do.
Well, see, I would expect more restraint, but it is so murky. I think he thought he did the right thing. Enough people think he did the right thing. Why weren't the cops policing? Why was this person who was problematic there to do the threats? It's bigger than just this one guy. And I honestly think he had PTSD. Motherfucker was in a dangerous place. A Marine is trained to neutralize threats. And I understand I wasn't a Marine, but I was in the Navy. Motherfucker, if you feel threatened, you have to neutralize threats. It's how the military is trained. So to me, it was a confluence of events. And I think it's a cop out. The cop out is it's not Daniel Penny's fault to a degree that we need to put him in jail for 15 years. We need to do better as a society. Cops should be there, etc. And it's a cop out, but God damn it, it's the best I can do.
I mean, I don't know why you feel like it's a cop out, though. I don't know. I can't understand the psychology on that one. Why do you feel like you're stopping short or something? What makes it a cop out?
I don't think you should expect, cops. I'm sorry, you shouldn't expect civilians, non-authorities, to solve these sorts of problems.
Why do you want to have to only depend on the government to assist people when a crisis happens?
Because we don't fucking want vigilantes, silly.
Perhaps. Well, here's the problem. I think.
Perhaps, dude.
I will explain if you were untied with fucking pennies. I will explain what I'm thinking.
Let me ask this question. If we do your weird form of libertarian voodoo, what is wrong and what's a threat to society can be very subjective. The government is there for the common good, to use a very Aristotelian concept.
There's a old story, I think, about New York City where a woman was.
Well, you live in New York City.
Can I make my point?
No.
I'll just wrap it up.
Say this. I'm a country bumpkin. You're more sophisticated. So,
well, I'm not sophisticated. I'm a hoodlum, remember?
Even hoodlums are more sophisticated than country bumpkins, sir.
I don't know how true that is. What I wanted to say, Stanley, is that there's a story in New York about, this is a very old tale. It's a little bit of a joke, but not really. The woman was attacked in like some street, some building corner or something like that, and she was getting, sexually assaulted by some man, and everybody could see it, and people in their window or whatever, like there were a bunch of witnesses, but everybody figured, somebody else would do something, so nobody did anything. Nobody called police, nobody went down to intervene or nothing. And it was to kind of show the sort of nature of that world that had been created, where nobody actually cares about their fellow man or neighbor or whatever. And I think that it's a really unique problem with Black America, because we don't really seem to understand the intricacies of what's called high trust society. Well, if you want high trust society, you have to have people willing to help in those situations, and you have to be willing to support them. And Daniel Penny, people don't know this. Daniel Penny was not the only guy to intervene. Other people helped him once he intervened, but he's the only one on trial for murder.
Other people choked him out?
They were all restraining him, but he was the only one, I guess, with a full choke on him.
I didn't ask you that. High trust, Mr. High Trust Society. Can I trust you to answer a simple question? Who was there in that picture with his arm in a sleeper / chokehold? Wasn't everybody.
It was only Daniel Penny had him in a chokehold.
Okay, well then what the hell are you talking about?
Again, according to testimony and witness reports, he wasn't the only person to get up. It was after he got up, and he brought the guy down, other people tried to hold him down as well.
Who had his arm around the guy's neck?
I'm not denying that whatsoever. I'm just trying to point out that if you have what's called a so-called high trust society, that is the sort of behavior that you would expect of people, that when things happen, people get involved. Because what if no one gets involved? So someone should just be hurt or killed because crazy people got to be crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna it'll seem like I'm dodging. I personally think Daniel Penny is the one on trial, and rightly so. I think that it was a very bad confluence of things. I'm just not sure we should send a man to jail. We should probably just go, hey, we will find you not guilty, but not innocent. That's the way the justice system works. Now, your thing about high trust societies, I've heard John natter on about high trust societies. The concept of high trust society is bullshit. It simply has never existed.
What kind of neighborhood did you grow up in, country boy?
Let me at least finish this part. It is literally utopian when you start talking high trust society. Go read your Thomas More and don't People who have actually read and understand what a utopia is, literally the word translates to nowhere. High trust society is a shit concept. You can go and you can talk to whoever the conservative philosopher is, if there's such a thing.
There's no need for heroism in utopia, Stanley. High trust society rewards and encourages heroism. You are wrong in your utopia argument. No one is arguing for utopia. We are saying that the people who should not be punished.
Stop that. I'm literally saying when you say high trust society, it's a utopia. It doesn't exist. Never has.
Japan isn't real.
But
this is exactly.
Conservatives will never be. And you know what? I call you conservative. I actually think you are, but you're not conservative in a very classic way. You believe?
No, I'm more like a fascist.
Okay, well, fascists certainly aren't philosophers.
That's what makes it interesting.
All I have to say is a high trust society is akin to utopia. They have never existed.
Utopia. There's no room for heroes in utopia. What are you being a hero for?
Okay, I just won't use the word utopia. High trust societies have never existed.
What kind of neighborhood did you grow up in 1965?
Okay, when I say good fences make good neighbors, it negates.
What kind of neighborhood did you grow up in 1965?
Literally, don't get mad.
So fucking cagey all of a sudden.
Don't get mad.
You told us all about your mom, your pa. Don't you ever talk about your neighborhood in 1965?
You being persnickety.
Tell us more about your mom, your pa, country boy.
You know what? That's not a high trust society. That's a family. There's a difference.
Were there other families around your family?
Societies are not families.
Were there other families around your family?
Next door.
Did you trust that family next door?
Not really. It wasn't that high trust. A neighbor.
Well, once I was stealing each other bikes, let me find out if I was stealing bikes. You guys were stealing bikes, weren't you, Stanley?
You are afraid that I will trash your argument.
Stanley, who stole your bike?
That's why you're acting all squirrely.
Who stole your bike?
No one. Fucking, you can leave your bike out front in the driveway.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
I'm driving through neighborhoods like that, and I swear, listen. When I drive through neighborhoods like that, it's only Jewish kids.
I'm not bullshitting you.
When I drive through a neighborhood like that, there's like a synagogue on the corner.
You did not grow up around normal black people.
Wow. Sounds like a lot of trust. Like you could just leave the bike and then nigga won't just ride to the stone back.
It was a neighborhood.
It was a neighborhood. Wow.
Okay, let me help you out here, Hood Server.
Well, so much
I would leave and often did my bike when I was a kid in our driveway because I knew the neighbors in the immediate street wouldn't come over and take the bike. The kids had their own bikes.
Everybody had bikes and nobody stole bikes. God
damn it.
I'm taking notes, motherfucker. I'm writing this down.
I grew up in a black neighborhood around normal black people.
Normal black people will steal your bike.
It wasn't a matter of trust. It was like, fuck.
Normal black people, you can't trust them with your bike on the wall.
Extra bike for?
I'm just saying, like, I don't know. The definition might have changed by the time I grew up, but by the time I came along, you couldn't trust normal black people with your bike no more.
You know what? If I could go to my family home in the same neighborhood I grew up with, I could leave my bike in the driveway and it would be fine. It will now not as sure. I'm not as sure as when I was 7 in the 70s that it would be there in the morning, but more than likely it would be.
Did you know that black people in particular have a reputation for stealing bikes?
Yeah, the fucking I'm black and I grew up.
Weird, but I'm just saying it's true.
There were no white people in my neighborhood.
And that's what makes it amazing. None of them niggas stole your bike. Well, none of those fine upstanding black people stole your bike.
More amazing that wherever it was you grew up, you can't trust niggas. Because where I grew up, you could trust niggas.
Wow.
I just could. I know it is amazing. That's why I don't think all niggas are enemies or threats.
That's dope, Stanley. You know, Stanley, we had a lot of fucking great conversations today.
I don't even have to pretend to be this way.
I don't think you're pretending at all. I just said I think we made progress today. I think we had some revelations.
You know what? One of these days, in a perfect world, we will go down to where I grew up. It'll be fine.
Can you teach us about real black
now? It is much degraded from when I grew up there, but literally, I'm not kidding.
Can you teach us about real black people, how it used to be from the olden days?
Real black people are great people.
This sure sounds swell.
You know what?
I
will come over to your channel because I gotta end this. I don't know. I can start it up. Do me a favor. I'm gonna put your link, your YouTube channel in this chat. And I'll just come over to your channel unless you prefer. I can start up a new one here and we can do it like we're doing it now. Maybe I'll just go ahead and start a new one here and then I will just do the same arrangement because this is a productive. When we bullshit, we actually get along. And I always enjoy talking to you, man. So I'm going to end this. I'm going to start a new one. I will come over to your channel. Okay.
You know what? I'm going to call Audible. I got it.
Do what?
All right, nigga, we lit. Damn it. I really wanted to take a break in between shows. Go get me something to eat. Go get some chicken or something. But fuck it. We just got to keep grinding. We're going to keep grinding. We're gonna start like it's a brand new show. That's what we're going to do. We're going to pretend like the show just started. And we're going to take this shit from the top, goddammit. Show number 2. And 5, 4, 3.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, my bad. Are we back? Shout out to everybody out there in the audience. Hey, shout out to Carmen. Thank you for the Cash App, baby. Shout out to Carmen with the $2 Cash App. Appreciate you.
We need our weed. I don't wear it, but we need it.
And then shout out to the big brother coon himself, SKC, with the $10 Cash App. He said the dark face of black elitism is a bitch, isn't it? Yeah, the secret boss of everything is always a bitch. That's how it is in Black America, man.
There's this myth out there that black men can't handle being spoken to, and told what to do by black women. Black men come from our bodies. Yeah. So they're used to having these conversations with women.
The matriarchy is strong with the black community.
It is very strong. Yeah.
Yeah, American man. Yeah, Stanley is he's a bit much sometimes. I'm you know what it is. I've learned from SKC to play the long approach. Don't just you can't be jumping off the top rope with atomic knee drops and shit. It has its moments, but you have to be a lot more surgical in order to learn, because we're here to learn, right? We're here to learn, and we're learning things. We learned a lot about Stanley today. Stanley has real good parents, and Stanley's parents had a real good marriage. We learned so much. Shout out to True Hype with the $5 Cash App. He says, I wasn't expecting much, but I'm getting it. Yeah, we're all getting some today. We are all getting to it. We got a lot going on today, don't we? Thank y'all for coming through, man. Appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to everybody, man. Be like the supporters, man. Smash that Cash App button from me, y'all.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry! You not like Hulk angry! Hulk no like fighting girls.
So, you know what? I'm not even sure what I wanted to talk about today. I didn't really have time to put together a proper show. I had an idea for a show. But because sometimes you just feel like calling the audible, we might just do that today. I want to dig into a couple of odd clips I got laying around. This Andrew Schultz thing. You guys familiar with the Andrew Schultz, Kendrick Lamar beef that's going on right now? Kendrick Lamar says black men can't allow these white comedians to make jokes about black women. It's like the feminism is always in the air. The feminism is always with us, isn't it, y'all? Let me see. I got to try to play this. Let me share this. Is this going to work right?
To give women men's rights without men's responsibilities. Second wave feminism sought to reduce or eliminate women's responsibilities. And third wave feminism seeks to increase men's responsibilities. we find that men can't win for losing. They still bear the majority of the burdens they did 100 years ago. To one degree or another, they are still expected to pay on the first date and onward, still expected to pay most or all of the household bills, still expected to be at least as educated as their female partner, still expected to be the one to buy the ring and to buy the flowers and then to buy the chocolates on Valentine's Day, still expected to put themselves between a woman and any danger, still expected to take responsibility for themselves and others, especially women and children. The primary difference is they aren't allowed to expect any thanks, gratitude, respect, status, or reward for it. In one, girls and women are their equals, every bit as tough, capable, resilient, self-reliant, and powerful. And in the other, girls and women are so vulnerable and fragile that they need to be treated with special gentleness and consideration, extra protection and respect. And they are so incapable that they need boys and men to rescue them from anything that might endanger or upset them. Men owe it to us for how horrible men were in the past. I'm just here to ask, what the hell are we doing to our boys and to our men?
That is Karen Strawn, ladies and gentlemen. She was actually well known once upon a time in so-called red pill circles. She's had a lot to say about this thing called feminism.
One of the most interesting things about things that the research that I've been doing is I think the book was called Paradox of the Decline of Female Happiness. And they started they started doing surveys on people's sense of well-being and happiness and satisfaction in their lives. And consistently, women scored higher than men across the board, right? In the US and Canada, consistently higher than men, all the way across until the 70s, right? And then male happiness started to taper off. Female happiness went like that. It just went in the bucket. It crossed, they were always more happy than men, and then it crossed that line, and now they are less happy than men. Everybody's less happy overall. But women are now less happy than men for the first time since we started recording it, since we started asking the question. Right? And what happened in the 70s? A bunch of feminists came and told women how unhappy they were. Right? And I honestly think that women's biggest problem in the 60s and 70s was not oppression, it was boredom and a feeling of purposelessness. Because prior to that, keeping a house and looking after your family took you 14 hours a day. And it was 14 hours a day of heavy work, not, like dusting. It was heavy work. And your husband wasn't there to help you because he was working 60 hours a week, paving roads or something like that, right? Or working in a factory. And that's if you were lucky. If you were unlucky, your husband was working paving roads and you were working in a factory, and your children were in your mother's care for that 8 hours a day that you both worked. And so the unlucky ones were the ones who had no choice but to work. The bored housewife of the 60s and 70s had no experience of that. They had no experience of having no choice, right? Because women have always had the choice to find an interest, to invest. Like maybe I never went to university. I found something to consume my passions. I I have always worked a blue-collar job, but I have always found things that I enjoy doing, often very gender subversive things like installing flooring and, rewiring my light fixtures and things like that, right? I've always been able to pursue interests, whatever.
Karen challenges us to take an honest look at where modern feminism has failed in its approach to men and men's issues, and where it may have become a force impeding gender equality as a whole. She will argue that in treating women like children and men with disdain, society becomes unable to confront complicated issues that require us all to work together. So please join me in welcoming Karen Strong.
Okay. Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. And I want to start off by saying I was thinking of wearing a red shirt tonight, and then I thought if there are any little sort of red dots hovering around my torso, it'd be easier to spot against black. So if any of y'all at some point tonight happen to see one of those, I'm gonna thank you in advance for yelling duck.
Hey, shout out to Harry, by the way. Thank you for supporting the show, man. Harry with the $10 Cash App. He says, thanks for the entertainment. Appreciate you guys coming through here. We're going to, listen a little bit more about feminism. I'm going to give some commentary in a sec.
Thank you, Cafe, for inviting me here and for being really, really helpful, rearranging their day when I missed my flight by exactly 4 minutes this morning. Thanks to Ryerson's president for making the decision to have the university absorb the extra security costs required for this event. And of course, thank you all. Bible. We would be talking about a really awesome movie that it wouldn't kill us to not see, but we'll still pay for it and we'll still enjoy. And we still really want to see it. We'd be talking about jewelry or makeup or perfume or a vacation to the Bahamas or a million things people consider as having value, even though they're not necessary to your continued existence. And some things that are necessary are really unpleasant. And, things like occasionally vomiting is necessary for your continued survival. And nobody likes to do it. Washing dishes, shoveling snow, paying your bills, working a job you don't like, all necessary, right? But you don't want to do them. In many cases, we begrudgingly do what is necessary so that we can, if we're lucky, indulge in what is not necessary. We all need to eat, but we don't need to pay $100 a plate for food prepared by a celebrity chef. So necessary imposes no judgment of worth or value or of good or bad. But then there's obsolete. What are the implications of that word? What types of things do we apply it to? Leaded gasoline, VHS players, 8-track tape players, rotary dial phones, ice boxes, things you throw in the trash when they're no longer useful to you because they take up space you'd rather fill with something else, something that gets it done better, right? It's an appraisal of value to a user and has definite connotations regarding good or bad. We have things like dumps, scrap yards, and recycling facilities, in part because we need some place to leave things that are obsolete. We put the obsolete things that are no longer useful or no longer good enough for us right there, and then we replace them with something better. What are the implications of that word when it's applied not to a tool or an appliance or a software program, not even to a set of ideas or a philosophy, but to a demographic of people, human beings designated solely by an accident of birth? What does it say about us as people that we're totally cool with that? Be it resolved. Men are obsolete. You might as well say, men, justify your existence. I'm not going to bore everyone here with the mind-boggling array of statistics that prove that men are not, in fact, obsolete. Anyone can go look at the Census Bureau's labor statistics and observe that it is almost entirely men who keep the lights on, the water running, and the planes from falling out of the sky. Our comfortable, mostly smoothly operating, safe, orderly existence is built and maintained almost entirely by men. Suffice to say that if all men walked off the proverbial job at work and at home for 3 days, we would be 3 years cleaning up the mess. It takes a particular brand of narcissism To be able to sit in a climate-controlled office building or stand on a stage in front of a national audience and declare that a class of people who comprise over 90% of the individuals who build and maintain the whole shebang are candidates for the scrapyard because they're no longer good enough for us. And if men are obsolete, all I can say is it's an engineered obsolescence, engineered by institutional social and legal policies that prioritize women's participation in school and at work, that prioritize their feelings and minimize any harm a woman might do, enabled by the very level of comfort, convenience, and safety provided mostly by men, which ensures most women will go through their entire lives never having to perform even once any of the types of tasks necessary to keep the food moving from farm to grocery store, or even to see that work as it's happening. Most of us are so divorced psychologically from the absolutely necessary labor of mostly men that make our lives livable. It's like we believe that box of cereal appeared on the store shelf just by magic. Women are net consumers of the product being our safe, comfortable, convenient, and plentiful society. Its manufacturers are nearly all men. Obsolete indeed. The Monk debate resolution was argued for and against by 4 women. 4 feminist women, though I'm not sure Camille Pallia's self-applied label dovetails with her dissident views, and her opening statement contained none of the condescensions of Maureen Dowd's, who likened men to an unnecessary but appreciated indulgence. I believe she compared them to ice cream. Pallia's speech, mirroring much of what I've said here, should have sealed the debate for her side, if anyone in the audience were capable of wrapping their heads around what life would be like without men. Instead, the women arguing in favor of the resolution managed to convince a lot of people in that audience who had disagreed with the resolution at the outset to change their minds by the end. Not long after, TV Ontario's Steve Paikin did an episode of The Agenda where he assembled a panel of all men, including U of T professor of psychology Jordan Peterson and Cafe's own Adam McPhee, as well as some pro-feminist men, to discuss the implications of the debate and the position of men in society currently and moving into the future. A commenter on the YouTube upload of that episode criticized the host for not having a single woman on the panel. This is where you're at, gentlemen. It is somehow just fine for 4 women whose entire careers have been built on putting a focus on women's needs, lives, status, well-being, health, and experiences to debate the resolution that men are obsolete. It is apparently completely unacceptable that a bunch of men with differing perspectives assemble on a current events show to discuss that debate and the questions it raises regarding men's needs, lives, status, well-being, health, and experiences. Not having a woman on such a panel is somehow unfair. And the sad thing is, the commenter wasn't even a feminist. Indeed, she seemed quite opposed to feminism, but she still deemed it unfair and inappropriate to have an all-male panel talking about men's lives and experiences. You know, it's almost like people in general don't trust men to engage in a conversation about men with other men. They can talk about golf or the traffic or work or the economy, just not about their lives as men. It's almost like people believe men have no right to an opinion about themselves.
All right, I just let that play a little bit longer because I wanted to dig around a bit in the background, try to put some things together. There was a couple of news stories I had queued up, and I lost track of some of them a little bit, so I had to take a second to dig it up. But let me share an interesting story. I bet you guys didn't know this was a thing.
Parents voluntarily giving up their kids as they get older, close to being teens or in their teen years. It is a huge problem in Virginia, specifically in our part of the Commonwealth. It's called relief of custody. Hundreds have been filed in just the past 5 years. 10 News investigates what's going on and the group working to find solutions.
Thought of basically giving up your kid is, wow, I can't think about that. Right. I mean, to think of a parent being faced with the decision of how do I keep my younger kids safe? How do I keep myself safe? How do I keep the child, the teenager that I love safe? And feeling like they're failing at that. What a feeling that.
Apparently in Virginia, there's a program where you can just get rid of like your adolescent and teenage kids. Like, here, it's just too much. I can't do it.
That must be, right? That they feel like they have no choice.
But that's the choice parents are faced with. There's an increase of parents filing for relief of custody. When a parent decides they're unable to take care of their child, they ask the court to relieve them of custody.
Now, notice the images we have on the screen are like two parents discussing whether or not to abandon one of their children. When it doesn't, just from what I know about the world, it doesn't seem like that would be the case. Like a married couple would be sitting on the couch having a reasonable, rational conversation about why, little Johnny has to leave. I mean, I know he's like 14 and he keeps wetting the bed, but they said he got to go. They don't want to deal with that type of shit no more. Now, I can't see a married couple having that type of conversation. It's just me, though. I'm biased like that. I totally acknowledge my biases.
Typically, the child would then go into foster care. Renee Brown is the CEO and president of DePaul Community Resources. She's part of a group the state put together to try and solve the issue.
They're usually in crisis mode. They have usually tried a lot of different things. They feel like they have no choice. Usually, there's a safety issue. They are either afraid of their child, afraid of the choices their child is making.
It's happening in families with limited resources to upper middle class families who have a lot of resources and insurance, and nothing seems to be working.
People don't realize how big of a problem this is, especially here.
In the western part of the state, we have about 20% of the population, but we have probably close to 50% of the relief of custodies.
Eric Reynolds is the director of the Office of Children's Ombudsman, who's also looking for solutions.
What parent would want to be relieved of custody of their own kid? It's highly unusual. But when you look at the situations, when it's grandma, when it's an adoptive family that doesn't have the history of that child, and the foreign adoptions, when they don't have the medical or trauma history of that child, and all of a sudden, things start happening. So you can understand the predicament they're in.
Always an excuse. Everybody got a reason, We listen and we don't judge, right? Isn't that the new thing on the internet now? We listen and we don't judge. I keep seeing that on the internet. It's a thing that the girls are doing.
Put that phone. I will bust at you real quick, bitch. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, there was a story recently where a mom shot her daughter. Not intentionally, I hope, but there was an altercation. A gun was discharged, and apparently a round entered the daughter. And the mom is being booked and processed for shooting her own daughter.
That's my fucking daughter.
Nobody said shit to your daughter.
Okay, so shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up. Look at your fucking food, bitch. The fuck wrong with you? Talking a gun? Bitches get gun don't know how to act. Just off your face, hoe. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck away from the car, you dumb bitch. Bye. Excuse me, go. Go. Excuse me, go. Go.
No. Cause I was slept out to the fucking.
Do it, bitch. Y'all, record. She shoots off her gun.
So who shoot out the gun?
Her right there. Who had the gun?
Can hold to the ship commander reference of 330.
Hold me in that jail.
Lisa Valbrum is now facing several very serious charges, including aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery.
The shooting happened late last night at a fast food restaurant on Northwest 7th Avenue in Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade police say the 15-year-old girl was stable when she was taken to Jackson's Ryder Trauma Center. We, of course, will bring you any updates as we learn them.
Now, a lot of you guys were listening to the show earlier when I was over on the John Galt channel and having a little tete-a-tete with Stanley, fucking Stanley. And one of the things Stanley said to me, because once upon a time I got physically violent with a girl. And he said, "You are the reason the black community ain't shit. Niggas like you." And then he put that tag on me again when we were arguing about feminism. He said, you niggas who think you know everything about women, you ain't shit. Something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing badly. And so I kind of would like to submit that I don't know if it's men that are really the problem in Das Community. Like, there's a lot of problem men. Don't even get it twisted, right? I think those are the symptoms. Those aren't the problem. The problem is the lack of order, the lack of like traditional family structure. And I argue, being an anti-feminist, as it were, I argue that it is the feminist movement combined with the individual internal desires of black women that have helped lead to this state of affairs where we are in complete and utter disorder. And on top of that, you have your feminist OG simp niggas from back in the day. This is why they say the old heads gotta go.
Keep your damn mouth shut.
There it is. There it is.
Just shut up.
That's right.
Don't say nothing.
Right.
It's best don't say nothing. There ain't no trying to fix that way. You ain't got to fix. What if you're right? What? What did he say?
This is one of them old school teethy niggas giving us the truth and a lot of teeth, basically saying that in order to have a happy marriage, you got to keep your mouth shut. You can't say nothing. You just got to sit there and suck it up. And then the young dude jumped in, well, what if you right?
Keep your damn mouth shut.
There it is. There it is.
Just shut up.
That's right.
Don't say nothing.
Right.
It's best don't say nothing. There ain't no trying to fix that way. You ain't got to fix. What if you're right? What? What did he say? What did you say? What if you're right? What if you're right? Are you married? Yes, I am. You actually said that? What if you're right? When? I mean, sometimes. When? What? Boy, your dumb ass ain't gonna make 15. I can tell you that right now. Oh, you took it.
That's the prevailing attitude. That's the mainstream attitude about not just black relationships, but in general. In general, broadly speaking, that is the prevailing attitude. What if you right? The fuck that mean? What if you right?
We had 107 days, and I know people don't like that time frame, that number,
but to open up a Democratic primary, you would have had Black women, who were the strongest voting bloc for Kamala Harris, be highly upset if it was not Kamala Harris.
Because there are a lot of people in this country who do not like Black women, but Black women are the base of the Democratic Party.
You would have had someone starting with zero infrastructure. I hear your concern, and I'm not saying that primaries are not important and open primaries are important. We had 107 days, and I know people don't like that time frame.
Didn't I tell you guys that exact same thing? Before it even happened, I was reporting on it live as it happened before they even told us that's what was happening. I said, this is what's happening. And look, this is the guy coming out to say, yeah, that's what happened. You were in a box. You were in a box because the Black woman is God. Now, you know, shit crazy for y'all. Politics all fucked up. Everything is bad. Everything is bad. These bitches out here wilding in the streets. Everybody looking crazy now. Everybody getting sick of these hoes.
Right over there. See the cave woman right here? Hold on, y'all. Cave woman right there. Won't have the audacity to try to walk up on me and talk about, are you doing all right today? You look beautiful. I said, don't be coming up close to me. I ain't got time to be catching no cave diseases. Right over there.
They roam among us. They just be out here creating problems and shit. They are literally off the hook. They are unchained.
What the fuck do I have to do in this fucking council in order to get respect as a Black woman?
Earlier today, Boston City Council member Tanya Fernandez Anderson was arrested on federal public corruption charges. These 6 felony charges stem from an alleged kickback scheme that she orchestrated to obtain several $1,000s in taxpayer money in exchange for a bribe she paid to a staffer she gave her a very large bonus. The indictment charges Ms. Fernandez Anderson with 5 counts of wire fraud in violation of Title 18, United States Code 1343, and 1 count of theft concerning programs receiving federal funds in violation of Title 18, United States Code 666. According to the indictment that was returned by a federal grand jury earlier this week, Ms. Fernandez Anderson was facing financial difficulty in 2023. Part of that financial difficulty stemmed from a sanction that was imposed by the State Ethics Commission of $5,000 for Ms. Fernandez Anderson hiring immediate family members in her Boston City Council office. And in around that same time in 2023, Ms. Fernandez Anderson, the grand jury alleges, hatched this scheme to funnel bonus payments, taxpayer money into her own pocket in the tune of approximately $7,000. Specifically, despite the fact that she was under investigation by the State Ethics Commission, Ms. Fernandez Anderson hired another family member on her staff at Boston City Hall to handle constituent services. That staff member was related to her, but Ms. Fernandez Anderson falsely represented to City Hall that there was no familial relationship. That is staff member A in the indictment. Ms. Fernandez Anderson then went on to tell that staff member A that she would give that person a $13,000 bonus. That bonus of $13,000 was more than twice as much as Ms. Fernandez was paying to the rest of her staff combined in bonuses. But that supersized bonus came with a hitch. Ms. Fernandez Anderson told staff member A that she would need to fork over $7,000 in cash back to Ms. Fernandez Anderson. Staff member A agreed. The indictment alleges that after staff member A received the deposit of approximately $10,000 after taxes in her bank account, staff member A was directed to make cash withdrawals. And she did that in the days following the receipt of the money in her bank account. $3,000 on May 31st, 2023, $3,000 on June 5th, 2023, and $4,000 on the afternoon of Friday, June 9th, 2023. And shortly after that last cash withdrawal, Ms. Fernandez Anderson and staff member A texted each other, and they arranged for a meetup in a bathroom in City Hall. That meeting happened in the bathroom around 4 o'clock or so on that Friday. And when they met inside that bathroom, Ms. Fernandez Anderson put $7,000 in cash in her pocket, the grand jury alleges. All of that money was funded by the taxpayers of the city of Boston. When faced with financial hardship and that state ethics commission $5,000 sanction, Ms. Fernandez Anderson chose to violate her fiduciary duty and defraud the city of Boston, the indictment alleges, rather than find a legal means to pay off that debt.
We need our weed. I don't wear it, but we need it.
You know, all that stealing kind of makes me a little bit hungry. I need to take a break. I got to go find me something to eat. So this girl's got candied McDonald's. I didn't know you could candy McDonald's. You can candy anything. A nigga will candy anything, apparently.
But I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't candy it, correct? And of course, we're going to make it with love. We're going to add your ketchup and mustard, onions and pickles, your meat, your cheese, your bread, and we're going to wrap it with love just for you. Then we're going to get your 4-piece nugget and box it up just for you. Then we're going to serve you with a smile with a small fry and a drink. Then you're going to eat and enjoy. And while I'm eating this, please hold your rude comments with D3. But I wouldn't be who I am if I...
So we're candying McDonald's now. I had no idea that was a thing that we do, but that's the thing that we do now. Just in case you were, you know, unsure.
People are calling me and telling me, don't say anything, stay in your lane, be quiet, sit down, you will lose your seat, they won't vote for you, fight, don't fight. What the fuck do I have to do in this fucking council in order to get respect as a black woman? And I'm gonna tell you, I'm not afraid of losing the votes. I'm not afraid of the seat. I'm not afraid of anybody here. People are calling me and telling me, don't say anything, stay in your lane, be quiet, sit down, you will lose your seat, they won't vote for you, fight, don't fight. What the fuck do I have to do in this fucking council in order to get respect as a black woman?
It's a good question. What does a black woman have to do in order to get respect? Said big old angry titties. Anyway, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to drop the link in the chat. I am going to open up the floor to discussion. The link is in the chat. Like the video, people. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you guys for supporting the show. We kind of just rambling through things today. Nothing in particular on my mind. Other than, you know, bitches wilding and hoes mad, of course.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me, because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
Hey, what up, man? Welcome to the show, bro.
Yo, man, like there's so much. I was like, I wonder if
Oh
she hurt her
snap! I
hand.
cannot hear hype. All right,
Wait, can you hear me
I
now?
thought that was a problem. Hold on, hype. Keep talking for a second. I got to figure this out, hype. Give me a second. My audio's screwed up.
Okay, all right. I'm just going. Can the audience hear me? I'm looking at the chat right now. He can't hear me, but I don't know. Candy McDonald's versus Christmas Goose. Okay, sweet. Hey, they hear me. Yo, you well since Hood can't hear me or whatever, to the audience or to the chat. You think she hurt her hand when she slammed it on the table? Seems like she put a little bit of force into that. I don't know. Hey, SKC, I meant to share another clip with you, man. I emailed you one, but I forgot to email the other one. The BLM activist. It's on X. I'll tag you in on X. Um, BLM activist mad about Daniel Penny. Yo, whatever.
What's going on, True Hype?
Shoot, none. How we doing?
Yeah, it's a Saturday. Good
Sure
day
is.
to be somewhat lazy.
Yeah, I get you on that.
Man, I didn't catch the whole Stanley craziness part on the front end, but I caught the tail end. And SKC missing in the chat how he used Stanley as an example of elitism. And that's actually, Stanley is actually not, I'm not going to say he's elitist. And here's why. Stanley has no class about him. Like, even in the middle of a disagreement, you got to have some sort of class about you when you're, so to speak, trying to be elitist. He doesn't have an ounce of it.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's like the lack of finishing, if you would,
Mm,
versus the class itself. Like so Stanley, how he was born and all this stuff, and he's basically separated from a lot of these issues, and he don't know what's going on in these streets, if you know what I'm talking about, right? But
mm,
he's making like choices based on probably how he lived or how he grew up, and like there's a lot of the kids out here that cook, man, and they never had anywhere close to the same kind of semblance of an upbringing that most Americans had at one point in time, including Stanley. So like, the Pop the Balloon show, like he doesn't think that the prevail he doesn't see like the quote unquote like, the sexy reds types and all that stuff
mm-hmm.
being promoted in society because, he's not connected to that. I understand that, but to act like, he got the 411 and everything uh, is just kind of silly. Because once you get to a certain age, you realize you're not going to be in touch with everything. You're just not going to know.
And that's true. I mean, I look at myself, I'm still in my early 30s and all, and the things that the younger generation is doing, I don't really have much clue. Uh, as far as like the everyday stuff, I may have some idea, but not everything.
If you had children, like growing up, you would have probably a better idea. Like me, I kind of got a media like kind of career,
Mm,
that I moonlight as. So I pay attention to a lot of stuff, like, and then just like, it's like people watching or whatever on the World Wide Web. So like, I pay attention to whatever to see who's in these different things, like try to pay attention to trends and all this stuff. But I mean, that's just my natural curiosity, and it'd be hard to do that if you're just a regular person that didn't necessarily have an interest in it. You know what I'm saying?
right. And I think you just touched on something that's very important. Mind of curiosity. I think that's something Black America does not have in abundance. The mindset of curiosity. For them, pun intended, it's black or white. It's either A or B, nothing in between. Or excuse me, it's A or Z. There is no other letters in between.
Hey, you back, Hood?
Well, could I add to that?
Yeah,
Um,
go for it.
well, I'm constantly looking. I kind of look at the black community from the outside because I wasn't raised in a normal black community setting. I had my mom and dad together up until the ninth grade, but I witnessed my grandfather, press the reset button on women in the family sometimes, unfortunately. And I saw you going at it with the older guy who was, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that was a good thing, but women kind of knew their place where I was from and where I was raised in the back, in Alabama, kind of backwoods-ish. But when I
Well,
got out here,
let me kind of speak to that for a minute here, because there was a Twitter conversation I was having the other day that kind of speaks to this little uncomfortable reality, and it's a thing that if you talk about it, if you point it out, if you explain it in any kind of depth, you always come off as some kind of bad guy. But it's just a basic reality between men and women. And it's like, I don't think that this alone makes men somehow evil or bad, but it's a truism, right? Well, let me read this. This is a mutual, I guess you can say, right? I follow her account, she follows mine, right? So she posts, some of you do truly hate women. There is a difference between holding women accountable and hating pretty much everything about us. And it's not hard to tell who is who. Understand that you do not have an ally in me, right? Now, she just threw that tweet out there one day, just, typing off into the ether as you do. Now, I respond to this. How does one hold a woman accountable? Asking for a friend. Now, that's a good question. I've never gotten a really concrete answer to that kind of question. How does one hold a woman accountable? I don't even
I
know what
mean,
that actually means anymore.
like truly, if you're not in a woman's family, I don't know how you truly do that.
What does that even mean exactly? But that's what she says, right? And I asked the question, how does one hold a woman accountable? And then she responds to me, when I thought about men who hate women, you were the first person who came to mind. She's responding directly to me. Swear to God. She's, after you advocated for hitting us, there's nothing else for us to talk about. I hope you get the help you need. That's what she says to me on Twitter the other day. December 6th, that was yesterday. And I respond, you think it's hate. It's not. Just observable reality. I don't argue for beating women, but we both know that women do what they do to men because they don't expect consequences from that man. Does knowing this make me a monster? Perhaps. This seems like the conversation I was having with Stanley earlier. There are just realities between men and women that, hey, is what it is. And here's the flip side, and this is the thing I brought up on the panel earlier with those guys. Most domestic violence, as it's described, is actually bi-directional. Mean, women often give as much as they get. Women actually give more than they get, technically, because most guys don't actually hit women back, and most guys are not actually hitting women. A lot of women see no problem hitting a man, and I've witnessed plenty of women hit a man and expect to not be hit back, to actually be like, "How dare you hit me?" It's weird. It's real crazy. A woman will actually put their hands on a man and be like, "How dare you hit a woman?" Like, you stop being a woman when you hit me.
Hey, well, Hood. A lot of men will watch. that whole incident take place, and they'd be like, "That's a female." It's like clockwork, right?
Trip. It's a trip.
There was a video like that going around before. It was like some fight in the gas station or something, and the girl was all over the dude or whatever, and then he start hitting her back, and then this big giant dude comes out of nowhere and start swinging on him. He kind of like sucker punched the two, just start swinging on him. Like, bro, he was not the problem. Oh shit! I think we got a family violence story. I love tales of family violence.
Want to have a seat?
No.
Okay.
You know what I'm working and I'm not getting paid. I'm working and I'm not getting paid, so I have a right to be upset. I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting mad because I know I'm not getting paid, so I can figure out if there was any time. I need a blunt.
All right. All right. So everybody's not here is not free to leave. Everybody here's detained.
I'm free to leave.
No, you're not,
I'm
man.
a customer.
You are not free to leave. I'm telling you, you are detained. You are detained. You are detained. You are detained. Nobody here is free to leave.
Huh? I'm not detained because you didn't get a call on me, so let me out because I'm a customer. You want to see my receipt? Exactly. Like
Okay.
I thought she just bought that, so let her out of here.
Give me 1 second, okay? So we got a call. We got a call. We're trying to figure out. Okay, have a seat.
Come here, ma'am. I need to got smoke my cigarette. Right here. Y'all motherfuckers don't work. Hey, get in there. Get in there now.
Stand back. Stand back.
You understand? Sit in the car when you're all going to handcuffs. Sit down. Now. Can I please have another unit? Just the 45.
Y'all got that. All right. She's 17. She'll be all right. I will sit down. Don't touch me. G shit. I'm gonna light my back.
Cancel the 44. Let me just get one more.
I'm gonna light my back in this bitch. Y'all weak as fuck, and y'all can't hold nobody. What's wrong with you? Sit down. She finna sit down. Y'all weak as fuck. She yelling at her like.
Because how many times have I
They
said
white, so they treat us like shit.
of course. Because y'all are here committing crimes, and we're the ones
Do you hear this? Let me record it. I didn't get no permission. Hey, mom.
Now, before we get all the way through this video, I had a question. This is a thought just popped into my mind. Were you guys listening when I was trying to pry details of Stanley's childhood out in the conversation? And he told us he grew up basically in like a little black Mayberry.
Yeah, it was normal.
Yeah.
Is what he said.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it may have been normal back then, so I'm gonna grant that honestly, because that's what I kind of realized. We having
So
a
we talking about the mid 70s at best, right?
right.
Because he
He
said,
was like a
he was
child
born
of the
65,
'60s, right? Right.
mid
So
60s. So we trying to figure out, is he a Gen X or a Boomer? Because
you
them
guys
two,
ever
that
see
blurry line.
you ever see the Inkwell?
Of course, that's a classic. I found it ironic though. They had Lorenz Tate, who just played Old Dog in the previous year, to go ahead keep the same hairstyle, play Drew, Incel, but he was a
Hey,
gangster.
man. It was range. He had to show his range as an actor. But Stanley grew up in the Inkwell, basically. And I think one, there's obviously a gap in generations here, but also culturally, I don't know that this sort of thing was so common back in the 60s and 70s, right? These wild outbursts of Black female emotionality. And I want to kind of ask, what do you think has happened between the Inkwell and Freaknik that this kind of shit is just way more common?
Lack of authority, straight up, lack of authority. Like lack of authority, not seeing it, and the second you get
Whose
it or whatever.
authority? Obviously, we've always had police.
No, but I'm saying like there's no authority in their lives. So anytime they actually come in contact with these people, there's an angst as well. That's kind of been
I think it's
perpetuated over time.
masculine authority. I think the last year that actual real men actually walked the earth was like 1980. That's when the last greatest generation and silent generation was still walking around spitting some good red pill talk before they got deleted or self-deleted themselves with alcohol and drugs and shit like that. So 1980. Around 1980, that's when everything went to the shits. And by 88, that's what they call the greatest year of hip hop. That's where everything started going even down more hill.
No,
I
but
say
you,
1988.
I say the start, maybe Mr. O of like some of this crap, but like the Cosby Show was popular what until it got like showed its final deal like what 93, 94, something like that.
All right, so you have the Cosby Show in a different world, so you can use both of them together, and they basically ran for what 84 to about 95 ish.
Yeah, so like you still had that, you still had like even the white TV shows, the TGIF lineup. That you know what I'm saying, like so like everybody watched this stuff, and then everybody thought, hey, that's what we pretty much share.
Nah, bro.
But
See, you gotta understand. See, we start seeing a whole bunch of bitches like losing Isaiah, Halle Berry's walking around in the hood in the 1980s
no,
and
no,
shit
no,
like
no, no.
that.
I'm not dismissing that, but I'm just saying like to the general society. You know what I'm saying? Like this was still like pretty much the norm everywhere where it wasn't all jacked up. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so the Inkwell, so we could just say like, and the Inkwell was basically set in like 1976, I think was that bicentennial year. So it's like the mid 70s to like the going to like the late 80s. That was like the last time you seen some type of normalcy.
I'm even pointing to like you know what I'm saying like other cultural influences. Say like Tupac. You got that song "Only God Can Judge Me," right? And then you start seeing a shift.
You got to echo one. I got to echo.
Ancient man.
Bro, okay, let me see if I can hear it now.
I don't
Yeah, we
know.
hear you.
Yeah,
Oh no,
yeah.
there you go.
Easy fix though. Just mute up whenever you're not talking.
Okay.
Hey, what do you think, Hood? Well, I mean, while he's kind of coming back, Mr. O, you know when you're seeing that that change or whatever, that only God can judge me to like
Yeah.
nobody can judge me to you shouldn't judge me to Christians shouldn't judge at all. It's
Damn,
funny
that
how
all happened in what 30 years? That's the whole 30
yeah,
year thing.
that's wild, man. I'm like, yo, like, how am I supposed to know who to even hang out with if I'm not making any kind of judgments? And it's always somebody else pointing the finger at me, telling me what I got to do. I'm like, what?
Say that again. I can't even hear. I lost a
Oh,
signal.
I
You're the
said, I
man.
said,
They blame you for everything. You know, you're the man. You're supposed to know it all. To be can't miss anything. Have to hit all the bases. If you're not perfect, especially as a black man, if you do one thing wrong, like we always make the Michael Jordan analogy. Michael Jordan was rich. He had money. Kept roofs over his head, the children's head, but they'll still say he didn't do something right. You know what I'm saying? In
Yeah, I know
the
what
end.
you're talking about. So basically, they want you to be 100 times better than they fathers and grandfathers, despite the fact they work 800 times worse than their grandmothers and mothers.
Exactly, exactly. It's kind of like it's a no-win situation in the black community, and then dealing with women who are pre-programmed for feminism, it also makes it a no-win. I finally had my breaking point when I had my last ex girlfriend who was not trained for partnership or just to be a wife in general. And I didn't know these things until I dealt with her. Her being the last black female I dealt with in college. I was in California, which was basically heaven for a Negro, a country Negro like myself. And I wasn't raised just basically anywhere near the black community.
Hey,
So
Mom.
I didn't know what to expect from the women. So when I got to Cali, I dealt with women who were traditional, basically a lot of white, Hawaiian, Asian, even a Chuukese Islander, which kind of mirrors the Polynesian islands. But these women were basically cultured to be wives, good girlfriends. Though the mistake of my life was not marrying the Japanese girlfriend in college, I always say, because there was nothing like her. You'll never find anything like a Japanese woman in the black community, submissive, cooks, know their role, keeps their mouth shut. And the black chick just, I snapped. Like I ended up, finding out that I'm not too far removed from my grandfather because it was so bad that I put a hole in the wall. And on that day, that was my last, black relationship, if you will. So, and I'm too big to play the game. I'm 6'5". At that time, I was benching like 500, and I can't really play with my temper with them, if you get my drift.
Yeah, I'm,
They
I'm
say
the
you gotta
same,
go to
bro. I'm just a
Japan, bro.
few inches shorter than you. I'm 6'2" and a
Hold up,
half, and yeah.
I gotta mute you up when you're not talking, bro. But yeah, they said you gotta go to Japan, and I was thinking about talking to Stanley earlier, and that age gap thing. Stanley seemed like he kind of right on the cusp of a generational transition, and this is why people talk about like boomers and shit, like these fucking old heads and shit like that. There seems to just be a certain blind spot that a lot of guys just can't see what's happened over time. Like there was nothing to prepare people for this level of black female fuckery. Shout out to Obsidian. He created that term.
Hey,
They're
but
complete
Hood.
idiots. Boomers are idiots, man. Boomers are idiots. I mean, like
Nah, they lazy.
they can't even comprehend the buffoonery, the insanity that we deal with as men in this generation of women. They can't even comprehend it, bro. Like I've studied the black community and the black women for 27 years, bro. Like I know all the tricks. One profound trick right now is that these boomers don't get when they tell you about, oh, you should do this, is that you got whole lesbians getting married to men, having kids, and taking everything these dudes got. That was one of the worst tricks. Like these women completely will take everything you got, knowing they don't even like you at all. Not to mention just the straight ones, but you got to add them into the mix. I know 5 dudes in Atlanta, bro, that are suffering with these down low females, got children by them, and now they're just, yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, got children by them, are just suffering, dude. They got whole sons with these females, bro. So what you can imagine what the sons are gonna be like when they get older, can't be around their dad. They're in these weird situations. There's no masculinity involved at all, and it's weird, dude. I mean, I saw this stuff, man, and I was like, nah, I'm good. I'll never date in Atlanta, bro. Ever again in life. I'm good.
Yo,
There's nothing.
I think the whole South, like Georgia, Florida, all the way down. Like, bro, damn. And shout out to you for saying the download shit. Like, some things we had never ever thought about ever. Everything's coming now out in full force in this day and age. Y'all remember back in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s when it was always talking about download this, download that. But none of these chicks was ever given the label as being down low. And now like you just said, we got all these down low chicks walking around in the public. Somebody want relationships only to get the cash benefits and prizes like the straight bitches do, and they gonna go get right to the fucking stuff.
No,
Hey,
I'm gonna actually push it. I'm gonna push it a lot further, and this got me in trouble in the real world. Stanley asked how I got into an altercation with a woman, right? and he didn't really care about the details. He just wanted to be like, "Oh, you slap bitches." Yeah, let me tell you how this happened. Because I called the lesbian a faggot.
Oh, that's it.
That's it.
And she she punched me, and so
Well, I mean,
I was,
equal rights deserve equal lefts. I mean, she stepped into a McMahon position, right?
Yeah, but this is pretty wild though, right? So they can accost you, but that's a female, and
well,
then like the whole everybody loses their mind. They chimp out on you, and I'm like, and look, I'm not an advocate for like violence or whatever, but guess what? Everybody, and women that were supposed to be ladies, or at least were like, going along to be ladies, were taught that, what I'm saying, like, like a man's not supposed to put their hands on you, but you're to conduct yourself like a lady at all times. Meaning, what I'm saying, the underlying thing, meaning that you don't be up in a man's face. Hell, you don't even accept
here's
nothing from a man you don't want nothing from. You know what I'm saying?
here's another thought, right?
But they do the opposite, bro. They do the opposite. Like you had a lady on one video I was watching who was a whole. She's like, "Oh, he came up to me, asked for my number, and I took it, and I took his gas money, but I'm a lesbian." And I'm like, "Wow!" Like they'll take
Oh,
anything
I
you
got
have.
video of that.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah,
take anything you have, and just because they're a female. And dudes out here, and that's the problem with men. Men are just still out here doing dumb stuff for females, trying to get their attention when the game ain't to just walk up anymore. You can't the cold approach is dead. There's no more cold approach. The women either makes it known that she wants you, or she doesn't want to be bothered. And it's like crazy in the black community. That's the rule on steroids. You don't cold approach these women because they will embarrass you, curse you out. So that's over with.
You know what I'm gonna start doing, bro? I
What's up?
just figured it out. I just cracked the code. I'm gonna get me a red balloon, right? And I'm gonna just walk up to bitches and see if she popped the balloon.
Oh,
hey, Ancient Man, try to come back in, come back out, because they say you
Yeah, you gotta
might be
reset, bro. Yeah, you do gotta reset, America, ancient man. This is a spot for you. Ain't nobody up here. Just come back.
Okay, I'll leave. All right, I'll come
But
back.
come back.
Yeah,
Come
just
back.
reset. Come right back.
All right, bet.
man, he said that all sad.
No, he said it like
I
Smokey,
get
like, all
it.
right, man.
I get it though, cause like I listen. Before I was even doing live stream, and I used to just call in. I know how it is. Like your audio don't interact with the StreamYard properly, and so you get that echo or you get staticky shit. And sometimes if you just reset, it'll work right. It'll clear itself up. The problem is sometimes that shit is a recurring problem, and it'll like be fine for a little while, and then it'll just come back to like echoes and shit. It just doesn't go away.
Kind of like when you was about to start really getting into the bread and potatoes with Stanley.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I kept trying to fix my shit and I couldn't like keep my rhythm. Like the shit, the audio just kept fucking up the conversation.
Yeah, let's get back to that Stanley comment. Now Stanley. Now this is my gripe with the boomers and older Gen X. Can we just call it older Gen X out now, because we know that Gen X as a whole, they've been doing a good job on these internet streets, and social media, but it's the older Generation X's, I want to say from 65 to 1971 to 72. Them niggas and chicks right there, they sound like boomers, but they be trying to act like they rational and logical at the same time. But Stanley, bro,
And no, like
wow.
my favorite thing from that little deal, and then I don't know, like he had just said it was probably a better idea to like basically ruminate on thoughts and then like write stuff down, and then like to versus like just going off the cuff, and he proceeds to go right off the cuff. As a matter of fact, he didn't just go off the cuff; he went off a cuff of a cliff. Like the whole that Thomas Sowell thing, that was pretty wild, man. That was actually
That's how
outrageous. Somebody needs to
I
clip that.
Hey, bro, I got into with somebody on Facebook earlier, and listen to this here. I mentioned to one of my guys on his post. I said he was talking about how the disintegration of the black community between the black man and the black woman and the economics behind it was basically. I said, yeah, Tom Sowell talked about this a long time ago. Some jagoff came into the damn comment that I just said that he said that anybody that listens to Thomas Sowell or quote Thomas Sowell must be a bootlicker nigga like him, or he must be a suspect. But guess what? Guess what? The nigga that told me that was literally in the profile picture, hugged up with a whole Asian woman with whole Asian babies. Tell me that bullshit. Tell me a nigga be a bootlicker because he's speaking about Thomas Sowell.
No,
You can't
they
make this
gotta
shit up.
they gotta deal with what he actually says, and rather than do that, what do they do? The old we'll just dismiss him and we'll make him like crazy, the outlier or whatever. Because like you can't say the man is not intelligent. You know what I'm saying? Like he's very intelligent. Like to
And then
just deal with what he says.
And
Don't
then
call him a
Stanley talk
dummy.
about, and then Stanley try to go ahead and pull Thomas Sowell black card, like he ain't grew up in no type of struggle. Do
Yeah,
you know
but
that?
this dude slept on the fire escape in Harlem in the summertime as like a teenager, and then he talks about that and how like he never heard a gunshot. You go to Harlem now, I don't know if that's still the case. Hood, you could probably probably account for that a little bit more.
I'm not really from Harlem, but the
There's
city
white
in general, it's the same vibe. So yeah,
there's white people walking up and down Harlem now. Now there's still Harlem
Yeah,
still has its problems, but there's white people walking up and down.
shout out to Bill
that's
Clinton.
that's like all over the city. They kind of like trying to gentrify certain little pockets where it's like it used to be rough, and it's less rough now. Now it's rough, but there's like middle class white people in there too, so it's slightly less rough.
Just remember, all them areas that used to be rough that were black were rough because they were white rough first before.
Gangs of New
Kind of,
York, baby.
sort of,
Gangs of New York.
but I mean, it's still like a different vibe because like there was like an organized crime
We had
sort of
order to our
element.
we had order
Yeah,
to our crime.
the black sectors don't really do the organized crime thing as efficiently.
Yeah, except for Bumpy Johnson, Nicky Barnes, but that's when he outlaws, and they, I mean, shit, Nicky Barnes destroyed the council with his so-called simpery. Nigga, you took down your whole organization because your homeboy was fucking your bitch that you can't even fuck no more. See that go right there. Shout out to dirty folks. See, you cannot trust a nigga with his last benefaction. His only mission in life is to fuck another nigga's bitch. Bring down a whole down operation because you want to stick your Johnson into your homeboy's cum box. This is crazy.
Which is it's pretty wild, right? Like you even see that like here and there, right? Casino, bunch of different like movie roles or whatever, but it happens in real life all the time. And I'm like, you
Hell,
got all these chicks over here, and nobody ain't gonna say nothing to you about, but you gonna go and like mess with your man's. That's crazy.
hell, in Chicago and LA, two of the biggest gang wars, even amongst they like. Check this out. In LA, you got Crips upon Crip crime dating back to 1980 something because two Crips was messing around with the same woman and they got into it and killed one of them got killed. Now you got a 40 some year war over a bitch. Then here in Chicago, my gang leaders of my gang, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to keep Chicago what's the name? But yeah, every gang leader pretty much got into it with their second lieutenants or they gang because of they bitches. And I just can't do it. I'm sorry. You can't tell me that these men I'm supposed to fear these dudes. I'm supposed to take cues and supposed to fear these dudes, but these niggas will crash out over a female. They don't love neither one of them.
Yeah,
I can't.
that's community condition though.
I mean, probably.
And then let's get back to these boomers. See, these boomers like Stanley. See, they want grandstand how it signify to us, younger generations, Gen X's, millennials, and Gen Z alike. But when we do see, they want to go ahead and keep on talking about what we doing right now versus what they did in the past, which is basically hindering us to do what we need to do now. The job
See,
No,
program.
boomers like Stanley, they want to take credit for shit that Gen X.
Like what?
Hey, hey, mute up, Ancient Man.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, like I said, boomers like Stanley, they just want to take credit for shit that Gen X did.
No, he a Gen Xer. He said he was born 65, so
No,
he
he a fucking boomer.
Yeah, but I mean, he's right there at the cusp, though.
Don't give a fuck. Gen X ain't claiming him.
No, but no, so man, you're not claiming him. There's a difference, man.
No,
But I'm
Gen X
saying,
don't claim him. That's Gen X.
regardless of like where he falls on that
Gen X
order
is
or whatever.
to take credit for shit they didn't do.
Yeah, I got you, man. But like, regardless of where he actually falls, he still got that like kind of old thinking or whatever. So
Yeah,
it's almost getting like grandfathered in, right? So like this dude, like that popped the balloon deal. I wasn't there for it or whatever, right? But I hear people talking about it, talking about the transgender tricked the dude into kissing him,
oh
right?
yeah.
And then he
Look,
flipped out.
look,
But I'm like, that's
Gen Xers.
more common. That's more common
Well, look,
now.
there's two types of Gen Xers. There's like the Rhino Gen Xers that are really boomers, but they fall into the Gen X category. They're like rhinos, only in
You talking about the Michael P. Keys of the world from Family Ties?
right, and then there's real Gen Xers. Those are the ones that came later on.
No, I get you, and this exists like there's subcategories, right? That exist in all the different groups. But I'm saying,
They debunked that transgender kiss. They debunked that. That was actually a woman, from what I heard. They just wanted to
I don't know. They could say that to try to clean it up.
Well,
But
it's about embarrassing black men. You know what that show is for.
that in itself is the issue. So why do they present it one way, and then it comes out like that? Like this is the problem, though. Like, hey, like and Fantastic did a stream last night or whatever, where a chick was wearing like HIV positive, like a sweater, and then didn't want to reveal her status, and I'm just like, what? Like this is
Well,
the
as far as
goofy
what
stuff.
I see representing, she's HIV positive. Then get the fuck away from me.
Well, this is the kind of goofy stuff or whatever that people are trying to do for attention, right? Some of it anyway. It's just like, what's the point of that? You know what I'm saying? And then you point this out to somebody like Stanley, right? And they'll be like, "This is not the whole," but it's enough to where it's a problem, and it's getting more and more that they're doing stuff like that. And you have more of this right here that's on the screen.
It's what gets the spotlight, man. It doesn't matter what the whole is.
It's the majority, though. That's the problem. It's not the whole, but it's the majority. It's like trying to miss wind. You're not going to miss wind. When the wind blows, it's usually going to hit you in the black community. And these women, for the majority of them, are wind. It's like the nonsense is going to hit you if you choose to deal with it. I just choose to sidestep the whole situation. I'm a trucker, so I deal. I'm on business mode. You know what I'm saying? I'm always on business mode dealing with these women. So I'm not going to suffer any ill ramifications by signing a marriage document to any of them, because I don't trust any of them. For me, the lot of them are gone. They're done for me. Watching dudes fall into the traps is still sad. Yeah. And as the guy said before, there are a lot of Gen Xers who have that boomer mentality, who will risk it all. I'm watching a friend of mine right now. I look at one of his sons. He's married. He's happy to be there, but I'm looking at this kid like, this ain't your son, but he's just happy to be there. He's not going to do any testing. He's cool. And I'm like, man, you signed a document. And in his mind, he said, well, everybody, I've done some wrong things. I cheated before, and and I listened. I'm like, dude, she brought a whole nother kid into your
These
family.
niggas is weak as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. You brought another kid into the house. This is not your son. But ain't nothing that, I can't say anything. I mean, who am I? I can't say anything to the guy. I mean, I can't go, oh yeah, this ain't your, I'm sure he knows that. He looks at the kid. So, I mean, but hey, it is what it is. Cats are still out here cucking, and with the high DNA test rate, it's like, I think it's 35 to 40% in the black community. I think it's worse.
Bro, this Stockholm syndrome in the black community is getting ridiculous, man. You know what? Before the boomers became the old heads that they hated the most was the lost generation and the greatest generation because them and the silent because them niggas was like since they weren't getting that much on coochie, let's be real. We probably getting more coochie in this day and age than our so-called bloodlines before us was getting. So these niggas basically they compromise themselves to the detriment of their own, not only to their manhood, but to their lineage. We got men from older generations now talking about, well, we did it back in the day. What's the problem? You gave these chicks a way out. Then they got the way out became the damn kid that y'all raised, which became another way out for another nigga to be a way out. Now we got three way out generations trying to go ahead and be men now.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I agree. I think it's like the nonsense is out of line. These chicks are getting married low key feminists. They're actually marrying dudes they're actually low key feminists, and that it's low program. It's a low key programming because in the black community, again, I'll quote something. This is something Man of Tomorrow said. In the black community, we're opposite because in other communities, the guy that accomplishes himself gets the very best woman. In the black community, it's the opposite. The guy that's accomplished gets the lowest, most used, most children, pookied up, you know. And this guy is the guy that has the accomplishments, has the money, but he's expected to take the worst of the worst. And it's time we stop it. And I'll parrot Black Ram 313 one evening. There were a group of us in that chat, and we were like, no children, no dates, no family. It's gonna be like 50 years. It's gonna be bad, and that's a lot of guys. Just they're running on that program. We're done, and we're gonna have to wait. Let these chicks die out, and just go with the younger ones. You know what I'm saying? Because a chick turned 18.
See, the problem with that is who are the younger generation we're talking about? We talking about Generation Alpha, probably Beta. Do you see who their parents are?
Yeah, I mean, that can be a problem, but I mean, you can get. I mean, I get it. I mean, if you don't have to deal with the women your age, is what I'm saying. I know what you're saying, but I ain't talking about marrying nobody either. I ain't talking about getting married either.
I want to hold on. Before we continue too far, I want to get back to this clip.
She lying, so don't listen to shit she's saying. Don't listen to shit she's saying. When I get out these hands off, I'm gonna punch the shit out of her. That's just it. That's just that. Hey, no. That's not no threat. That fake ass booty. She not paying people when they working for her. That's what's going on. She not paying people.
We'll meet you by the register.
Account numbers ain't wrong. This shit on purpose and promotion. Yeah, let her go that way because it's she's reporting on the her ass. She's trying to plead all innocent and shit. I hate bitches like that. I swear to God. Mom, she's trying to plead all innocent and shit. I swear to God. She's trying to plead all innocent and shit to this police officer. I swear to God. Soft as fuck. I swear to God. Bitches police is fuck. Soft as fuck. Police is fuck. Soft as fuck. Shut up, mama. Your ass, bitch. I'm in handcuffs. I ain't finna get detained with you. Me neither. Come on. I'm just saying. Police is fuck. Soft as fuck.
Oh my God! What the? Oh my God.
This is so goofy, man.
You want to know the problem? That community expects their best and brightest men to take that on. They expect the best and brightest to take that on right there.
Every time.
And, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the younger generation of black men that are coming out getting themselves together, they're just not dating black women. They're dating white and Hispanic women. Like my nephew dated one black chick and was like, yeah, never again. Like he's 24. He's like, never again. And he dates white and Hispanic women. Like Like in another 30 years, the numbers of blacks are going to be extremely low, and people are not going to understand why. This chick on the screen is why, right there. She's why.
You know, we were talking about feminism and stuff, and I think maybe we could expand the scope of the criticism a little bit. There's an argument that's happening online right now in the right wing circles, basically rejecting liberalism as an idea. We're trying to move into something, you know, I don't know, post liberal or pre liberal or something, but basically rejecting the idea of liberalism. I mean, I'm wondering if the the very concept of liberalism in and of itself is at the heart of the problem, because that would encompass feminism as well.
I think the problem though, Hood, you got the echo again. I think the problem though is it's not necessarily liberalism, but you know, a kind of a result of people that kind of take advantage of that system. Now, I won't go down that wormhole, but I'm just saying, like, because a lot of stuff is manufactured in the culture and it presented to people like it's their own ideas, and I think that's the major issue. You know what I'm saying? Like Candace Owens talking to Nick Cannon was she was trying not to go so hard or whatever, probably because of Nick Cannon's like history, you know, and having to get the the whip to the back, if you will. But you know, super simple thing. Be like, it's not black culture to be dysfunctional. It's presented like it is, but it's
Well,
not.
it's liberalism to a degree. Like it's the total capture of the black culture by liberal forces, and I'm wondering if it's more than just feminism. If maybe it is like liberalism as a concept. Maybe like here's the problem: is
It's
the
communism,
ultimate
Hood.
well, hold on, that might be too. But is the ultimate endpoint of the liberalism this sort of like low trust society, this sort of this pro gay, pro abortion society? Like, is this the ultimate endpoint of liberalism?
I say no, it wouldn't be. But this isn't a natural result, though. This is cultivated in people like with the puppet strings that are trying to shape things to be a certain way. I mean, because you had attacks on the family and all these papers and stuff like that, and the marches through the institution. And I even heard somebody say it yesterday that feminism is just Marxism in drag.
What
And
if the first what if the first liberals were just Marxist as well, or maybe not
They
even
were.
Marxism, but yeah, in the Western American sense, like when you start getting into the 1920s and 10s and stuff, like you got Eastern European communists flooding into our area, but I'm questioning like is it liberalism as a concept, and if liberalism is the problem, then what do we put in place of liberalism?
Actually, it go back further than that. It was in the 1890s, bro. That's when all that shit kicked off. The 1890s.
well, but even before then, though, like there's people in the 1700s, like with their talks and stuff like that, and they got laughed out of institutions, but they came up with a plan.
Yeah, shout out to Saba Colson. He had brought that in chat earlier. I had to go to the channel. The dude that started feminism in 1770. Damn, look it up. Just go ahead and look it up.
The Frenchman that he had brought up, but like one of the biggest things though, Hood, it's like liberalism has been used as a Trojan horse. It's not liberalism at its core, because these same people would go to whatever and use whatever means to get or to belittle the things that they don't want. You know what I'm saying? Because it's good things for them and it's bad things for the others.
I pulled up in Encyclopedia Britannica definition, and it says liberalism, a political doctrine that takes protecting and enhancing the freedom of the individual to be the central problem of politics. See, I think that's where the issues arise, enhancing the freedom. It's one thing to argue for a general basic set of freedoms, like what's that concept of God, you
Life,
have the God-given right to certain things. You know,
life,
those are
liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
right, like some basic rough outlines of individual freedoms, right? How far do you enhance freedom? Like, how far do we maximize individual liberty? And I think this is where True Hype, you're saying that people have sort of Trojan horse their way into this situation, but it was kind of written into the basic doctrine. If it's merely about enhancing freedom ad nauseum, well, then how far do we go? Like, liberalism doesn't have its own limiting principles. Do we
Yes, it
enhance
does.
freedoms till we die?
Yes, it does. It's called decadence, hedonism that leads into downright debauchery.
I would say the limiting principle of the human, because there's always some human that's going to stop another human from doing something else.
That's not a limiting principle of the ideology, though. And honestly, this is what brings us back closer to what I'm calling like the more fascist type of argument. Because if it does rely on the quote human, then what you're saying is that liberalism can only be trusted in the hands of an authoritarian figure, which is very counterintuitive.
That's the purpose of it. That's why it's being promoted the way that it is. Liberalism is the tool that allows the psychological disease to spread, and the results of that growing pathology demands authority. So the
There
people
you
who
go.
ultimately want to be the authority over the entire world are encouraging the entire world to just do whatever they want so that chaos will ensue. And once chaos is overtaken, the majority public just puts their hands up and says, somebody do something.
Correct. Do
Ancient
as
man,
thou
you've been wanting to
will.
jump in.
Yes, do as thou will until the society has collapsed. Just let it basically running us on autopilot until the apocalypse happens, so they can basically pick up the pieces and institute whatever it is they feel like they want to institute.
Oh, new world order.
Hey, I said this. I, I said this maybe a year and a half ago, right? I knew we were going to get Trump. And I'm going to say this. After this next 4 years, all the people that's been screaming and crying are going to call to have all their rights taken away for us to be controlled. That's why they've allowed Trump to come in another 4 years. They tried to do it under his first administration. People were still not crying enough. After this second 4 year of Trump, whether it goes good or bad, these people are going to cry to have all their rights taken away and to be
Well,
completely controlled
think
by the
about it.
government.
We've already had the test run, and it wasn't a glaring success, but it was mostly successful. And that's during COVID. If you present people with enough fear porn and enough of the proper imagery and the appeals to authority, and then you
Absolutely.
also remove any avenue. Hold on, give me a second, instrument. If you remove any avenue of dissent, then it's sort of been established that you can, to some degree, roll that clock forward. Like you can actually push the needle forward and get a full on authoritarian thing a lot quicker than maybe people imagine. But Ancient Man, you were saying something.
Yeah, that was basically an order at chaos situation, order out of chaos, problem reaction solution. I'll go a step further, and I know some people will believe or not believe. I believe Biden was allowed to be put in to make things so bad that people would clamor for Trump. And I am a Trumper, but from what I'm
That's
seeing,
bullshit, bro.
yeah, from what I'm seeing, I'm adding to that. From what I'm seeing, there's a situation happening economically that will bring everybody under heel. He made it so bad with the supply chain. I'm seeing flips in food supply. Like all these
So,
women out here
well,
are going.
wait, just real quick, because like you're making a somebody shit's
Huh?
echoing. Somebody said somebody has a tab open that's causing this to echo right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you have that persistent echo, ancient man. But stay muted up while you're not talking. Andre, you were saying something.
Yeah. Hood, I have to ask you, what do you think about that healthcare CEO that got uh he got a sanctioned deletion in New York? What do you think about that?
Well, I'm not gonna take the left wing. I'm not gonna take the left wing gloating position, like eat the rich or whatever. I have no idea in what direction that could have come from. Obviously, somebody with a lot of money paid for that kind of thing to happen to him. You don't just track a guy like that down and put a hit on him like that easily. It takes most likely a lot of time and planning, and then the clean getaway. Um, that being said,
Don't
I don't know how to speculate beyond it was an amazing event.
don't you think it's weird that like the lefties are taking credit for this stuff? This is kind of like what you see in like these foreign countries when these certain like militas and stuff like that, they take credit for like certain things that shouldn't have happened that happened. Like the
Yeah, yeah,
lefties are taking credit for this,
it probably is a
and
foreign
it's
country
like,
though.
well, no, 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 no. I don't think it's. I don't think it's. I mean, it could have
Wait,
been,
wait,
but
why
like,
not? It's a major healthcare provider. This dude makes a whole lot of money. That company was going to move out of certain markets and it was going to affect other markets. And then somebody that's from out of town or whatever, it's a whole lot easier to move them back out of town.
I was just trying to get like the opinion on like this scenario that happened because yeah, like the lefties seem to be taking credit for this stuff. Not necessarily taking credit, but like they seem to be enjoying this, and it's like, why are you enjoying this? This is
Well, you got to
like
understand
a very messed up event.
that's the nature of the individual left wing people at this point. They have very dark hearts, they very malicious intent when it comes to like how they see the way things should be. Like it seems like hyperbole to say this, but I think again during COVID it was another test run. There are a lot of people in this country who have very little qualms about watching their political enemies suffer and die. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, that's definitely an example of that. Because yeah, because apparently like a lot of lefties are just like, yeah, I will hide this person in my house and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, why would you do this? This is clearly a deleter and most likely a paid deleter.
Because
Well,
they're projecting their own thoughts processes on this person. Case in point, right? There was women that are like, this guy is sexy with the person of interest, not even know if that's a guy.
well, they released a face. Like they at least got an image of his face. So when he dropped the mask, he was flirting with a fucking teller. By the way,
Yeah.
fucking pussy, bro. Niggas, I swear to God, pussy, man. If it ain't falling asleep in the fucking getaway car, it's pussy.
Yeah, like that was like the most hilarious thing about this whole thing because apparently a day or two ago, like well before like this scenario happened, he was trying to flirt with a chick and he pulled his mask down. I don't know if that's the same guy, but they're claiming
I
that's
think
the
it's
same
like
guy.
the same day, and they're tracking him back because there's like a lot of surveillance cameras and whatnot, and so they were trying to track him as far back as they could, and they found him earlier that day, interacting with like I don't know a bank teller or some kind of cashier or something like that. And apparently the girl said he was cute, wanted to see his face, and so he's like, "Bam!" And then now gotcha, bitch. But fucking pussy, man. I tell you, pussy ruins everything. Well, not even pussy. Chasing pussy ruins everything.
Hey, y'all seen the chick in Colombia? They had just caught the hit woman they called the doll, and niggas talking about they willing to risk it all to free her, even though she just got
Oh
to
yeah,
whacking her ex boyfriend.
yeah. Bro. Let her go. You got to throw her in that El Salvador jail where they keep you in your underwear all day.
Yeah, like Hood, this is why I've been saying, like, you got to have a conversation with the lefties, man, because the lefties are pretty much saying, like, yeah, we don't agree with what happened to him, but at the end of the day, uh, we don't disagree with what happened to him.
Well, this was the question because I don't mind devil's advocate in certain ideas, and this was a question I had thought about. Honestly, I daydream certain ideas every now and then, and I thought it would be a really interesting like novel or movie series where you have it's sort of like a James Bond thing, but it's like what was that movie with Tom Hanks where he was at the Vatican? Is like a guy basically fighting the Illuminati. But
Oh, Da Vinci Code?
right, it's something like that. Like you're tracking down all of these facts and you learn about so this guy did this and this guy did that, and the next thing you know, you start like taking these people out. I've had an idea like that, so I get the leftist sort of flirtation with that thing because do you really suppose you can outvote a shadow secret government?
Yeah, but the lefties aren't even like complaining about the secret government. They're actually in support of the FBI now.
Well, they see the healthcare guy as something like that. I'm not saying we're in the exact same
Well,
daydream, but they see it in the same way.
yeah, like the healthcare guy, like they're really like they've really been going in on this, and there was another thing. It was apparently like it was like anesthesia, like you know what like whatever they had for like
Yeah, they
martial law.
reversed the process, like because there was a lot of fraud and double billing and all that stuff. And one of the things, but I mean, but this stuff is supposed to be trial and error. You like you figure out what works and what doesn't work. And it wasn't like, oh, we want to stop you, but like one of the things that got brought up is the fact that they were going to cut off anesthesia during a process. So you'll wake up possibly in pain or like be in
Yeah.
pain as the operation's going on. And like,
Yeah, like that's what I was curious about. Like apparently anesthesia, like if they gave you that and it wore off during the process, like you're just gonna have to thug it out to the end.
well, the biggest thing is like the cost overruns and what people aren't realizing what that is actually trying to combat is the boondoggle of the whole reason why Doge is a thing. It's like you have this big like thing that has all this waste, but you don't know where to start, and you got to figure out how to like rein it in. And it's like, okay, that's an attempt, but it wasn't like, oh, we hate people. That's not why, but that's what most of the people that I see are talking about because they don't understand. Most of these people don't even understand their own policies, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then they get pissed off because they didn't read the fine print. And I'm like, and most of us don't. But at the same time, if you have absolutely no idea what's actually in the thing that you're saying, is supposed to be really, really important, then like how important is it if you don't pay attention to it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you on that.
Because like and like I got a guy that I talked to this week, right? He's in the insurance industry, like high level dude, like helps with compliance and all this stuff. And like we had a long talk about this kind of stuff. And then like people will change whatever
I'm
put
gonna
money.
I'm gonna call an audible in a couple of seconds. Something's happening. You guys should hear it. I'm gonna go
No,
start.
go ahead, go ahead. Do it now. Do it live.
No, keep going, keep going. I got to set this up. Give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, the dude, he does he does the compliance and all that stuff, right? And he talks about all these people. They talk to him, right, ask him questions, and then they immediately go into bitching. But then, when it really comes down to it, or whatever, they really don't know what they're talking about. And it's a lot of people, man, on a lot of vast amount of topics. Case in point, the Daniel Penny thing with Stanley. Stanley, from what I hear, he does not know like a great deal of information on the case. Very, very low level amount of information. But he's making this like value judgment. on the whole thing.
Well, like personally, like my interactions with Stanley, I've never had a
59
problem with
years.
him.
My mother died in January. Would have been 60.
HB got a Desert Eagle.
I don't really give a fuck about
Sorry.
them.
I can't help but. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead,
anyway,
continue.
I beat him up about family. I came from a normal. Oh, there you are. I came from normal. So, Hood, hey, Hood is convinced that black people can't be normal.
Mike check, Stanley. My audio good?
I came from normal
Yeah.
too, so I hold the same beach, you know.
Wait, who did Stanley just say that he beat up?
He's talking about Hood this morning.
What does that mean?
You don't remember that movie, The Inkwell?
Yeah, with the bougie black
I don't
people
think
in
I've ever
Martha's
seen.
Vineyard.
You never saw The Inkwell, Stanley? It's about your neighborhood.
I have a red tape.
Is it on Netflix?
Wait a minute, this
I
nigga
don't
never saw
know.
the
It might
Inkwell.
be. It's an old movie at this point. You can probably watch it for free on YouTube. It's
Is it
so old
The
now.
Inkwell?
Well, I originally
The
came from Mill
Inkwell.
Basin in Brooklyn, which is a very
Oh
affluent
shit!
suburb in Brooklyn. But I
Don't you look?
can't say
That's
it's
like
the
where Jews
Inkwell.
live.
What? Jews?
Well, there are Jews there and Italians and a lot of people, but I can't say
Oh
it's the
damn it!
Inkwell.
Let's see. Well, it's
Look at
on.
HB. But
Uh,
why did you ask that conservative? Is he still
Oh,
there?
yeah,
sorry.
Hood
What did I ask
conservative.
you exactly? I
Did
was
you
just
do
asking
the
about The
whole
Inkwell.
show? How bad did you trash me?
I didn't trash you badly. Stanley, first of
Oh
all, you're
come on, man!
hypersensitive.
You
Stanley,
should.
I don't talk about. Hold on. When I'm on my panel reviewing your work, I don't talk about you as badly as you talk about me live on your show. So I think you need to get off your high horse.
Wait, I was told y'all were trashing me.
Trashing is way too a pejorative term for what we do. We actually have a lot more
Oh,
thoughtful.
were you critiquing me?
I can slap a bitch and get philosophical. I have two hands.
Oh man, I'd rather you not slap a bitch and not be
No, that's actually
philosophical.
why I came back up, because I happened to peek in over here because we were moved on from you way long ago. We were just talking about
What?
a bunch
I'm
of
not a
random shit.
star
That's the problem.
anymore.
That's the problem with
You were
Stanley
never a
is
star. You're a fucking feature. But I wanted to peek in on what you guys were talking about, and you were up here
Oh, we
talking to
weren't
this
talking
lady
about
here.
you.
You were when I popped in, so I said, "Oh, let me jump back in case I need
Oh
to
yeah.
speak for myself."
Well, Kimmy was here. I'm crying on her shoulder.
Kimmy, is that true?
It just sounds like everything's all good. I think he was just trying to recap why he think you left.
Well, I left to do my own thing, so it wasn't like a
I
personal
hear
beef.
you. Okay.
Oh, you know what? Are you at 111? Hey guys, I'm gonna be right back.
Really?
Yeah, we got to mute HB. You're frying the hell out of my audio.
Wait, really?
Well, I thought that was entertaining. All right.
So Hood, yeah, I think the point that was missed is one hand is for attitude adjustment, the other hand is for righteousness.
Oh, well,
No, it's the same question.
all right. So now that we have Kimmy on the channel, and hi, I
Hi,
want to talk to
conservative.
you a second, Kimmy, because
What's up?
hi, you're such a sweetheart. Kimmy, Stanley is under the impression that I somehow hate women. And listen, I will acknowledge I lean all the way into my misogyny. But it's like a loving old school patriarchal misogyny. You know what I mean? It's like, don't talk back to me, but I love you. Now I'll kill somebody if they fuck with you type of thing. It's a very old type of thing. And I don't know if I'm being seen accurately, perhaps. And maybe that's not even relevant. I'm curious as to your opinion on everything you've heard so far.
Well, I don't know if I would define that as misogyny, to be honest with you. I think that's just your boundaries as a man and what you will or will not stand for or tolerate in your dealings with women in relationships. And I think that's okay.
Now, there's something else that bothers me. Have you listened to a lot of like YouTube relationship
The red pill stuff.
conversations? Not just the red pill, but have you like consumed a lot of the content? Are you familiar with what goes on in Black love spaces?
I'm somewhat familiar. It is very weird to me. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I'm somewhat familiar.
It's weird to me too. I think you're normal for noticing how weird it is, but I wanted to ask you this. Have you seen Black men criticizing other Black men for their attitudes and opinions, how they talk to Black women or whatever, like, shaming Black men for something?
No. No.
Fair enough. Because it's something that I've noticed. It pops up here and there. Like, for example, and I was talking about this earlier with Stanley, this idea with Kendrick Lamar. He puts out this line in one of his songs saying, "Don't let comedians talk shit about Black women." Like, it's you calling on Black men to, protect Black women. Like, you familiar with these memes and shit? You got to protect Black women and shit like that.
Bullshit.
I know liberal language very well. It's been forced upon us.
Understood. So I wanted to see if we could establish some kind of baseline. So let's start right there. Protect Black women. One of the things that I'm curious about, and it's something that kind of bothers me when I observe a lot of this content, I don't see a similar energy coming from Black women towards Black men. Not that we need Black women to protect Black men in any capacity, but there's no sense of responsibility or duty that Black women seem to have toward Black men. Yet Black men are encouraged to have a sense of responsibility or duty towards Black women. Do you see anything like what I'm trying to find among Black women?
And when you say responsibility and duty, like, can you clarify that or give me an example, just so I'm with
Well,
you?
I suppose that in and of itself is part of the problem. That it's not much of a it hasn't been conceptualized, has it?
Yeah.
So Black men apparently have a duty to Black women, but do Black women have a duty or responsibility to Black men? I don't know if it's been conceptualized. What say you, though?
Well, first of all, I would say yes. If we go off the theory that women are the keepers of the culture, then we absolutely do. I would say we do. Now, do we do that?
Well, you're saying that we do have a responsibility, though.
He's a fucking liar.
Yeah. But are the women demonstrating that? I'm not sure, and I would probably lean towards saying no.
Understood. And that is really one of, like, not just me personally, but that is, like, I think one of the huge gripes that is at the heart of this so-called gender war between men and women, where this is one of my favorite songs. It's not Al Green. Marvin Gaye, "I Want You." And one of the lines in the song, he says, "A one-way love is just a fantasy," right? The whole song is, I want you, but I want you to want me too, right? It's an old song.
Yes.
I love that song. And it's a really, like, heartfelt sentiment. Like, I want you the right way, but I want you to want me too. And I think that's kind of the position a lot of Black men are in with Black women. Whereas, like, obviously, men never stop liking women, but I don't know that women really hold the same level of sentiment for men that men are encouraged to hold for women. And this just goes double in Black America because, you know, your mama black and your daddy left and niggas ain't shit and all
I
that
think
stuff.
I think you're right, but I also think you're not right at the same time. I think you're right in that men, like especially black men, I think they generally love, you know, their women and like want things to be great. But I do think that at the same time, a lot of black women have become so repulsive that I don't think a lot of black men want them. But you know, being a man, it's something for the
That's a
moment.
fascinating thing for
Even
her
if
to
she's
say.
better of the bunch, she could probably deal with that for a couple months or a couple years. But is he really trying to commit to that?
No, it's
Not
not.
really. But he sees that something
She's
ain't
from
right.
Brooklyn. He's actually pretty based.
I really
No,
feel bad for
I've
them
heard her talk a couple
some of
times,
the
but
ones
I'm
that
just saying
aren't
using that
married
particular
or
word repulsive.
specifically married, because you could be with anyone. You know what I mean?
There's a
But
reason why
marriage
she
kind of
used that
seals the
Right.
word.
deal, and I really feel bad for the brothers because they're not finding women that they can commit their life to, and they're not
There,
going to do it
there,
because
there,
men are logical, like you said.
You know, honestly, believe it or not, I really love the idea of marriage. I believe in like the validity and all the benefits of marriage. However, it's like in the modern world, it seems like you were saying, it seems like an increasingly bad deal. And without marriage, like it's hard to really plot how a community is supposed to really like grow and develop together because that nuclear family thing, it kind of starts with, you know, a man and a woman having a family and doing everything they can to build and survive and grow. And then a network of a neighborhood of people on that same level, like that's a community. And it sounds like that's the kind of community that Stanley was talking about when I was trying to be all nosy about his childhood and stuff.
Mm.
And we just lost that over the years.
so before everybody starts
You're
venting,
absolutely right, and I think that's where, like, as like just a group of people that exist in the world with other groups of people, this is where we end up like not even being coming. We don't even come close to last. You know, we're mediocre at best, and I think a lot of that has to do with it. There is no structure and order to things.
Well, let me ask you this now. Who do you think sets the order, or not does set the order? Who do you think should set the order in the community, in the family, for starters?
I honestly, I think it's like a nature. Like nature does that, right? Or if you want to say God or the universe, but it's like an innate response, right? Like if a cow gave birth to a calf, that that cow would instincts will just kick in, right? It's like an instinct, and I think we've just, as a human race, removed ourselves so far from what's natural that people are confused on what their roles are when we shouldn't be.
Let me try a little bit more deeper question.
Okay.
Do you think it's natural or innate in your typical male, not just black men, but your typical male? Do you think it's natural or innate to want to have a level of control over your woman, your wife, or whatever?
And I think amongst many things, yes, not just the woman, but just everything in his life. I can't see a
Why do you
man.
suppose?
Well, why do I suppose that? I think if we
Yeah,
go
why do you
back
think
to
that's
like,
true?
you know about like the hunters and gatherers theory. What's evident? Hello.
Yeah, I just went on mute. I'm listening. I went on mute. I'm here.
I don't know if you're aware of the
You were saying
hunters and
hunters and gatherers.
yeah, where the men went out and they were more of like the hunters, the foragers. The women would be like so-called collecting the berries and the twigs to fix the huts and whatever. I think like again, genetics, um, hormones, brain wiring, all the stuff that's natural to the male species is the things that hardwire him to be domineering, controlling. Not saying he's controlling in a bad way, but you know, where a sense of control is important. You know, using logical thinking, reasoning, all of that. I think it's just natural.
It's just natural, and I would tend to agree, honestly, for pretty much the reasons you laid out. What they call, like, I think evolutionary anthropology or something like that, or evolutionary biology. Like we've kind of developed to be exactly what we are, and we are what we are for a reason. You know, nature, the things that exist in nature tend to exist because they work. They're survival mechanisms largely to a degree, to a large
I
degree.
agree.
And right. And so I guess my overall point, and it's Stanley, I don't know where the hell Stanley went, but we were kind of going
He'll be
back and
back.
forth. And I'm still listening, but we kind of were going back and forth on this idea, and it's like Stanley, you know, he's gonna get all hyperbolic and call people all kind of mean names and shit. But the simple truth is, I think men are trying to describe how this system is unnatural. Men are complaining and railing against a highly unnatural order of things. And in particular, the order has bent in ways specifically to harm the male interest, while like bolstering the female ego to ridiculous extremes at this point. And it's like an untenable state of affairs. You can't imagine this sort of thing just existing forever.
I mean, ultimately, it can't exist forever because nature always corrects itself, right? So there's going to be things that happen, whether we see it now or way beyond into the future, that things are going to course correct.
Hey, Kimmy. Hey, Kimmy.
HB, you put your gun away, bro. We were
Yeah.
nervous, man.
Oh man.
No,
You
that
know,
was entertaining.
niggas with guns, bro. That's make me
Oh,
nervous, man. You're making me nervous.
oh man. I'm nervous too. When I walk into these gun stores, they be like, what you looking for? You wanna hold something? I'm like, I can hold this? What? You gonna put this in my hands? Oh man, this is crazy.
You know, isn't it dope the first time you walk in there and it's just so nice to you?
Oh, you wanna hold this Mac 10? Yes, sir. I do.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, right. What the hell? They got Mac 10s over here, man. This shit look like 80s. Like, what the fuck is going on? I can buy this.
I
I had
wish I
to.
could shoot that. My uncle always made me use Glocks. He was like, that's all a woman needs to use. She doesn't need anything else.
Man, fuck that. You can shoot whatever the hell you want to shoot. Fuck that. If they selling it,
Look,
you can shoot it.
HB, we were talking about feminism because you know obviously Stanley he thinks I hate the girls, and so I thought this was a great chance to come and make friends with one of y'all lady guests over here. Because
Yeah.
you asked me about this earlier, HB. I don't get a lot of the girls over on my panel for whatever reason, but women don't take to my panel all the time, so I just thought it'd be a nice
Oh,
time to
I'm gonna visit now. I'm
to
gonna
talk
start
to a
visiting
lady.
now. I didn't know you had a
You're
panel.
always welcome.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
but
We do
see,
so many.
the
We
thing
do
is,
all the things on my channel.
the thing
All
is,
the things.
conservative, the majority of your audience, they couldn't get the type of women that come over in this space. They couldn't get a Kimmy Cakes, and I
I
think
just
that's
got
the
a Kimmy Cakes though.
Yo,
Like I don't know why
why
you
is he
say
doing
that.
that? Why is he
Kimmy
doing
Cakes
that?
are not good right now.
No. I'm talking about in real life. I'm talking about
Well,
in real
why
life.
is he doing that, man? He don't know
Oh
nobody
man.
over
Stuff
here,
that
man. Come
That
on.
that
stuff you drink.
guys,
It's
that's a
a lot
shot
of
at
people
me.
like Kimmy Cakes.
Let niggas be
And I
great, bro.
think
I fuck
that's
Well,
all
the
that.
one.
problem that a lot of y'all don't realize is y'all focusing on the worst of the worst. How is that beneficial? Because the reason why it's so fucked up to me is because when you just focus on the negative, you overlook women like Kimmy Cakes. And Kimmy Cakes has talked about that a lot. Like how many black men just overlooked her growing up.
I think two things
Come
happen
on,
with
man.
women like
Oh,
Kimmy
who fucking
Cakes,
who? Did you put a
and
fucking
it's an
baby?
unfortunate reality, and I kind of do ponder like the female position. Despite what you might think, I actually do think about both sides of this coin, and I think there's like a lot of two ships passing in the night kind of thing where the women who are like Kimmy Cakes are one, you're a minority in a lot of ways, I would argue. And then two, the kinds of men that you were compatible with in Black America, relative minority as well. And it's not easy for minorities to just link up in that way. It's
it's not easy, but
the
what if
two.
life is easy?
Wait.
Well, nothing is easy in that sense, but I'm just saying that there's a numbers thing. There's a sort of hit or miss kind of thing where you're going to have a lot
Dirty,
more
he's on
misses
another
than
panel.
hits, and things don't always work out in that way. But I've never acknowledged that there are, women who are of substance. I mean, there are a lot of married women. Look, I was talking about Virgo before, and I always say, listen, Virgo seems like a fine, respectable married woman. I got nothing really bad to say about her in that regard. There are always a bunch of women out there that are worthy.
That's
The problem is,
come on, Hood. Like, please.
yeah, but you guys are over here and on a small channel acting like your 1% is the 99. Like, that's not gonna sell, bro.
It's not gonna be
Yo, the thing about these so-called good women, they expect good men.
with not being the majority. And I think when you focus on the majority, you kind of overlook, the Porsches, the Kimmy Cakes.
No.
Are you serious?
No.
Is he serious right now?
It's not on anybody
You're
doing
supposed to deny any kind of pattern
to
recognition.
see or not see a Porsche or a Kimmy K, because it's not about these individual women. It's about the fact that they are an extreme minority across the board.
No,
If you can acknowledge that,
Well, they're supposed to
right?
take out like
So
a
when
sword
you're
in their
dealing in the
thumb.
majority, the average guy is an
Okay,
average guy. He has an average experience.
dispel, you're fucked up. Okay, it is.
Here we go. We were doing so well.
Yep, and here
All
I
right.
am.
So listen, I want to tell my audience. I want to tell my audience. Put your helmets on. Everybody, put your helmets on.
You know what?
I got mine on.
How about you put your helmet on? I'm sorry to beat you about the head and shoulders, but the bottom line is it's the opposite. The majority of black
See,
women.
and there we go.
Wait.
I'm back,
No,
Colors.
let me finish, please. I just got here.
All right, go ahead.
I think
Please don't yell at her.
Go ahead.
I will not
Colors.
tolerate you yelling at this young lady like this, Stanley.
No, I'm talking to you. You're the young lady I'm talking to.
I just need you. You just behave yourself. You don't talk to this girl like that.
I'm going to give
Everyone
you,
noticed how
young man,
Stanley got balls when
You can talk to me however you want, but that's a female.
Stanley
I'm not
didn't
gonna
have
tolerate
the
that
balls before
disrespectfully.
that. Pay
You know what?
attention.
I know you're getting amusement out of this, but here's the deal. You, young man, are the minority. Most black
Yes,
people are
Carmen, this
smarter
is
than you
live.
are. Most black men are manlier than you are. What you
And
need
that's a
to
compliment, sir?
understand is the women we're talking about are not a minority. They're the majority. It is you, sir,
Man, this dude is so full
that
of
have
shit.
lived
He don't
in
know.
a minority
He's out of touch.
population in the hood or wherever it is you grew up. I told you what was normal. It is up to you to create your own normal. But when I say I grew up,
create my own normal.
motherfucker,
Man,
you are
see, this is
literally gonna
goofy.
interrupt me when I'm
Hey, Stanley, that's all good and everything.
Y'all
Stanley,
have the
hey, yo,
magic spell. What do you? How do I create my own normal?
I'm sorry.
Hey, Stanley.
that
Hey,
you
y'all. That
black
sounds good and everything,
people, and
Stanley.
I
But how many
describe
rights do you see?
normal black people to you, but
Don't talk about my butt, Stanley.
you and your witch's coven on your channel are
Stanley,
literally
how many likes do you see?
girls crying because you can't be normal and you can't find normal women.
So
Yeah, that's all good and all, Stanley. But how many likes do you
Really
see?
disturbing.
Draw that.
It is
Draw a map.
really, it is
You want to
quite
know what's ironic
disturbing
is that
to
most of us are
normal,
married with
upstanding black
families.
people.
These
Hey,
guys
hey,
think
Y'all
that
act
because
like
we
black
talk
people
about
are
the
all
issues,
fucked
that
up.
means that we're not
It is disturbing.
capable of being married with families. That's how out of
Can you
touch
draw a
these
map to
guys
the
are.
normal women?
You know
look,
what?
I'm not married
Like
or
a
whatever, but I'm
Candyland map.
very,
I'm
very
going to
charming.
draw a
You know what I'm
map.
saying?
Draw like a
So,
Candyland map, just to
You know
make a
what?
nice little
You know what?
chart.
I am so
just
sorry.
I'm not gonna
I'm
say
so
that it's
sorry. The
I'm not gonna say that it's
Candyland map.
easy. It's not easy, but they're definitely out there. Now I don't agree with Stanley. I do think if you're looking specifically for black women, you're gonna have to sift through, you're gonna have to sift through some stuff. But
Well, unfortunately,
at least he's being
Well,
honest.
thank
He's
you for
not being
tossing me a
honest.
bone.
He's
Appreciate
not
that.
being honest.
You
All
know
y'all
what?
niggas, no, he's not.
What's the problem
You're
here
bro.
is that there is a denial of
HB
objective
you feel better
reality.
now.
Holy
that's
shit,
the
this nigga came
problem.
in at 11 and a half. What's good, True?
What's
But
going
I
on?
think
This is
I
the
think no,
problem
I
here.
think
No,
hood
no,
service,
no, no. I'm tired. I'm
hood
tired.
service.
No,
Hold
no.
on,
Y'all keep beating people over the head with the.
hold on. Conservative. I think the
This
thing
silly
is though.
motherfucker doesn't understand who he's dealing with. Hood, who are you bringing
Okay, cool,
up
cool,
here?
cool.
No,
Wait,
no.
wait, wait, wait,
Listen.
wait, wait,
I
wait.
think the thing though is this is like the caveat. I feel like when you put your energy so much into focusing on the negative, that's really all you're gonna come across.
No, no, no.
Let me
Okay, am I
let me let that.
focusing on the negative or am I
Yes,
focusing on the majority?
yes,
Wait, no,
yes.
no. Both, both,
Both.
Yeah,
both,
yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Is it the negative or the
Don't tell
majority?
me
You're
to
saying
hold
yes.
both,
on.
both,
Do you
both.
want me to trounce you again like I did
Is it the
earlier?
negative
The
or the
first thing
majority?
here,
Zoom
motherfucker, is
things
you
can be
need to
Right.
stop
deceptive.
saying things like,
Oh
I know
gosh, this
y'all,
gay
y'all,
day.
you have
This
a
is gay
weird,
day.
shrewd way of speaking
All right,
when
time
you're
out, time
trying
out.
to be overly aggressive and you say these things,
No,
but you don't
motherfucker,
have
you're in
enough
my
bass in
house
your
now.
voice to
You're
be able
being
to
the
say
Wait, wait,
these
wait,
type of
wait, wait,
things
over-aggressive.
wait,
like
wait,
that.
Wait,
wait.
wait,
You
wait,
don't
wait,
have
wait,
enough
wait, wait,
Stanley,
bass
wait,
Stanley,
wait,
in
wait.
Hey, hold
your
on, guys.
voice
One
and
at a
your
time, man.
face
One at a
for
time.
you to be saying
Yeah,
things
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
All right, he's angry. Go ahead, Kimmy. Go ahead.
And one at a
I
time.
think they both have a point. I think to Stanley's point,
Oh, they're
just
gonna both have a
on
point. Shit.
surface, there are a lot of decent Black women who are well educated, have good jobs, homeowners, like on paper are good, but then when it comes down to like people that you can actually relate to, the numbers start to go down. It starts to get less. It decreases in terms of relatability. And if you can't really tolerate being around someone, there's no way
You
you
know,
can.
Wait, 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 wait.
Go ahead,
it
Stanley.
is the weirdest thing. The
No, what,
people who
wait,
want
wait,
to
wait.
talk about black people should do
Dirty.
this,
This is a
black
live panel
people
that
should
Hood's on.
be that.
Oh, god
They're
damn
the
it.
most disgusting.
I had some shit. Like, what the fuck is they talking about?
It amazes me.
Go in that panel
I was gonna
and do
say,
your
go over
thing,
there and
man.
hit the link, Dirty. Go hit the link.
I hit the link. I ended up here. Goddamn
No,
communist motherfucker.
Go hit
not
their
this
link.
link. Go to their link on their channel.
I'm thinking about Hood Conservative and whoever his little bitchy friend is in the back.
Oh, here we go. Here we
I
go.
am a black liberal, and
He's talking
I
about
grew up
truism.
normal,
He's talking about
and
truism.
I'm less fucked up than you are. Hood
Hey,
Conservative.
yo, who channel? Is it on John Gall's channel right now?
I think
Yes.
so. I think so.
Yeah.
You call a grown man a bitch, and then you
A
just
what?
keep talking like you ain't.
You are a part of the
Wow.
majority.
Oh
You're not.
no,
You're
I
not.
am part of the
Yo, Dirty,
majority.
go over
I
there and hit the
literally
link, bro.
grew up
Hey,
in a
but this is John
neighborhood
Gall's
with people
channel,
like
and
me.
he talking about this is my house. What kind of shit is that?
Doesn't mean
Yeah,
majority. That just
they
means
let
your
him
life.
run it
Your
like it's
life
Okay,
is
his
not
you
thing.
know what?
reflective of everything.
Well,
Wow.
I thank God. I thank God I did not raise my son to
Can I
be a
ask you a question?
negative Nelly like
Hey,
you.
Stanley, can I ask you a question? And I think there could be some generational issues here. And so here's the question that I probably have for you. So that neighborhood that you grew up in, how is it now?
Not as good as it was back then, but it's still the same
See,
neighborhood.
John is
Thank
trying to
God we
get to the
still
heart
live
of it, and
there.
he
Right. And
understands.
so I think that's what kind of where we
It's
are.
not hood. You can walk around at night,
Right. And
like
I
I
guess
did when I was a
right.
kid.
And I guess
Stanley does not. Stanley's a
I think
liberal.
just
He
Hold
doesn't
on, John.
accept
Do you still
any
leave your mic out,
points that's
Stanley?
not his.
Oh,
We had that conversation. Literally, what did I say before, Hood Conservative? I could leave my bike in the same old driveway in the house.
He also said during Hood's
My
conversation that
fix it up.
he may not be
motherfucker,
able to do
don't
that as much
interrupt me
now.
when I'm
Fix up
talking.
you can't say things like that with that same kind of inflection, with that kind of list. I need you to put
situation.
You don't need me to do shit. I need you to do is listen to me, and as slow as I go, motherfucker, let me land. Yes, I can leave a bike in the driveway we have had for damn near 50
Yo, I know
years.
this nigga was a fucking
And
this nigga got Frederick Douglass,
maybe
so I'm fucking
there's an
telling him.
80% chance it'll be there in the morning versus a 99% chance, but it'll
Wait. So
probably be
there's an
there early.
80% chance. So there's
Stanley,
20%
I
that
don't
the bike's
know
gonna be
who your
going
little
now.
blue friend is here, but he's annoying me.
Stanley, I think I'm trying to progress the argument a little bit because it seemed like
Fuck
y'all.
the argument.
I feel like
Right,
a
I
victim of
Yes,
racism.
we're having the same argument,
Right.
Hood and I, about bicycles and driveways that we had 2 hours ago.
Hood
Right.
just
And
We
redlined me
get
like a
back
white
on
supremacist,
old
bro.
ground. and it's
Bro.
annoying.
And I think part of it, Stanley, honestly, is a generational divide, kind of like
You know what? I think it's an attitudinal divide.
you know, that could be part of the
Here we go.
generational divide as well.
Motherfucker, if you think like a winner, you'll be a winner.
Well,
Man, here
I
we
don't
go. Here we
disagree
go,
with that as
man.
well. But as you said, you know, the neighborhood has degraded a bit. That's fine.
I get so 80% my bike will be there versus 99. It's 2024.
Right, and you were probably already in a pretty solidified neighborhood. Some of the people that are probably on the margins that that have never experienced being able to put a bike outside and it be there the next day. There are a lot of
John, if you go and you look statistically, most black people are not below the poverty line. Most black people don't live in the inner city.
Okay.
I'm not arguing
what these motherfuckers.
Yeah, but even in the
are acting
suburbs,
like,
it's changed.
The hood experience is not the normal black
But
experience.
if that's the case, then how come all the bitches who got good reads
statistically
can't get find a
I
read
think
man?
most black people live, in a denser.
Okay, I'm going.
Yo, real quick, I'm back for a second. Mic check. You hear me?
Yo, hood. This is absolutely ridiculous, man. Like, look, John Galt gets the point, right? And he's trying to like lay it out, and he's just in denial on his own channel. And like the thing I always find funny is he's doing that Rick James like stomping on Eddie Murphy's like couch with the muddy boots. This ain't your shit.
Nah, like John Galt, he gets the point, but he doesn't want to like go against like what people like the bullshit people are talking about.
No, it's not people.
He's trying to be polite. He's trying to be polite. That's
not.
it.
Yeah,
that's his
No. I am amongst the boomers at a daily basis, which somehow I got high stress, high blood pressure now. I never had blood pressure my whole life. Hung around boomers, them to die. All right, check this out. What he's doing is what you're saying does not compete. Remember, Danger Will Robinson.
Yeah. But John knows because John has been a landlord in like Section 8. You know what I'm saying? Areas.
No, I swear
he
to God.
He talks about the niggas.
No, I swear to God, John don't know. I swear to God. I put that on my dead mama.
No. I'm not saying all the ins and outs. I'm saying the attitudes. The attitudes of niggas. He knows.
No, fuck he don't. But I ain't talking about that. Look, once John has a belief, you can't knock belief. You can't kick a person off their belief if they're a true devout believer, right? John believes, even though he knows that 80% of black men, not even bums, he still thinks he's the only good man. John thinks that everybody else is dumb. Every other
you're wrong about that, Dirty. I think you're just talking dirty. I'm telling you, Dirty. Hold on, Dirty. See, this is the problem. I get you think you got it, but you don't, right?
Shut the fuck up, you dumbass New York niggas.
I've been over there on that channel, right? I've been over there on that channel listening to John for a year. John gets it, bro. You should listen to. No, trust me, he gets it.
As a matter of fact, he ridicules people that don't get it and think they know it, like the liberal type.
John gets it. All that spazzing out you doing, Dirty. Calm down, bro.
Real quick. I kind of got them turning all against Stanley at the moment right now. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm not even turning on Stan.
Oh, really?
You don't know I'm taking up for Stan. Stan don't get it. You think he get it? He get it when it's you. He know what's wrong for you.
No, we know Stanley don't get it. We're talking about John trying to get Stanley to cross a bridge. That's all
we're talking about. The 4 light, 5 light things. Are you talking about the 4 and 5 light things?
I wasn't talking about that. Yo, John, look, John can't look, bro. I talked to my dad 3 times the last 2 weeks. We talked 3 times. He told me he woke up at 6 a.m. The house was 56 degrees. I said, "Where's the batteries I bought you?" I bought him, some rechargeable batteries just for his thermostat. I don't know. Somebody took the batteries. Nigga, you the only one there. All right, cool. You need to get some batteries. Does he get batteries? Yes. From the dollar store. They go out in 2 days. I'm cold again. Because you need some better batteries. That's why I got you rechargeable batteries. Because you need constant batteries for your thermostat. Get some batteries. You wake up the next day, 58 degrees. Does he get batteries? No. He calls a HVAC dude to put a thermostat in his house. I said, yo, Pop, what's going on? You get the battery? She said, I got a new thermostat. I said, does a new thermostat take batteries? He said, yeah. I said, so your still original problem was you need
It was batteries.
Yo,
Yeah,
that's silly though, and John talks about
Oh, I'm
those on his
gonna bring it. I
channel.
gotta
that's
I
an
gotta bring
audio
up. I'm
problem.
gonna bring the stream back up. Hold on. We gotta bring the audio back.
I
Like
think
for
it's
example, Stanley said that the whole world should not be
You got
be
that
viewed
for
through
it,
my
Hood.
UFC lens, and you're right. But I want you to know that that's not the lens I'm viewing the situation. Like,
Well, you've
there's
actually
extensive
traveled more than I have, so
hold
I
on,
am being a
put
little.
traveling out the window. There's extensive studies on why parents are not involved in school and how can we increase parent involvement. Because if parent involvement is increased, children tend to do better. They achieve more. They feel more confident. They graduate. They graduate at higher rates. But how can we get parents more involved? And every single school in this country, when they set out to involve parents, the parents that are involved are typically for the students that are doing extremely well anyway. The one that hasn't, the students that are failing, the students that we don't see because they don't come in, we don't even know how to get their parents to participate. I had to literally threaten a woman the other day to get her child to come in. 2 years of school, and her child only has in New York high schools. You need 44 credits to graduate. Her child has been in school 2 years and has 2 credits because she comes to school and hangs out in the hallways. And we put in every possible intervention to crack down on that, but we can't literally grab them by the hand and make them sit in the seat in the classroom. So at some
What
point, the
kind of
parent,
threats can you offer a woman like that?
well, I pretty much told her child's approaching 17, and in the state of New York, at 17 she can legally sign herself out of school, and there's nothing any one of us adults can do about it. And at that point, she's your problem because now you have a child with an 8th grade education having to navigate the world, which means you're going to be supporting her.
Yeah, you know, the more and more.
I
I'm
thought it
sorry
was
to interrupt you,
16.
Kim, but the more and more I think about it, Stanley, honestly, I think in your generation, the government may not have been as involved as it is now. I'm just looking for strings here. And I think that.
Well, when I grew up, there was affirmative action.
No, I'm talking about within your household, the way it is
What does
now.
affirmative action have to do with
Your
that?
daily life.
It's
Let
Stanley.
this nigga.
It's
Niggas just
Stanley,
That
man.
may be part of the
It's
problem.
Stanley.
The government. Grown.
Okay, I'm confused. The government has never been involved in anybody's house.
Oh wow!
I think from the
Okay,
standpoint.
Kim, I don't buy that concern.
Hey, see, Dirty. This is a difference.
Wow. The government never been in your house.
I mean,
Wow.
there's been public schools forever.
No, what I'm saying is, as an example, I had one
Dirty. You
of
figured
my
out the
business
difference between
partners.
John and Stanley? They're two
She talked
different
about
people.
how, like, if a child is coming to school as a
Want to smoke
boy,
weed?
they
I
change
don't know.
girl clothing, and involve the parents because the school and the government had told her you can't inform the parent. I don't think those type of things would have flown in your day, but today, and that's just an example where the government reach has
Now watch Stanley
gotten down
reject
into
it.
how people raise their children, and the teachers can't even intervene, even if there's a problem. Because I asked my friend, I said, "What if the child is having problems in school? Can you tell the parent that the child is cross-dressing?" He said, "No, I can't tell them. I'll lose my job." And I
I
think
want to raise the question. I want to raise the question that I was asking to my audience earlier before I got over here with you guys again. And there's a question that I got into a little Twitter argument because I even have I have female friends on Twitter, Stanley, too. Girls actually like me, motherfucker. But anyway, I was getting into an argument with this female friend on Twitter. And I know, right? It's amazing. But I was getting into this argument with this girl on Twitter, and it was about the same thing we were talking about, like a man slapping a woman or something. And I asked the question: how does one hold a woman accountable? Because, like, I think Kimmy ran into a sort of version of that problem, and I think it's a major problem. And it's not even just a black thing. I think it's a cultural problem, like for America, for the West. Like, but how do you hold a woman accountable? To this day, I haven't really cracked that code.
If I could just chime in on that.
What do you even mean?
Wait, hold on, Stanley. Not only did I have to threaten the woman with her child dropping out of school, I also had to let her know because it's been 2 years of that behavior, I'm at the point of having to call child welfare for educational neglect, which is what John said, getting the government involved.
So the same government that freed the women is the government that I have to go to hold the woman accountable. Nice.
Man, go. Shout out to
I
Hood.
love.
Stanley, yeah, you were saying something, Stanley.
Okay, the same government that, man, y'all, this conservative tripe, and you're not even.
Does it
You're not,
have to be conservative and not something that somebody just notices?
okay. You know what? Luckily for you, I'm kind of tired, and
I don't think you really are as threatening as you like to think you are, buddy boy. Without that mute button, you really ain't really got nothing for me, son. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. You don't.
This fucking fool. Is this your first time on
Stanley
the panel,
mad.
son?
He mad.
No.
Hey, but it's the truth though. It's the truth. He ain't got nothing for him without that mute button.
So you can't speak for him, Hood.
I was actually going to come to. I actually was going to actually ask a question. Actually, so I'm sorry, sir, but when you cannot say that.
Hey, look at that, man. Look at that.
Wow. By the power of
He
Grayskull.
acts like he has confidence. Can he argue?
He acts like he has confidence.
No, like see, this is goofy, man. Like
Stanley, you have to be willing to find out. I can't hold your hand.
don't really give a fuck.
He sound like a straight up bitter broad that is worth the argument, bro. You can't take this nigga serious.
No, but he does this all the time. He does it with SKC all the time.
Yeah, he's
one of those ignorant motherfuckers.
because he's a woman.
Yeah, I would blank out. I can't tell.
If I have counters, if I can argue something, you're not even letting me put out my point because the first time I say
Motherfucker, your point probably not worth considering. Oh, you know what?
Probably not worth considering.
You know what, Hood? This is so interesting. Now I believe you. Most motherfuckers are from the hood and don't even know how to speak properly.
See, that's not the point that anybody was making.
With their fake attempts of trying to be an alpha male, I understand that.
Alpha male.
I'm glad he got that one off. I'm glad he got that one off, though.
Why is he talking about alpha males? Is he supposed to be an alpha male?
He was calling you the big dog, Stanley.
Oh, Andre over there. Let's see what
Thought
happens.
about being an alpha male or big dog or anything. Can this
You never thought about being an alpha male?
I'll throw the joke around every now and
Yo,
again.
man, he just sound like this. He said, man, you want to party with me?
Smart or you're dumb. Is
Hey,
he
Stanley, you gotta
smart?
come in on the screen.
Is he smart or dumb?
Hey, Stanley, you gotta come in on the screen. You wanna?
Oh, fuck the comment. I'm in
See,
my
see,
bag
see,
right
man.
now.
Like, I'm sorry, man. I gotta kick you off my shit, man. Like, if you want to sit
Don't
up here and
care.
disrespect me on my
Is
shit,
is this truism the Storm C?
Yeah, we got Andre up here right now. It's Andre's 20.
What's up, Andre? How you doing?
Hi,
I'm doing all right.
Oh, y'all niggas trying to come over here and flirt with Kimmy? Oh, y'all niggas is scandalous. I see how y'all roll.
Do you know truism?
I've heard him.
Okay, well, let's let him back up. I don't give a fuck about alpha males. Those are just labels. You're either smart or you're not.
Once Stanley is challenged, he wants to get rid of you. He's a leftist. He's a leftist female.
I actually was going to put forth just a thought. Just a
How
thought,
does this
actually.
fucking volume keep changing?
Why do you keep changing it? It's supposed to be at 100. You can't even handle it.
Oh,
at 100?
motherfucker, I put you down to low.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to stay at the low.
Ask your question. I'm bored.
that's hilarious. That's hilarious, man.
What if all of the ills that you say that the quote unquote conservatives talk about in the quote unquote black community is not really dysfunction at all? What if it's meant to work that way?
You know what? You sound like an actor. You like to talk for effect and talk all proper and actory.
I noticed that you
are a
proper
actor.
acting. Actory.
Don't waste my time,
Hey, isn't this a guy claiming to be smart?
You guys
He uses
realize
words.
We ask
you guys realize this is the only source of power Stanley has ever had. He's
came
never
up
had any
here
power in
to
his life.
argue.
This is it.
You
Oh,
came
so he
up.
school president,
Feminism
huh?
got you, son. Feminism got you.
Feel.
Oh, look. See, he's acting like a fucking female.
I
Why
understand
do you have
it
to be
makes
all
you
dramatic?
feel a certain way. But I
Man,
asked
that
want
game
to
control
address the question
is a
that I
mother right
asked.
there.
You didn't ask a good question. There are such things as bad questions, and you ask one.
So me
There's
asking
no
this
such
question,
thing as
if
no
it's
bad
not
question. Where does this come from? Who's this jag off Stanley come from?
Up here to waste my time. Oh, look at him. Oh, look at him acting like a girl. Is he one of yours?
Ooh. It don't take long. It doesn't take long at all.
How about just ask a question?
I don't own this Negro, sir.
It doesn't take long.
Negro. He want him emancipated Negro,
So
sir.
sad. Be a man and ask your question.
I just got through answering the question. Can you deal with the question that was laid before you? I'm sorry, sir, but when you keep trying to say it like that, I can't take.
Can he just Hood? Can you ask your boy to just re-ask the question?
Wow, they muted. What's the name, man? He a whole boy.
Didn't he just dismiss the question without even hearing it?
Yeah. Speak to Stanley. You guys got to work out some kind of.
I literally just asked the question. So, okay, maybe I will ask it again, and I'll dumb it down a little bit for you. What if niggas supposed to act the way they act? That better for you?
Well, let me give you a response. They act like you.
I don't think they do.
Oh, I just heard.
No, I don't think. No, sir. No, they don't.
Oh,
I know. I see. Your teeth are starting to grind. I hear it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let me crack open another beer while
you got hate in your blood.
Yeah, keep going. Go ahead and run. Go ahead and run. Go ahead.
Twirl.
Go ahead and run. You still didn't answer the question I gave.
I literally
and I gave you just gave me. They act like you, like, oh, I'm rubber and you're glue. Whatever you say to me bounces off of me and sticks right back to you. Nice and elementary.
I said the boys are the oldest thing that just walk around America.
Come from?
Tourism and Stanley, because y'all are going back and forth. I understand that.
Oh,
but,
no, we're not
Stanley,
going back and forth.
Well,
I'm trying to be patient.
I do appreciate the condescension to try to be patient with one such as myself, IR Baboon.
Who are you? Who the fuck are you, actually? All theatrical and shit.
Okay, y'all ain't going back and forth. Okay,
Oh,
no. Andre, I don't do back and forth. If I get bored,
of course you don't. Would you like to get on other people's panel and just get and with the most effeminate and effete voice possible, try to rap the hard R when you say motherfucker?
Like I don't know about all of that. Y'all can
nah.
But
American man, come get
Yo,
your boy.
who's that grown ass nigga that's talk like that?
quickly because y'all are doing.
Hey, I don't think it is Snowman. I think there's been a couple
Stanley,
before.
Whatever beer you just cracked wasn't a Bud Light. That's all I'm gonna
It
say.
was a Bud Light, damn it.
Okay.
We established that earlier. Stanley only drinks Bud Light straight from the tap.
Oof.
I get it
You know
now.
what?
Okay,
I
all right.
poured it in Dylan Mulvaney's slipper, and I'm drinking it out.
Gross.
Oh, okay. You're drinking Bud Light. It's okay. All right.
What the
Lemonade,
fuck?
American man.
That shit sounded gay.
I'm sorry, man. Hey, Dirty, you might need to go over there, man. You might need to go over there, man.
You know what?
Tune them up.
Y'all rich people drink rich people beer and leave me alone.
Bud Light is not rich people
Rich
beer.
people do drink gay beer. I've
Man,
noticed that.
I don't even drink it when I was alcoholic.
Sexual
You notice how
libations.
Come on now.
Notice how Stanley keeps calling my name.
Bad business. I don't drink
I feel like
anyway.
Stanley
that's getting petty
admires me
now. We're talking about
greatly.
the types of beers. That's just petty. I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
these
yeah.
people
We're
drink
petty
like
over here,
Belgian
Kimmy.
beer, like that
We're petty
fancy
over
I
here,
mean,
stuff.
Kimmy.
Belgian beer is like
Yeah, I
similar to
never.
Kimmy, no,
Bud
it's
Light.
not. That's not fair. It's only petty when I get petty. That's terrible. But I'm glad that you expect better of me. I'm gonna try to be better just for
Look.
you.
You guys
Oh,
see
I
I
Stanley
can't.
can't.
I
dropped the
never
Have a
link for
really.
me? Oh,
conversation, but just
you guys not
saying
in the
something to
chat.
just
He
kind of like
dropped the link for me in the
hurt
I
chat
somebody's
seen
and put
I
my
seen
feelings.
it. I'm
name
in the
to it.
chat. I'm in the chat. Go over there.
I never really understood the appeal of beer because basically what it is just wheat water.
Hey,
And
what
why
he
would you
got
have to
wrong with
force
you,
yourself that you can drink something
American
like
man?
that?
Wait.
Oh wow.
Just real quick. There's a real reason why I brought up the Bud Light thing because Bud Light is actually the gayest beer in the world. It literally is.
Oof. Wow.
No, I thought
It
Pabst
actually is
Blue
the
Ribbon
hottest beer in
was.
the world. It literally is.
I'm
The reason
great. Come
why
on now.
And
See, I
that's not
wasn't trying to
even the
throw a shot.
conservative. That's not the conservative asshole. That's like your buddy over there trying to tell you. He's trying to pull you
Exactly. I
back
wasn't
off
even
the
trying to throw
edge, bro.
shots. I'm just saying in general, it's kind of a stupid habit
You
to
know what?
acquire. But then again, you young gentlemen.
Well, no,
You young gentleman. Oh, boys. He sound like Alicia, like, oh, boys.
Beer, is it brewed?
Stanley.
Honestly, Andre,
This is
is
why
it,
you have
is
a
it
circle of
brewed?
male friends, Stanley. Stanley,
How
friends
could
don't let
beer
friends
be gay?
drink gay beer, Stanley. That's
How
why you need
could
bros.
beer be gay?
Stanley,
Is it
Stanley,
something in
like,
the brewing process?
Stanley, please let me finish on this because the reason why I say it's the
Hey, yo,
gayest
I
beer
ain't
in the
gonna
world
lie. I'm
is
looking at
there
Kimmy
was
Cake
like
for a little
there was like
thumb
a
that she
brand
got
that
some
was
look for her,
advertising
y'all. But
Bud
she a
Light at
bubblehead,
like
yo.
full
Okay?
price.
He knows that. Stop that. He knows that because
Yeah,
he
he did
literally
that.
said he drank it out of Dylan
Yeah,
Mulvaney's slipper, and now you're
yeah,
asking us why it's
Nah,
gay.
bro.
You know
yeah.
it's
That's
gay, and we won't allow
Kimmy
it.
Cakes
I'm
is
just not. I
yeah.
don't
legit,
He
fucking
y'all.
have to
yeah.
explain
He
why
already
it's
covered
gay.
that
Stop
already.
drinking gay beer, bro.
He already
You're
covered
hurting
that
us,
already, bro.
Stanley.
Yeah,
You're hurting us, Stanley. Do you know your gay beer is hurting us?
how? Oof, oof.
Jesus Christ.
Man.
You know what, Clue? I whiskey.
Yeah,
You
you
mean
got
bourbon?
another one, Stanley.
Bourbon. I bet that motherfucker drink scotch. Scotch?
Well,
No, that nigga drink
Stanley,
Sky
you gotta
vodka.
explain
That's
why
what
you're
that
not
nigga
drinking
drink.
Bud Light right now if you already knew this.
No,
Because
that
I
nigga
don't
drink
feel like going
Amsterdam.
all the fucking way. Like the nearest liquor store is fucking like
Oh man, you making excuses.
30
Yo,
minutes
that nigga
away.
drink
Man,
Amsterdam.
you can get liquor on DoorDash now, man. That's an excuse.
You can drink Pabst Blue
Well, it's time
Ribbon.
to be alive. You can
You
get
could
your
drink some
food,
good
your
old
groceries,
fashioned
your
white boy
groceries
beer. You
delivered
can
to your
drink
door.
Bud
I
Light.
guess. I never thought Pabst Blue Ribbon. I used to drink that when I was a kid.
Ah, see.
White
Look, I
Sox,
know you,
White
Stanley.
Sox, Rednecks, and
See,
Blue
I said
Ribbon
it.
beer.
Did I say?
Remember
Did I
that
just
song?
say that, yo?
I know you, Stanley.
Oof.
Hey,
American man, how you
I
doing,
feel like
son?
we just saved a life. Now when you go in the store and you're reaching for the Bud Light, you're gonna hear gay beer in your head from now on. We did that
You
for
know
you, and
what?
you don't have
I
to
hope
thank
not.
us.
I
You don't have to thank us.
Man.
Now, see, the problem is it's gonna be in your voice.
Let me say what's up to Kimmy Cakes real quick. Let me just jump in and say what's up, Kimmy. Kimmy, how are you? It's been a while. How have you been?
American man, why you simping?
It has been a
Oof.
while. I'm doing
Damn.
good. How are you?
I'm well. Andre, I know the young lady. We're all from
Exactly.
Brooklyn. Her, Hood, and Kimmy. So it's okay. It's not simping. I'm just saying hi to the young lady. It's fine.
It's a Brooklyn thing.
Like
There
B.I.G.
you
said,
go.
it's a Brooklyn thing, huh?
I was totally stepping for Kimmy, but y'all can yell at me about that later.
Wow. Yeah.
Stanley, I hear you keep calling my name, sir. You summoned me. I am here. The Rain Man is here. Yes, sir.
Well, I like that you come when you're summoned.
And make sure when you say it, with some bass in your motherfucking face, bro. That's not gangster. I need you to do that, bro. I need you to bass it up, brother.
Oh, this is
Bass it
hilarious,
up.
man.
Bass it up, brother.
I
Bass
say
it
it.
up.
Yeah, I'll smoke out.
You pussy.
Man, see, that's hilarious, man. He keeps on getting them with the one-liners, man.
Base it up, bro.
No, motherfucker. On my panel, on my panel, I talk.
Hey, River, hey, that's the name of the show right there. Everybody,
I love it. I love it.
yeah, River, hey, comment though.
All the way up.
Talk that talk.
Everybody shit talking Stanley. That's a show right
Yeah,
there.
that's exactly what the fuck I like, baby. I like when motherfuckers get motherfucking active.
Y'all bring clowns with you.
Stanley, you summoned me a few times, sir. What is it that you need?
Well, I just wanted to say, hey, we hadn't talked in a while.
Oh, that's what it is. While he's drinking his Bud Light.
What's up? Listen,
So how you been? How's the world treating you?
World's treating me great. Incel life is good, because that's what's said of me. Even though anyway, oh man, listen, everything's good. I living my life, taking care of my family, making sure the children are good, making sure the woman is good, making sure everybody's great. That's how life goes.
Well, Stanley, this is like what happens.
That's fantastic.
Bud Light. Yeah, like Stanley, this is what happens when you drink Bud Light. You start saying stuff that sounds awful gay. Like I'm not sure. Yeah, this is a weird conversation that's happening, but it sounds pretty gay. But y'all got it.
The most interesting thing is it's the most masculine motherfuckers who talk the most about gay.
You're the one drinking Bud Light.
Truism, the storm clown. Is that what he's called?
Oh,
Storm Crow.
I'm just saying, you're the one drinking Bud Light. Literally the gayest beer in the world.
And I think it's affecting your voice, your vocal cords a little bit, brother. A little bit too much testosterone.
You came all the way up to this panel to tell me I'm drinking gay beer? How gay is that?
Hell yes.
How gay is that? Thank you for telling me.
Well, I didn't come up here for that, but
oh, you must have. That's all you've been talking about.
Well, I literally asked
that's all. Literally, that is
Bud Light.
all you have talked about is the brand of beer that I'm drinking.
Yeah, it is literally the
it
beer
is,
in the world.
and I haven't called you. I haven't insinuated anything about your masculinity, but I probably should.
What Stanley?
You can't live it down, Andre. Stop trying to play it off.
Wait, Stanley, can American man talk, please?
Go ahead, American man.
Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you.
You need a woman.
Hey, tell Andre that's what you get for simping.
A beautiful woman is always welcome. I know you.
You know what?
You may not get many beautiful women, Stanley. I get it. You may not get many beautiful women that want to hear you because they understand.
Here it comes.
Hold on, because they understand talking to you is like talking to a girlfriend. So they want to
wait, what?
They want to hear and speak. It's okay, Stanley.
Damn, man.
It's okay. It's okay, Stanley. It's fine. Again, all I asked, right? I came up here to ask Stanley. You continue to summon me. Why is it that
I summoned you to say hello, to ask you how you're doing? Sounds like you're doing great.
Seek my creator. No, I don't think he's gonna become a man today.
Did you think that my life ended if I didn't?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Did you think that my life ended if I did not talk to you?
Now
Stanley?
look at you. You want to overstay.
I asked you a question.
I know
Stanley.
you're doing well. I know
your panties are in the bunch. Come on, come on, Stanley. Take them out.
Look at it. He called the man to try to fight with the man, and then didn't like the way he's like, poking at him. Pause.
Well, now that you've invited me,
all of a sudden you're still here.
What happened, Kimmy?
But American Man is a part. I said American Man is a part of our online community. So why can't
Kimmy?
He can stay, he can leave, but what he will not do is keep saying I summoned him. I summoned you.
Stanley,
okay.
You did summon
bro, you did. It's in the chat. You dropped the link and you added him, bro.
You dropped the link and added him.
American Man. I'm not summoning you anymore. You can leave at any time.
No,
Stay.
I'm here
No,
now.
look at him. I
I've
cannot
gotten my
get
car
it.
and driven all the way here. I want you to have a good time.
Okay, what I want you to do is
Is
feel
that
free to
Stan?
stay or go.
Yeah.
Your choice.
Oh wow,
want you
man!
to feel free,
It makes
man.
all the sense now.
Motherfucker,
It makes
you don't
perfect
have
sense.
to want anything from me.
Man, Stanley, it's okay.
No, what I
The
need
beautiful
you
woman
to
has
do
said
is
she wants me and leave.
okay, she's not a woman.
Here regularly,
She's not
so
your woman.
you're a little jealous. But
Oof.
it's
Yeah,
okay,
of course.
Stanley. Don't be upset about it. It's fine.
I won't be upset. All I need to do is make sure that you understand you don't have to stay. You don't have to go.
So why invite a person only to ask them 3 questions to want them to leave?
That makes
Stanley,
sense.
someone on the panel plagiarized your name. Literally stole your name.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, man. IR Stanley Cross.
Man,
You
look,
actually
bro.
think that's funny?
Yo,
So the fuck I do.
don't Stanley look like
Now go ahead and drop me again because you know you can't stand to the fucking rain.
It's like a cross
Can
between Don
you
King
stand
and
the
Mr. Glass.
What is that picture? Is that like a Rick and Morty Stanley? Is that Rick Stanley?
No. This is IR Baboon from I Am Weasel.
Oh shit!
And this is exactly what he reminds me of. Right up top, he reminds me of that. So it's a little bit more with too much Bud Light in the tank. So he's not as boisterous as he usually was back in the day. So now he's a little bit more laid back, a little bit more staid. You like that, Stanley?
Good word.
You like that, Stanley? You like that word? Yeah, I know you do. See,
I like that you're trying to impress with
oh, trust me, my friend. My elocution is quite legendary.
Stanley, so since I recently found out you're a lefty and like on one of these previous streams, yes, I'm going to ask you the same question I've been asking people: is your thoughts?
Hey, yo,
on
why
that?
Stanley look like a single mom though in the picture though? I care about the other kids.
You're lefty, so I like to hear like different sides. So
They can't find this person. There's so many cameras around.
well, he's a lefty, so
He's
I want to know like what he thinks about this scenario in general. Stanley, are you there?
He looks like a cross between Don King and Mr.
Stanley,
Glass.
Stanley.
Yeah, bro, I was just
Stanley,
thinking, man,
bro.
I think about Don King, bro. Yeah.
So Stanley,
Yeah, the healthcare CEO.
yeah, the healthcare CEO. Because you're a lefty, I wanted to ask like your thoughts on that. Because I've been asking lefties on this, and like for the most part, it's been they kind of agree that he got deleted. Well, not really agree, but they agree without agreeing, kind of things. How lefties do. So, like, what are your thoughts on like this healthcare CEO?
Hey, shout out to Dennis with the
You
cash
sound
out.
silly.
Appreciate y'all being here. Thanks for supporting me.
Hey, why
What
Stanley
was
look like
silly,
a
bro? I
runaway
don't
kid?
understand.
Ask you your opinion, and you say something.
See,
Wow. Is it silly to want your opinion, wise master?
How many
All right,
fucking
I'll
clowns
take that. I
does
sound
it take to answer a question?
He asked you, so are you the clown?
Well, I the reason why I heavily preface this question is that I was asked.
The answer is when you make murder like a political thing, you sound silly. That's the answer.
How come you couldn't just say that the first time? Like now that's like you
Okay,
pretended it was a silly question.
And why did you have
I'm
to draw me
trying
down
to
that
answer a question and I get SKC level fucking dude. This isn't a radio show.
I don't know, man. I would say SKC would not
look
say
at
that he doesn't.
Clown Boy. Clown Boy keeps making noise when I try and give an answer. It's annoying. Tell Clown Boy to act like an adult.
Well,
I can only do what as I do. As they say, when in Rome, do as the Romans, right?
well, actually, Stanley, like it's not the first time I've had a conversation with you, like up here. I never had the issue. I'm not sure why you dropped me down for that. I was literally
I
wondering
need
if
to see. I like
His feelings, Fifi's got hurt, and he just
look
wanted to
at
overload.
this bitch. I like to think before I speak, so sometimes hearing clowns laugh is a distraction. Now, I am getting annoyed with little clown boy. I'm gonna boot him from the panel if he keeps up this bullshit.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not sure why I got dropped down in the process.
Like I said before, you got caught in the crossfire, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah, like
Them estrogen bullets hit everybody.
Stanley can't take the heat.
Never had this problem, so I'm not sure why. But it is what it is.
You little conservative boys.
But I'm not conservative, sir.
Motherfucker, you're an idiot.
I need you to say it with a little more bass in your.
You know, his voice is becoming very annoying. Hood, do you know him? American man, Andre? Do you know this idiot?
I keep trying to tell you, he is not one of my slaves.
No. Is he a friend?
Well, Hood doesn't
No,
own
motherfucker. How about Hood Conservative? I'm talking specifically to you. Is he?
We're friends now. We're friends now. Yeah. We're friends now.
Hood doesn't
Well, good.
own-
Then you can speak for him.
No, he can't. Like a man should be able to speak for himself.
Not if it keeps getting muted.
Yeah, I don't
down.
want that responsibility. I don't speak for men. That's why I open the panel up and let men speak for themselves. Even when they say crazy shit, we be like, damn, bro, that's wild.
Yeah, exactly. Stanley is finished over
Hey,
there.
Juan, how you doing?
Doing. How are you guys doing?
Good.
How you doing, bro? Good evening.
Juan, what's up?
I'm doing, man. Watching Georgia and Texas relegated UGA to only 9 yards of offense the last quarter.
You watch more Georgia football than I do.
Well, it's the SEC championship. My team's in it.
Is it? You know what? I literally haven't watched Georgia play football in like 30 years.
Yeah, no, this is I watched Texas since I graduated from a UT system school, so they're playing against Georgia for the championship.
Who's winning?
Texas, but right now it's just a battle of field goals. Both defenses are really, really good in the red zone. We'll just put it like that.
Who do you think's going to win?
I'm going to have to go with Georgia. I'm going to have to go with Texas. I'm sorry. Again, I graduated from a UT system school. So.
Well, that's fine. Look, you know what? Like I said, I graduated from college 30 years ago. I don't really care who wins.
Doesn't matter. You're still in the hall, man.
You ain't gonna believe this shit.
Hey, Juan, what's up? How are you?
I'm doing. How are you guys doing?
I'm well. Go ahead, John.
Stanley, did they film School Days at your HBCU?
I didn't go to an HBCU. Did you?
No, sorry.
We know Stanley didn't go to a HBCU.
Man, I just tried to order.
I went to the great University of Georgia.
Stanley is a typical bliggity. Tout pro-black, marry a white woman, and keep pretending he's the typical.
Here we
go.
Y'all are just mean little black girls.
Nah, let's not do Stanley like that. Stanley's cool, man. I fuck with Stanley. Stanley's cool.
Stanley is a typical pro-black. Go ahead.
You know what? I'm not. Should I be anti-black?
Probably.
Well, you know,
do you want black people?
If I can chime in right here, you know, what I will say, Stanley, you know, and I don't know if it was like this in your day, and maybe this is a new phenomenon. Excuse me. But what I have seen over the last 30 years of my lifetime in terms of the civil rights movement, in that it has been kind of like con artists taking over.
Notice how I called it out and Stanley had no defense.
And that people who express the most pro-black, you know, and I'm not saying it's you, but I'm saying that, you know, I think it, you know, for some people, maybe like the hood conservatives of the world, and maybe even me.
All he had was a deflection.
You've seen the civil rights movement being more or less co-opted by the lighter skin, in many cases the mixed race people, you know, all the way up to say Kamala Harris being the vice president. The biggest example would be how Colin Kaepernick really co-opted the racial movement. And one might argue he's not even black at all. And so on and so forth. I think that they have won the racial spoils in the civil rights.
Appreciate you not leaving me out on a cliff by myself. Thank you.
And I think that they,
The civil rights
by
movement
virtue of
wasn't
them
about
winning the
empowering
racial spoils,
anyone but the
I think
bureaucrats in
it
federal
is alienated other
government.
people because they don't have the same struggles. They don't live amongst the people who are having these who are having the issue, who are facing these issues. And I'm not saying that when people are saying
So John Galt, you're saying that like there's basically like a racial divide, and you think that like the light skinned people are the ones that are like the most, like, I guess, are taking precedence.
I think they're the ones that are probably the most adept at monetizing the industry, be it Obama or Kamala or Colin Kaepernick. I don't know if you guys remember when Colin Kaepernick, you know, basically ran off with the spoils of the
Booker T. Washington.
You know, I didn't really, I just
start talking light
John
skin.
Galt,
Light skin.
Sorry, Stanley, I think
Booker
what
T.
he did,
Washington was barely light skinned, wasn't he?
that's correct. That is correct. You know, again,
Okay, then I rest my case.
But I guess what I'm saying is in the current environment where you can separate yourselves while still advocating for the poor people.
Booker
right?
T. Washington was light skinned.
But I think Booker T. Washington.
He's one of your heroes, right?
I mean, you know, Booker T. Washington, again, saying I'm not.
Did you ever notice that Booker T. Washington was light skinned?
I understand.
Did you ever? Your argument holds no merit.
Well, let me finish. But again,
Man,
I'm not trying to.
he was a product of a fucking slave master raping his slave.
When I say argue, I mean literally an argument as
I
sort of format.
But Stanley, in fairness, Booker T. Washington spent his time around black people trying to uplift them. You can
Was
disagree.
he light skinned or not?
He was light skinned, but
okay, I rest my case.
Fast forward to today, where you'll have a Colin Kaepernick.
Today
Obama.
is so much like yesterday.
Well, I think today is different in that you can have the Colin Kaepernicks or the Obamas who can
name
speak
me one very dark leader.
Well, I'm not
of,
giving
last 100 years. Name one who is black. Be black.
Stanley, but
no, your argument holds no merit.
Stanley, but what I'm saying is,
your argument holds no merit
on a very weird argument.
Booker T. Washington
I want to take your
to
line
Colin
of thought.
Kaepernick.
Let me finish
it. Very African-looking, gullah-looking leader on the national stage.
This nigga say gullah looking.
Today or 100 years ago, y'all are being very clownish.
Stanley,
John, you got to get
Stanley, I'm not letting John.
Stanley, let me speak, right? And then,
you know what, Kim?
Because
I just asked a simple question. Name me one very dark skin.
John answered.
Or 1920.
Yeah.
I asked a question. I would like it.
You have
John Galt.
John, about 100 of y'all motherfuckers will make the same dumb argument. Reinforce stupidity is what you're doing.
You're lit off that gay beer.
Yeah, one shake your little head.
John Galt of the John Galt channel.
Oh, motherfucker, this is Stanley Cross on John Galt's channel talking to American Man. Let John answer.
But
Name me
Stanley,
one.
Hey, look, I would drop the fuck out of here, man. It'd be a while for you to be on my damn shit,
Motherfucker,
talking shit.
you'll go too, Juan.
Hey, yo,
I
man,
mean,
why
you
you
sit
start
there and be like
Pray tell from that show
Stanley,
though,
don't
man?
kill
the
everybody.
argument.
You
No,
gotta let
motherfucker,
somebody
I
live,
will crush
Stanley.
each and every one of you slowly if necessary.
You have to let somebody live to tell the story.
Light-skinned leaders, dark-skinned leaders. Name me one very dark-skinned leader in the last 100 years. That's my question.
Well,
Answer
Stanley,
it or move on.
The answer
Stanley,
is fuck your colorism, you
otherwise,
stupid
I mean, if
prick.
you're not gonna let people finish their point, then I'll bow out, right? I'm just trying to make a
Mega
point.
Evers,
You're just
motherfucker.
trying to salvage an argument that was
No, I'm not trying
destroyed
to. I'm
about
not trying
5
to
minutes
salvage the
ago.
argument. I'm not trying to advance the argument. I'm just making a point.
You're not making an
Khalil
argument.
Muhammad,
at all.
Right.
motherfucker.
Well, if you let me finish, then you feel free to tear it down. Like
You know what? I will mute, finish your argument, and I will answer.
So what I think, man, honestly, and this is just my opinion, is that a lot of the racial spoils have gone to the people who don't necessarily live among, have much of a, interaction with the people that they're advocating for. That's where the racial spoils have gone to. The people that make the movies, I don't know, that Ava DuVernay's, the Colin Kaepernicks of the world. Those are the people that are intelligent enough to move through the world and take advantage of the racial grievance industry. And I think the people down on the level on the street that are looking at these people who are monetizing their grievance don't like it. And I think that's where a lot of the anger comes from, in my opinion. Right? And it's not all light skin, clearly. There are some dark skinned people that probably take advantage of it too. But I think the high profile ones typically are the ones, they happen to be mixed race of some sort, dude.
Would you say that's been for the last 100 years, John?
Say what?
Would you say light-skinned people who are so-called Negro leaders over the last 100 years, they've all been light-skinned, correct?
I wouldn't say they all. Martin Luther King wasn't light-skinned.
You know what? He's probably too light-skinned for people like
Oh man, here we go.
Man, that's goofy, man. Is this dude a woman talking about colorism up here, man?
And they were all dark.
What Stanley's doing is trying to turn it
none
into a
of them were.
subjective
But the bigger point, none of them were jet black, but Martin Luther King was
True hype. He is a woman.
Okay. I'm just trying to speak.
American man.
Name me a very dark skin.
Listen, man. If I listen, there's so much that I don't say
over the last 100 years.
I want everybody to notice how the woman
would be one that's not very.
He wasn't very dark skinned, was he?
He's about the average complexion of a black person.
Okay. Average now. Now we're talking average. Really?
I didn't say jet black either, right? I said they don't typically they tend to be mixed race. Martin Luther King, I don't think was mixed race. Most people don't look at him and say, well, Mama.
Okay, what you're failing to understand, John, is none of them.
The condescension is crazy, man.
You want to bring you want to bring
it don't make no
skin
sense
tone into it, and now you brought it in, and I'm asking you.
I didn't bring skin.
Okay.
No, what I said was the people that
you want now it takes 80 y'all.
No, what I said, Stanley, you're nitpicking what I said.
Oh, I haven't begun to nitpick.
Yo, you gonna have to respect that. Like, this lack of respect, man, is killing me, man.
No, motherfucker, I heard you the first time.
Well, because the
true hype. That's why I stopped showing Stanley respect.
I'm the one
because I used to rock with Stanley and try to be respectful, but when I was like, okay, you are full no respect, I went in full disrespect mode of Stanley.
Yeah, but I'm like, yo, John Galt is the owner of this channel, man. You respect him as a man. And then he's allowing you to put your cash app up and all this other goofy stuff, and you just sit up here and show him your ass every chance you get. It's crazy.
No, Stanley thinks that he's better than every single person on that channel, bro. Like Stanley said it the other day. Stanley said something yesterday apparently, and like Stanley thinks that he's better than every single one of them. And that he's like the
has
guy, the
been
smartest
the
person ever
skin
walked the
tone of
earth.
your choice.
Man,
Stanley doesn't
you
have
know,
any
Never
respect
skin
for
tone
that.
of choice. I'm
Well,
gonna
he
tell
could
you.
you brought
be
it
better
up.
in the audience, and
Man,
he could be better starting his
You
own
brought it
channel.
up, Ron. I'm just
You brought it
taking
up.
your
You brought
argument,
it up, Stanley.
dissecting it like an onion.
Stanley, you're the one that brought it up.
I'm no motherfucker. Don't tell me what I did. We're
You say I
talking
know
John's
you hear the
tone
tone of
argument.
voice when you say motherfucker, bro. You can't tell me that Stanley ain't
No,
going to
you
court at
don't
home.
get to. You don't
Stanley's
get to
using that onion
redefine
metaphor
or
to make
refine.
excuses for why he
It's
cries.
John's argument. Let him defend it.
I,
Let
I would
John
throw him off, and I would
defend his
suspend him off the
argument
channel
on
for
that.
like at least 3 days.
To be blunt, if
I
you really want
think
to,
it. Oh, be
right.
They're not
blunt,
going to do it,
please.
though.
And
They're not going to do it.
I'll use you as an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
You
Okay, I'm listening.
I'm not going to say you're pro-black, but you will argue
Well,
the black.
you know
right?
what? I'm not anti-black. Let me say
right?
I am not anti-black.
You're not ambivalent. You know, if someone comes on,
Well, are you ambivalent? Are you ambivalent?
Oh, we got Stanley in trouble. Oh
Or
shit!
dark-skinned black
He's
leadership.
doing that shit again. He's acting like you have to be pro-black or anti-black.
Yeah, I
And
mean, I don't
there's
think
no
he's
in
very
between.
good. I'm
There's
thinking
no
enjoy
other
it.
position except
Because
those
that's
two.
the world that they live in,
what you're
Cyber.
doing. You know, be honest with you. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Like
Well, that's like
people don't have
to
a
a
problem
person
with
that
you
that
destroying
has
someone's
trouble with
argument.
nuance.
If that's the case,
That
they at least
that's
want to
less than
let
intellectual
I
right
think
there.
the audience want to at least hear
Well, it
his
shows
name,
that
and then
he's
you
That's the
driven
destroy
by
it.
his emotions, and he's
Yeah.
extreme. He's an extremist.
Well, True Hype. That's the reason why I continue to tell Stanley you're not a smart person. You think you are, right? Stanley's whole thing is I
Well, I
vote
think the point that
Democrat,
I'm making is
so I'm
probably that.
smart.
Well,
You know
you
how
didn't say that. He
Democrats
said that.
like
Well, I'm
even the
saying the
blue-haired
point, but
ones making
whatever
your
he's saying,
coffee
but
in
the point that I'm
Starbucks
making is
think that they're
all
the
these people
elite
talking
and
that
they're doing
pro-black
so
shit,
much better,
and
but
I'm gonna
like
live
you're
around
just
them.
making me a
And
coffee.
I think, and I think,
Like that's who Stanley is.
Name me
And soon as that out to the
name
wild,
me a black
with
leader
so many
in
damn
the
master's
last 100
degrees.
years who
pro-black.
was dark
Like
skinned.
they have
Bro,
a monopoly
Right?
on
Like you went
morality.
to school for 6 years to serve me coffee, but
yep, I
because
work
you
with
went
them
to
every
school
day,
for 6
American
years,
man.
The most
because you
important
went
thing
to school
about
for
what
6 years
John
and
just
you
said,
serve me coffee,
black
somehow you're above me, and it's like
he's
you're
pro-black
doing
too.
the
He don't
job that
pro black people.
I can technically do at home, but decide
Stanley,
not
I'm
to
pretty
do.
sure you don't live anywhere near a black person.
But
and that's
American
the
man,
point.
you want to get the stat, you want to get the
Your
satisfaction of
dumbass
paying
wants to
Wait,
do,
wait,
back
wait, 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 wait.
No,
a little
motherfucker,
minimum
I'm
wage
gonna
job
call
to
you
help you
John.
get through college.
It can either be you or it can be John. Which
I'm
one
pretty
of you
sure you don't
wants
live
to
anywhere near
talk?
a black person.
John, are you gonna speak for John's argument or is Andre?
What and I was going to finish up by saying, Stanley, you know, I think that the people that, you know, again, you will defend the black argument. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'll defend a good argument. It
Right,
doesn't have to be light skinned.
He defends some bad arguments too.
Stanley has never defended.
SKC proved that last week.
He's never defended a good argument. Stanley is your typical leftist. When you guys start to view Stanley
when it comes to black
through the
issues,
Democrat
a lot of
level
black people
entirely, then you will understand who he is.
You know,
For now on, view Stanley through the Democrat level,
Hey,
and
but
then you will understand
I
who
don't
he is.
necessarily have to do that so much, American man, because like the little bit that I've interacted with him, even talking with him one on one, it's just silly.
there are people that
It's just some silly stuff that he introduced, and I'm like,
But
what
that's
the
the
hell?
Democrat level, right? Right, True?
to
Silly.
end up in your county. I happen
It
Because
doesn't have
that's
to
who
make
he is.
sense.
He's a Democrat.
You did.
He's
I'm not saying
silly.
you should have.
If it makes
But like,
emotion, it doesn't
Why
have
would
to
I
make
move to the
sense.
ghetto?
Or you could have moved around a more black area. You could have moved to Douglasville, which is a county over from Douglas County.
You know what? I never thought
Dunning-Kruger
to move.
effect is a real thing.
Is Douglasville
I
a
understand. Look,
dark-skinned county? What the
Jay,
fuck
I-
are you talking
A
about?
dark skinned county? Is this dude really breaking it down like that?
Surrounding is
Let me
silly
finish.
as all
Let me-
these other
let me
fools.
finish. Let me finish, right? And so what I'm saying is that
I've been trying to let you finish for
again, but you
quite
keep
some time.
interrupting me, or you keep interrupting me. And I think even
John.
Shot at Stanley got beef now.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Hey,
it was
hey,
a dumb
John,
argument
like,
to begin
mark
with.
my words, man. John is gonna eventually have to kick Stanley off
John,
his
once
channel.
again, I muted the
you should
last
try-
time
go
you
ahead.
attempted.
Try
I will
muting.
mute.
Let's
Finish
try-
your
let's try it.
argument.
All right, go ahead. You don't have to keep telling me. telling. And again, like people will point to you, right? You typically you somewhat pro-black. but you don't live anywhere around blacks. And I think the blacks should do.
Hold on. There are plenty of black
Yeah,
people live
exactly.
around me. It's a mixed neighborhood.
Bullshit.
All right, Sam. Okay.
Stanley out here arguing like Dr. Umar.
There are black people who live
Stanley
in
out
my
here
neighborhood,
arguing like
John.
Dr. Umar.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I ain't gonna argue with that point. Stanley, your county voted 70% for Trump. That's a pretty white county, more than likely. It's pretty white.
Wait, hold it.
Nothing
Do
wrong
you
with that.
think light-skinned blacks in my county voted more for Trump than dark? What the fuck is your argument?
You notice how he's trying to evade the reality, John.
No, I noticed that
He's trying to
American
evade the
Man wants
reality.
to help
It's mostly
John
white.
with his
Your
very
county,
weak argument.
your county is mostly white. You moved there by choice. Nobody forced you to live there.
So?
Right? But then what I'm saying
Okay,
to you,
I'm struggling to see your point.
right. Okay, well, just because you keep interrupting, you don't listen.
American Man, how about let
You
John
don't listen. Like, and again, if you let me finish, like,
look, now it's Andre talking to John.
I live around black people.
You can't finish your argument because your little minions.
Right. I live around black people.
I'm not a minion. Don't
Yeah,
blame
you
me.
are.
Wait. So now these people that were Hood's minions are John's minions now.
Right.
Oh, I can hear you. I can
It's
ignore
Stanley
you.
versus the world, man.
No,
Shut up.
motherfucker.
Yeah, please, Stanley,
Oh, wait,
shut the
did
fuck
this motherfucker tell me to shut the fuck up? American
Shut your
Man.
fucking mouth, you dumb monkey.
Yeah, stop drinking your gay beer and just listen for a sec.
You know, honestly, man, like
He's called a dumb
these type of
monkey.
conversations,
Damn.
I mean, it worked.
I'm listening.
I'll say again, man. Like there are lots of people that are very pro-black, but when it come down to putting
So
down,
you think I'm pro-black?
you didn't let me finish. I'm not even talking about you. I'm just saying in general. Saying there's a lot of people that are very pro-black, but then when it come down to living amongst black people or to send their children to school, they're not going to do that. But then they will get out here and they will seemingly, advocate for people that they don't have any understanding of how they live, while saying that while under the guise of color, we're all the same race. And I think those people are monetizing other people's struggles. And I think in some cases, the people that down on the bottom hear these people advocating and arguing for them, they don't even know that these people are fucking cheating them and running a scam on them.
Hood, would
Some
you
of them
make my
do the
picture full screen?
And they identify it, and that's probably what his channel spends a lot of time
right
talking
on
about.
with what John's saying.
It's clear as day, man. And I've shown on this channel so many times black people calling in saying how they don't want to live around other blacks, and other blacks calling in and say they hate black people. And it's very serious, and they can't afford to move away from all this shit that they're running from. They can't afford it.
Well,
we've heard the call on the channel, and Stanley, I think that in fairness, you're able to move away from it. You're up above it. You can't even fathom the shit that even you hear on this channel coming from people. It's probably
so John,
Let me know when I can respond.
Well, just real quick, just based off of battery is John, I completely understand the argument, and I think this is where Stanley is, though he doesn't want to admit it. Like the problem with the left and the right, the left will say that they're with all this stuff, but at the same time,
let me know when I can respond.
Wait. All right, just just give me a minute. Just they don't want to live around black people because me personally, I don't want to live around black people either. I'm sorry.
Andre,
me either. I can't stand
do
I
you
don't want to live around black people.
Andre, do you live in the United States?
No, I do not.
Okay, I'll stop there. I'm going to take a whiz while y'all.
By the way, I knew
what
Stanley was going to
is
drop me.
scattered.
That's why I said
Very
it.
below
Because I knew when I call him a
arguments.
monkey. I know
Andre,
when I call
you
Stanley a
don't
monkey,
have
he
to
hates
live
it.
amongst black people because you
But I
don't
call him a
live
monkey because
in the
he
United
is.
States.
I mean, I think you take the Clue channel argument where it's nobody's black unless they Clue /3 nobody's black unless they live in the U.S. kind of thing. So I think that's where you
Oh,
go with
that
that.
wasn't my argument. I simply asked you a question. Do you live
Yeah.
in the U.S. of A?
No, I do not. But
Okay, can we stop there?
Well, I'm assuming the reason why you're saying that you want to
No,
stop there.
motherfucker, don't you dare assume. What you need to do is think about you not wanting to. No, this dude, you'll be gone.
Explain why you asked.
You'll be gone. I simply asked, do you live in Canada?
Yeah, I have said this.
Okay. Then again, I'm going to rest my. You
Hey,
don't
yo,
have to
welcome.
live
Sound
among
like
black
the
people.
big head teacher from
You live
South
in
Park.
Canada.
He was that what his name was? Okay.
Well, the way that you're phrasing it is in like a dismissive way, which is cool. But I get what you're trying to do here, though.
Oh, I already did it.
Yeah, you've already done it like multiple times now. But I get what you're trying to do here.
Next.
Anyway,
I mean, you're the one that said you had to go take a leak. Go take a leak, nigga. Like,
I'm holding it. I'm holding it to remind you, you live in a very white snow country.
It's not as white as he would believe.
I'm not sure.
I hear Canada's like India right
I
now.
live in the United States of America. You don't.
I'm not sure why you said that, but
oh, I did it just for my own amusement.
Well, I do have family that live
You
in the
are
US.
amusing me.
This dude is very pretentious, man. It's bad.
I hope it's amusing enough.
Yeah, very, very pretentious.
Motherfucker, my
I
point
mean,
is,
like you go to certain black communities,
because you live in a
and you talk like this, you get beat up.
Well, I
So
mean,
it's appearance equity when I don't have. I don't want to live among black people, motherfucker. You don't have to.
There are black people in Canada, Stanley. What's wrong with you?
Look at you coming to. You are
Yo, they
Andre's
had slaves that
white armor.
went searching over culture. We got
Now
black
here comes
over
John.
stuff like that. Multiple
I am enjoying this, folks.
I think okay, if he lives in Canada, fair enough. But there are people that do live in the United States here on the panel. They can chime in.
Well,
Andre still wants to talk. I have dispatched you. Your argument is worthless. Don't tell me about living amongst black people in my United States of America in Georgia, by the way.
Yeah, but he's not even talking about. That's crazy, man.
You sound the height of silly.
Stanley,
you know what? I'm gonna go take a piss, and you fucking try and salvage your dumbass argument. I'm going to
hold it, Stanley. No, Stanley, tell him about himself. You're not done yet, Stanley.
Let Andre defend himself.
Can you imagine if he peed on
No,
himself?
don't leave, Stanley. You're not done yet. Tell him about himself.
The motherfucker lives in Canada talking about black neighborhoods. And where I live.
You gonna let this Canadian talk about Georgia like that?
This motherfucker has never been to a black country.
Well, Stanley, keep holding your bladder. By the way, like I actually have family that served in the American military. Have you? Well, I'm just wondering.
Where'd you go, Stanley? Oh, Stanley, you couldn't hold it.
He might have pissed on
I hope he's all right.
But guys, I think honestly, I think it's a generation divide.
Yeah.
When Stanley was coming up, he could live in the black community, right? And as he said, he could live in the black community, and his bike wouldn't get stolen. And if it did, it was a guy down the street that slowly go up and get it back from him. Today is not like that. And your bike gets stolen, shit, it could be a motherfucker sell it across town or across country on Facebook or eBay or something.
John, I never bought a real bike from the store. All my bikes I bought stolen and have been stolen. All of my bikes have been a part of the nigga stealing economy.
A very white toilet.
Stanley.
All toilets are white, Stanley.
Not
Everybody has a white toilet, Stanley.
Conservative. There's nothing white in your neighborhood.
If your toilet was like pink or gold or something, that'd be different. But everybody has a white toilet.
I actually don't. My toilet's actually bone color, believe it or not.
Stanley, did
you see Juan is shitting on Stanley right now. Stanley don't take a shit in bone colored toilets, you fucking plebe.
Yeah, okay.
So you know, I have a black toilet.
Hey, you got a black toilet? You bald?
See, when it's black, you have to call it a throne.
Yeah, that's definitely a throne. I never heard of a nigga with a black toilet before. You bald?
You a real king now.
That's what we
That's
call
fucking
pro-black, man.
hilarious.
Look at that.
Matt black.
Pro-black.
Yeah, you bald. If you got a black toilet.
Now that's in one of my Airbnbs, though.
You win internet for the day, John.
But no, I think
Nervous Stanley trying to toilet shame people. What kind of man tries to toilet shame another man? I have never ever been through such tripe in my life.
No, I think this is just a generational gap. I think the same thing even applies financially. You see Stanley at 59, he's retired. How many of us are going to be able to retire at 59 unless we work for the government or something? And that's not necessarily going to be the case, particularly if we have children. And so I think those also add into the pressures. You know, I bet you that when Stanley was choosing a high school for his child, and if he lived in the inner city, well, he didn't live in the inner city. But if you live in the inner city, which many of you do, which many of you do, then you know the struggles of putting a child in an inner city school. We all know that, right? And again, you know, and I think these are things that
those black conservatives who y'all sound like victims.
No, I'm not. You know, nobody's talking about victimhood. We're just talking about the reality. The reality doesn't.
I didn't say what you were talking. I said you sound like. Sound like pro. Y'all sound like pro-blackity black victims.
Let's not call names.
What? You're the one that was talking this shit, Stanley. Like,
you know, as I say, you know, my mother.
I'm just saying that sound like to me.
All right, man. Listen, man, I don't want to hear all the back and forth calling.
Of course you don't.
We heard it the first time.
Y'all open the can of worms.
Do you need to say like
eat them?
But you don't have to repeat it over and over. No one wants to hear you
say
it.
I need to emphasize my point.
Andre, you got to emphasize my
Stanley doesn't have a point. He has an opinion.
I'm an old nigga now,
and it's subjective.
Yes, he's an old nigga.
You sound jealous, son.
No, Stanley. I seen that perm you got going on. Like, yeah,
hey, you know what? I don't have anything going on except what a normal black man does. Stop being victims, kids.
Is everybody poor victim? Is everyone born in the ghetto a victim?
Not at all.
They either got an incarcerated parent, an absent parent, a parent on drugs, foster care. That's mostly what the hood is.
And that's the exact same hood that I call them the professional blacks, you know, all the niggas on TV talking for, you know, the hood. But that's who they speak for. They claim to speak for that segment of people. And they don't know shit. They are like, and I was making the exact same arguments John made before. It's like that class of people speak for people who not only are they out of touch, but I detect a certain level of disdain.
Okay.
From the professional blacks toward the rest of Stanley. I hear the disdain in you as well, Stanley.
Disdain people who sound like victims, like y'all do.
Tell me why you hate niggas, Stanley.
You remember
done
last
that.
time,
This is the
Hood.
most interesting thing. I say stop acting like a victim, and you ask me why I hate niggas. How
Because
smart
I'm
is that?
intuitive like
I
that. Tell me
know,
how you.
don't
Tell me why you
interrupt.
hate niggas, Stanley.
Acting like a victim.
No, man. You know
Tell
what I
me why
mean?
you
So
hate
Stanley,
niggas.
so
I
Stanley,
don't.
you agree with?
You know what? The weird thing is I didn't say that. I said stop acting like a victim.
So Stanley, I agree with you. Stop
Oh,
acting like a victim.
motherfucker, don't speak now.
So you agree with
Oh
Thomas
no,
Sowell and
you
John
want to be
McWhorter,
put
right?
Man, he
back
act
in
like a
black
rich,
people. You're not
pompous
ready.
bitch.
Stanley's over here
You agree
fucking
with Thomas Sowell
grandstanding.
and John
How many
McWhorter, right?
You
times
are not
has he
ready.
cried
Right?
Not
about
ready.
Right? You
people's
agree with Thomas
cronies?
Sowell and John McWhorter, right, Stanley?
Nope.
Why not? Because them two, because you know
Those
you are
two,
John
not
McWhorter.
them two.
Those two agree that black people need to
You
stop
sound
being
like a victim. Victims don't say them two.
those two.
Is that why you hate niggas? Because you think they're not as smart as you?
You know what?
Stanley's not
I
smart.
think
by a
I
long
think
shot.
American Man is using Negro English just to sound authentic.
He's
Thank-
using
thank
legal
you, thank you, Stanley,
Oh,
for recognizing
Andre,
that I'm more
thank you
educated
for
than you.
speaking for American Man. I bet he can do it himself.
Again,
I think
American Man, Stanley thinks you sound like a real nigga.
I think Stanley's
let me tell
pointing
you something.
fingers to distract from what he's
Stanley
been
is
doing.
afraid of me. He has been afraid of me for a
Oh,
while.
I'm definitely afraid.
Stanley, again, right? So you're using Thomas Sowell and John McWhorter's argument, correct? Don't be a victim.
John McWhorter
And Glenn Lowry, right?
Well,
And Glenn Lowry, right?
Let me answer, right? Does John McWhorter actually have an argument?
Yes. Yes.
I think he doesn't. I think
yes.
He's acting like an American.
You're just John
man.
McWhorter light.
Oh, you know what? You poor soul. You poor Thomas Sowell.
Good let him slide with that. That's crazy.
I mean, are you gonna?
I see what you did there, Stanley.
That was a nice one. I ain't gonna lie. That was a good one. That was a good one.
Like
You have no argument, American
all this
man.
sassy talk.
Not one that's even
it
worth
doesn't mean
my
anything to
time.
me.
Let
Stanley,
me know. Let me know what
you
your
have the same
argument
outlook
is.
as Thomas Sowell.
Yeah, you have
and
to.
Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter. Do not be a
John
victim,
McWhorter.
correct?
John McWhorter
Correct.
has no
Don't
argument.
hone in on John McWhorter. Talk about Thomas
you
Sowell
said
and
John
Glenn Lowry.
McWhorter. Did you not hear yourself?
Talk about you said John McWhorter doesn't have an argument, right?
He
Now
doesn't.
we know you're John McWhorter light, but talk about Thomas Sowell and Glenn Lowry, who also tell you don't be victims. You agree with their works, correct? Because you're saying don't be
Nope,
victims.
I don't agree with their works. They're due their respect, but they have nothing to offer normal black people.
Do you believe in reparations,
As do
Stanley?
you, Stanley,
Wow.
Stanley,
I
you
think
have
they
nothing to
do.
offer normal black people.
I don't think we'll ever get them.
You have nothing
Why
to
do you
offer
think they're
normal
due?
black people, Stanley.
Jim Crow for starters, conservative.
Were black people victimized by Jim Crow?
Motherfucker, you need to do your research at your own hood level.
I don't want to research. I want Stanley to teach me live and direct. Were black people victimized by Jim Crow? That's why we should get money right now.
Stanley can't teach without a lesson plan. I don't do it on the fly.
Is it fair to say black people were victimized by Jim Crow and that's why we need money
What
right
I
now?
need you to do, conservative, is are you near a computer?
No, I'm watching Kimmy
well,
buy
then if you're
vegetables and
not
fruits.
ready, if you're not ready to take my instruction, because I was going to ask you to look up Bruce's Beach.
See, that's why I'm not looking anything up because you're not answering direct questions, Stanley.
Because in your hood,
Were
they
we
don't have
victimized?
internet, right?
I don't have to.
Stop
I don't need to
acting like a
Google to know
victim.
whether or not we were
Do they
victimized. You
have
can't
a
Google
library
victimized.
in your hood?
What?
Because hold on. I'm trying to understand
Andre,
the disconnect
you're
here.
getting on my nerves, son.
If you haven't been victimized, you wouldn't need reparations, no?
Okay.
So
Listen to your
victims
own
need
argument.
reparations, right?
You're
Reparations are
asking-
for the victims of a thing, right?
Okay, you poor
Stop
soul.
victimizing
You
Stanley's
can't even
nerves.
listen to what I say, can you? Are you that tired, hood?
Well,
Andre, stop it.
You're
Go back.
victimizing
and eat
Stanley's
some
nerves.
No, I
Canadian
cede my
bacon.
time to Andre. I cede my time to Andre.
You know what? You cede your time to someone who is annoying. Thank you, Hood Conservative.
It's a chess move, nigga. This shit chess, not checkers.
Stanley
You
gets
think
annoyed.
this panel is a game of chess? That's even more disturbing.
Well, I mean, the panel's questionable. I'll say that for the least. But just what I wanted to say was it's quite interesting what Kimmy got going on over there. Like, you in Whole Foods?
No. Kimmy looks like she's at the Russian market. With the Russians.
I'm at my local market. It's called Union Market. This is a neighborhood market.
Yeah, she bought it out on us low key.
Oh, they got comments $3 a pair. Yeah, no, I like my
That's
pairs
the
here.
Union market. Is that the one? Is that the one? Is that the one on Union in the States?
On Flatbush, right? Where you at on Flatbush?
They have one on Flatbush and Park Slope, but I'm on the one in Crown. Bedford Eastern Parkway.
Okay.
Right next to the cornbread.
Yeah, like she been low key she been low key like flossing on us, you know. Like, she hasn't said nothing, but I seen her on video though.
She been living a good life.
So these are non-GMO modified. Nice.
So when they have a number 9,
real food. What she want?
it has like a 4 or any other number, it's not good.
You're talking about a 9 on the cereal on the barcode?
Yeah, that's how you know it's organic.
Okay.
You can look it up if you don't believe me. And it's not for one, it's for the pound.
Oh, okay, perfect. I was gonna say $3.49 a piece. I'm in trouble.
Right.
That's still only like 2 pairs, though.
Sure is.
Yeah.
I shop in Whole Foods. I know how that go.
Let me see.
Say, you lucky if you get 1 pair for $3.49. That's crazy.
I mean, we're still dealing with Bidenomics.
I was gonna say I could still get a pair for less than 99 cents.
Whose Windows machine is going off?
What you say, True Heart?
Or something similar.
I said, whose Windows machine is going crazy?
What were you saying, Kimmy?
Mm-hmm.
No, I was just going to say to your point, I thought about, and the fact that the majority of Black women voted for Kamala Harris says a lot.
Well, not only did the majority vote for Kamala Harris, but I think it's indicative of a divergent outlook. Like, men are looking at life in one way and women are looking at life in another, which honestly is very typical. Like, men and women will look at life in completely different ways.
Women
However,
hood,
like,
whatever.
it seems like not the first time ever, but we're at this peak crescendo of like feminism where women have such momentum behind them that they can kind of just chart a path away from like the traditional pairing off with men, nuclear families, the house with the picket fence thing. It actually does require women to buy into the dream as much as men do. And I think the big secret in today's dating world is women just aren't buying into the dream like that anymore. They have other things to dream about now. And that's not even to say women are bad or anything, but it is what it is.
The dating world is men who are too weak to convince women of that dream.
Oh, look at
Stop being
that.
pussies.
Look at that.
My advice
Well,
to
I'm
men.
not trying to
Hey,
outbid a
look,
government employee.
man up. Man up. That's all you got to do.
Stanley, like, you're an old nigga, you're married, so like.
This what happens when you want to be a good man, especially a good
Well,
black
it's
man.
interesting because my husband and I said
Andre,
that.
you don't have a say in the American government.
See,
or
I never
vote.
wanted to be a good black man. I'm glad I never
Men
came
stop
one.
being pussies. Men should stop being pussies and be men so women are attracted to them.
Are those pastas as well?
Like you're speaking like the typical woman that caused like a lot of this kind of like rift that's being had currently. So I'm never going to agree with that, but go ahead.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.
Hey, yo, watch on. Send me a pink card too.
Like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should.
Hey, shout out to the John Galt audience, by the way. Thank you for listening. Support your show. Support the panelists, everybody. Give everybody some money except for Stanley. Don't give Stanley a fucking dime.
Yeah, shout out to Portia. She's the backbone of this. Like black women are the backbone of the Democrat Party. She's the backbone of this channel, guys. Donate to Portia J. Shout out to Portia J, everyone. Give her a round of applause.
John said to send his version.
Well,
yo, HB, I think just bought a rifle. Buy HB some bullets, Shaw. HB just bought a new rifle. Bullets ain't cheap no more.
We'll support HB also because he's HB's the man. We'll just put it like that.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
HB's buying blanks because he got like halfway misogyny going on, so he's buying blanks.
HB's a star. We don't see him on a big screen one day.
I fuck with HB, by the way, but he's
like,
buying blanks.
But
like, HB good people. That's what I say. Y'all got to buy that man some bullets, man. Support the movement.
Yeah, he's got. By the way, if you guys are thinking about moving,
anyway.
As a hint, Texas has the most lenient gun laws. Wink, 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 wink. Come to Texas.
Oh, I thought it was Virginia.
We'll do, but will not be near Houston, nowhere near there. I got to find out the non-racist areas, but yeah, Texas where it's at, dog, man. I got to get out this fucking Midwest. It's cold as hell up here.
Hey, don't go near Austin too, man.
Yeah, man. See, I heard, but so give me the lowdown. So stay away from you. Is Dallas cool?
No, I mean there's some areas, man, but you got to stay away from the liberal areas, man.
Shoot, you'll be here by the end of 20.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. So Texas is a red state.
Right? You'll be able to be an American citizen too.
Well,
Yeah. It's a red state, but Austin, they just had that case. What last year where the government had to intervene? It was like,
all right, yeah, you know what? I'm in California,
you all have a pathway to citizenship. You just have a notice to appear, and you have to prove an asylum case. Which I mean, you have a credible one. Trudeau took all of your guns yesterday. I saw that. He literally took away all of your guns and donated those to Ukraine or some bullshit. Have your brother petition for you?
Don't come to New York.
Well, I mean, like, guns never been legal for me, so like it's never been a thing. But yeah, like I've heard that if I just cross the border, like, this was before the election. I just crossed the border and just vote for quote unquote Biden, which was never would have been the case.
Don't come to New York.
Don't do that now. There's a new sheriff in town in the next 5 or 6 weeks. Don't do that now.
And he's had a change of heart.
Hey, John Galt, thank you for acknowledging my work, good sir. Thank you.
I need to answer Chris Reed, even though, to be quite honest, Chris, I didn't say anything while everybody else was arguing over whatever the hell they were arguing over. What he said was, it's up to the individual at age 14 and up to do good or bad with their own life. Your parents taught you right, and you learn right and wrong from elementary. Well, I'll be quite honest. I did that at 18. When my kid turned 18, the talk that I had with my kid was, okay, the coaching is done. Now everything counts. And of course, she was like, but I don't want to be responsible for everything. And I'm like, That's where I get to stick my hand out and be your friend now. You know, if you need advice, I got you. But coaching you and
You
getting
know,
after you, that's done.
historically, we actually extend childhood well beyond any historical norms. Like, we
That
invented
is true.
childhood basically. Like, well, we invented adolescence in modern America because before the modern world, even up to the industrial age, once a child is old enough to carry a bucket, he starts carrying buckets and whatever, you know, needs to be done at his level. And because we have this thing called childhood now, it gives us this idea that someone who's 16, for example, doesn't know right from wrong. And I don't know if that's quite true. I think you're capable of understanding right from wrong earlier than 18. I mean, it's a gray area thing, but I think 18 is a highly set arbitrary number.
Right, which is why, you know, people at 13 or 14 can be tried as adults, which I find that ironic. They wanted to try a guy as an adult for voting in the election. You're like, wait a minute, you wouldn't let me vote in the election because I was 14, but you want to try me as an adult because I actually voted in the election. Make that make sense, you know? But in that particular sense, that's why we had culpability rules. I mean, shit, prior to the modern society or what have you, when everything was more agrarian, criminal culpability started at 10. And in some areas, it was as low as 7 years old.
Can I quickly call this out? Like, Kimmy, like, where are you shopping at? Like, is that fucking Costco? Because it seems like you've been like walking around for a while and like the miles seem filled to the brim.
No, I can tell you right away. When you're in Brooklyn, don't shop near the ghetto. If you go to a nicer grocery,
Can I be honest with you? We don't really even have ghettos in Brooklyn anymore. Do you know the amount of black people that live in Brooklyn is like 20%?
Well, yeah, because they gentrified the living daylights out of it. I was looking at a
People
room
got
for
priced out. Yeah.
they wanted $2,800 a month for a master bedroom. And I'm like, yeah, nah, fam, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah, Brownsville's probably the only place left where you might have, well, you got Canarsie, but Canarsie is like the upper class blacks that own their homes. Outside of that, Brownsville is probably the only place left where you got the ghetto black people.
Yeah, Bedford-Stuyvesant, the Notorious B.I.G.'s neighborhood. You don't see any black people in that area.
Nah, there's still a lot of black people there. They're just the black people that own their homes.
Oh, okay. I never saw any on the videos.
Outside of that, even East New York, like East New York has been gentrified.
Yeah.
Nah, John, East New York is gentrified. The white people just don't come outside at night, but they're there. Like if you pay attention during the daytime of East New York, you'll see white people leaving in the morning and coming in the afternoon, and then you don't see them again till the next morning. Like East New York is probably 30% gentrified right now. 30% when I left a few years ago. So I'm sure it's probably 50% now.
Yeah, like I'm not American, but I do have family that lives in like Brooklyn and Queens and some kind of places, and Miami, Atlanta, Arizona, like all over the place.
Quick question. Do you have a parent, mother or father, by any chance, that was American?
You mean me?
Yes, sir, you.
No, not me.
Oh, okay.
It's just I have a large family, so they have, well, part of my family is like in the US and Canada, UK, Jamaica.
talking about this gentrification, the only it kind of reminds me of the disconnect that John and I were talking about the black leadership. It's like I can see we're in ground, and there solve for that. Nobody kind of can speak to that. Every single black leader is like insanely pro-immigrant, and so just to the further disconnect. That's why they're stop that his name is Brandon Johnson. They, throw him out or whatever.
Hood.
Get Brandon Johnson.
Have you heard of Yvette Carnell? Is she pro-immigration?
She's not a leader, though. She's not in charge of anything in the government whatsoever.
She is literally the head of an organization. And, your imprecise language is very disturbing.
No one in black governance is fighting immigration.
In black governance, now you mentioned
Is that
I heard black leader.
I
heard black
Stanley,
leader.
what about your
Imprecision in language is disturbing, conservative. Andre, you need to listen more than talk.
What about your imprecise language?
Damn.
You're doing the same
That is rich, man, coming from him.
Wow.
Yeah. Poor
Now I'm
Stanley.
completely hypocritical.
Stanley.
He dropped him.
Apparently, this is Andre's panel.
Oh, who titled this string perfectly, man?
How much weight does Yvette Carnell give to the other side of the argument?
As a Canadian, he needs to observe, not speak.
What weight does Yvette Carnell hold?
Enough to basically be hired as a consultant for the Democratic Party. Did you
Come
know
on,
this,
man.
conservative?
Seriously, you gonna point to that?
About a month ago.
Oh shit! It's too late. They lost.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
My question is, why didn't you know this, conservative?
And she's irrelevant.
Conservative. Where I'm
She's
going.
irrelevant, bro.
Where I'm going.
Go wherever you're going.
You're not a Democrat. How do you know this? You're a fascist.
Tell us. Tell us your great plan.
The only point I'm trying to make is you don't know shit about American politics. Stop acting like
wait. So Yvette Carnell getting hired.
Okay,
come on.
Which I didn't hire her. I said
Yvette Carnell's she's gonna drag them off the cliff.
You want to seem knowledgeable now.
You raised the issue. How much faith do you have in Yvette Carnell stopping the Democrats from being so pro-immigration?
You did not know this. I'm informing you. See, I'm being informational and hopefully helpful.
But this is a blip in
to respond your dumbass, uninformed argument.
How useful is this knowledge, Stanley? How useful is it?
I am trying to help you. Accept the help.
How does Yvette Carnell working for the Democrats stop them from being pro-immigration?
Your point about
Show me the path.
Democrat
Show me the path,
leadership, motherfucker, you sound dumb. Stop tap dancing.
Who does she work for specifically?
The DNC. I don't know who her literal boss
is. Not a black actual sitting congressperson or a council person or anything.
Remove you from the panel because you're acting womanish. Stop acting.
So she doesn't work for any black people.
Acting like a feminist.
That, bro. True Hawk, did you just say that?
Doesn't work for black people. I acknowledge that. You told me something I didn't know.
It's all projection, man.
Stanley, feel proud of yourself. You know things. You know things. You should feel proud of yourself. So you're telling me that Yvette Carnell is going to stop the Democrats from being pro-immigration, right?
Almost triggered.
You are uninformed.
The Democrats are going to stop being pro-immigration.
American politics. Half the time you're guessing, and you want to act like
explain the greatness of Yvette Carnell.
This motherfucker wants to act like it's his.
This dude is goofy, man. It's not his. It's not Stanley's panel.
I'm running the panel.
It's not Stanley's panel. It's John Galt's panel.
Stop acting like a feminist.
Yo, about to.
You know, one of the biggest problems that men have trying to have conversations with women.
Hey, Andre.
Women always try and dominate the conversation when they're hearing something they don't like.
I know. I'm not blaming you at all. What point about black?
I was trying to.
I'm blaming him 100%.
Guided notions about black leadership. Apparently, the only black leadership is in government, which is disturbing. A disturbing thought. You can be a
Isn't it
black
funny?
leader and not be
Isn't it
an
funny?
elected official.
He mentions
Apparently,
Yvette
he
Carnell as some
can do
sort of
it
black
too.
leader.
Right. A
Because
lesbian married to a white woman. Or maybe they're not married. They're just licking.
Did you guys?
They're
Did
just
you
free
guys?
licking. They're not even
Did,
government
I
sanctioned.
think
They're
he was
just free licking
specifically
each
talking
other.
about.
did you guys
This shit
miss
is
the
so
point?
goofy,
Did you guys
man.
This
Like,
miss?
is the problem.
Did you guys miss the point
And
where I
he's
People
said
a
they,
Stanley
they
is your
know
typical
about
pro-black,
politics.
married white,
Why?
and all
I
of that?
don't like
Like,
translate.
there's a reason why I said that.
Say what you
Like,
yeah,
mean.
like
that's who
so.
Say what
Stanley
you just
is.
said.
Yeah, so he don't come in contact with
I
Married
the
white.
have to
average to
translate.
below average, like black person. He don't know what's going on.
So he black them too hot in the break. That's what he's trying to
American,
say.
did you say he married white?
Conservatives scurried away.
Yeah, Stanley married a white woman. Stanley
Wait, what?
was. Well, hold on.
In
She passed
40
away.
some odd years he married a white woman and then she passed
Yes,
away.
So
The
my
fucking
landmark
snap
owns.
is
My
everything.
landmark
Oh
owns
shit.
me.
yes. Stanley is the typical pro-black. That's why I made the comment.
Is a landmark black?
You guys like I don't say shit just to say shit. Everything I do and say is calculated.
Yeah, but the pro black thing it has a lot of twists and turns. But it does make sense. But I just like I don't know.
Yo, man. So you trying to say that American man? You trying to tell me that Stanley homeboy my man Clarence Williams III from that movie I'm gonna get you stuck.
But he's
Bro, Stanley, listen, Stanley is the typical pro-bliggity. I'm gonna tell you all about blackness this, blackness that, but I'm gonna marry white. I'm gonna do things white, and I'm gonna be all about white. But I'm gonna tell you what it is to be black. That's who Stanley is. That's
It's
why
crazy
he.
how even like 30, 40 years ago, that was a fucking archetype. Like it was so baked into the cake that people were putting it in major movies, bro. That's wild.
Nigga, that's the base of the Jungle Fever.
I do.
You live next to what do they call those?
Like so I'm good.
And big shout out to GD in the chat.
What do they call those?
GD, I think you were behind for a while, but shout out to GD in the chat with the $20 cash out, man. Appreciate y'all listening. We're gonna play this a little bit longer, but I'm gonna wrap this up soon. We had like 6 hours in a minute. This has been a long, deep dive. We had like a therapy session with Stanley today, man. That was wild. We had us a deep therapy session. We learned about Stanley's childhood, learned about his folks. Stanley married a white woman. There's a lot. I got see. One of these days, I'm gonna ask Stanley about how he fell in love with his white wife. I'm gonna bring it up delicately.
Hey, Hood, he beat you over the head and shoulders with your arguments.
Hey, Cypher. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
He thrashed me.
Real quick. The point I was
No, that's what he said, and then you pop up and he's like, "Oh," and he completely changed like his like how he was talking about you.
Nah, you know what's crazy? This is why I was calling him out earlier. Like Stanley's so fake, bro. Stanley be like, "Oh, I respect your intellect,ct," and then 5 minutes later, you punk bitch. You so fake, bro. You such a
He calling people pussies and shit, man. Talking about because you ain't no man because a woman would just respect you enough to. I mean, get the hell out of here. Why didn't he remarry? You know what I'm saying? Like he hey, if
Bro,
he's
you
such a
can't tell
man,
me it took 40 years in life, but your advice to me is out for your way through it.
Bro.
that's goofy. Because I know just the way he talking here, he wasn't alphing his way through it.
Enough like quality black women that
Hey, little servitude, just old boomer Stanley here. You millennials and Gen Xers just lazy. You're just lazy. You don't want to work for nothing. You got to grab yourself by your bootstraps, young man.
It wasn't 50%.
Stanley's over here
50% of
trying to
black men
summon
did
me
not
now.
He's in the chat.
He's definitely
Motherfucker, it wasn't anywhere near
Yeah, I understand. It wasn't
50%.
anywhere near.
Don't tell me What to quibble about, Mr.
All right, I
Gold?
think it was more than it was over
I
20%.
like how we
Would
got
you
his
agree on that,
team to
Stanley?
beef with him, though.
Yeah,
That was the major goal
Okay,
for today's
when
operation.
someone says
Operation Chaos
50%
is
and it's
always in
not,
effect.
I just simply pointed out.
Okay,
No,
I corrected
Hey,
myself.
Hood,
I
when we
think
making
it
the
was
soap,
over 20%.
man?
I don't have the exact number, but it was way
okay,
more
then
than the
why
amount of
quote a
black
number
women
at
Hold on, say
all?
that again. I
Why
lost you
not
for a
just
minute.
say
because
most
I
black
said
women?
when we
And
making the
it
soap,
wasn't
man,
most.
we got to go full Operation
I
Chaos.
mean,
It
okay,
wasn't
so
most of the
more like
majority.
that.
Look, every time I go
Okay,
on
you know
another
what?
panel,
It
it's
is
this
so
low-key
weird.
Operation Chaos.
Y'all
The John
don't
Galt
want
channel is
y'all
just such a
when
Correcting
fertile
myself,
someone
Stanley.
target.
Let it
corrects you.
happen.
We
Hold
really been
on,
just
Kimmy.
going to the gym
wait,
over
Stanley,
there.
hold on 1 second.
No,
I
you
just gotta
don't
say this.
fucking get to correct me. When I say something, it was a gentle correction.
Stanley,
It's me.
He's still
It's
fighting with his
me.
own team.
Stanley, wait.
No,
No,
sir.
I just wanna comment on Kimmy Cake's overall that ideology, because Kimmy, I hear what you're saying, but the only reason I disagree is because in my family, my great grandfather Republican, but my great grandma was a staunch Democrat. Same with my grandma and my grandpa too.
But your great grandma is not a modern woman.
No,
Your great grandma is not a modern woman.
and I do agree with you too, but I think, and this may be the difference too. I think if you really are the man that you say you are, even if a woman has a different belief politically, I think it could still work out.
They don't live in the same
I don't think
reality
that's
anymore,
it.
though.
For her, my
That's
Todd
what
damn body.
Bro,
I'm
he's
saying.
bugging. That nigga bugging.
Hey, look,
Hold up.
Kimmy's trying to point this fact out, and he's not even realizing it.
That
Yo, why
nigga bug. He
nigga
said
show
you
me?
can really be in a relationship with a woman who is like the political opposite of you, bro. Nah, you don't even realize how deep that's gonna cut.
Yeah, that Carval shit, that's dead, man. You ain't gonna have no wife be like a staunch Republican and you be a like staunch Democrat no more. Ain't gonna happen.
I thought you meant
Yeah, that
vice
shit is
versa.
over.
Yeah. Wasn't that like the I mean, wasn't that like the '90s though? Like all the dudes basically like staunch conservatives, but they women was just the liberal sassy bitches.
Yeah, but that's normal.
No, but here's the thing: liberal meant something totally different 40 years ago than it does now,
Yeah, they call
and
themselves progressives now.
that's what everyone wants to ignore. Is that there was a difference long time ago. They right, like, so right, like Stanley and our parents, their thought of what liberals are from 30, 40 years ago is very different than it is now. That's the part that they don't realize.
Yeah, the Democrats was the working man's poor working man's party and shit like that. Now, and I find it ironic. Hey, yo, thank you, American man. I find it ironic that the so-called liberal Democrats of today, they won't go ahead and use that time period talking about that the party was for the working man and working woman, all that shit. I said, but who's the biggest benefactors and endorser of the Kamala Harris campaign? Wasn't most millionaires and billionaires endorsing her? I'll wait.
That's cybertoxin.
Yeah, they the party of the rich right now. They are the party of the elite Negroes.
But it's the but it was the coastal elites though.
Hey, yo, they got Stanley picture back up there.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
But I think one of the biggest things, is immigration. And I read an article years
Hey, yo,
back.
don't he look like
I've been
Craig
trying
Mother
my
with
best to
glasses
find
from Friday?
I think I just found the article, at least an abstract of it. And I think it's one of the things that the Black Americans that you hear, like the hood conservatives of the world, that they are encountering today, that maybe the generation like my mother didn't really encounter the pressures of immigration, where it causes, house prices to go up. The people that you work with, I know people of all different stripes, black, white, whatever, and they've had complaints to me about working with immigrants, and I don't care what stripe they wear, if they blue collar, white collar, they've all had complaints. We've all read the articles about Americans being marched out of their jobs and being replaced with immigrants, and that's across all stripes, all races. But here's an article that I think really addresses what some of the Black people are facing, or some of the complaints that they have here. Let me see if I can find that article. And this is the abstract. Is a publication of essays by Carol Swain. I think she's a researcher from Vanderbilt University.
Yeah,
And
she's around here.
right here. You know, I'll get you guys to comment on it, but maybe this will like bring down the temperature and kind of maybe you see some common ground here. The headline of this
Carol
is the
Swain is
Progression of
legit,
Black Caucus
actually.
and the impact
Yeah,
of
she
immigration
dope.
on
She dope.
African American unemployment.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of leave it be there. Carol Swain, I think I have seen her on Twitter. Yeah, I'm actually getting tired. I barely slept last night, and I got to get up in the morning. But oh wow, what a fucking day, man! So, any last observations of this shit show with fucking Stanley?
You know
Man.
what was funny? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, American man. You was roasting the nigga.
You know
earlier.
what was funny, Hood? The nigga summoned me, and then when I said you summoned me, yeah, don't say I summoned you. Hood was like, bro, you add him in the chat and put the link.
I just saw it too right before that happened. I was scrolling through the chat. I'm like, bro, this nigga is incredible.
Hey, that's right after the Bud Light debacle. He's drinking out of that slipper, man.
Oh man,
Yeah,
you know what, River?
did.
Hey, Stanley is culturally white. I think that's a fair point too. He's a culturally white liberal.
Because honestly, if he was growing up or came up or he was even like an elder in this particular community now, man, he would get clowned, man, left and right, and he would have an animus against like certain black folk, man.
He already does have an
I already
animus,
know there.
right?
I already know it is there. That's why I asked him, "Why do you hate niggas, bro?" I know it's there because I was just talking about how the black elites, low key, actually don't like the regular rank and file black people, and I immediately said, I see that same energy in Stanley, and then that's when we kind of got into that line of talk.
Yeah, he give me Kool-Aid vibes, man. Yeah, but I hate
True hype. There was a stream maybe a month and a half ago.
Liberal.
There was a stream maybe a month and a half ago, True Hype, where I had made a comment about how as soon as people start talking about black men, people start going crazy. And then Hood came up and mentioned it, and then not 20 minutes later, Stanley was like, "Fuck black men. Black men are this and that." Yeah, bro.
Hood, I'm not a racist liberal. I'm an observational libertarian.
No, but even that, man, like this dude's off the chain, man. He's talking about like, oh, all the men are pussies.
Yeah,
like,
man.
The government's in nobody's home. The government's in nobody's home. There aren't tampons in the restroom.
But I want to address this simping allegation. Do I simp for black women? Yes. I love black women. I don't like y'all niggas. This is an easy decision to make. Sorry.
Hey, get your cash out one more again, man. One more again.
Yo, that dude, man, that dude showing his teeth too, man, just look crazy, man.
Some of y'all went to Jack and Jill's. Some of y'all went to big mega churches. Some of y'all went to HBCUs. We are the children of the elite, and we were expected to follow in the footsteps towards this low-key, very white image of what being black excellence was supposed to be.
Man. Hold on, man. Hold on.
This is Stanley's Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, bro. Like, yo, I loved it how Shorty was like, I mean, 'cause Shorty from Brooklyn, so you know how Brooklyn people give it up. You know what I mean? Hood understand. That's why I rock out with Hood. And this nigga, you know what I mean? She was like, can we let American man speak? Stanley, you're not used to beautiful women wanting to hear from you. That nigga was done for.
Yeah, he got hurt on that one, man. There's a couple times we got hurt, man. Like, hey, he was even low key hurt, man, when he was mentioned. He's like, he couldn't fathom why Carmen would be in the chat.
Hey, listen, bro. Just because I'm a misogynist doesn't mean the girls hate me.
Well, what they want is people like Stanley want to talk the girls into hating you, or I should say, men like us. They want to talk the girls into hating men like us, but it doesn't truly work that way. They just want it to be that way.
Hey, also too, man, these blind, like, misconceptions, I can point to problems, man, and I can actually be rather well off in my life, you know what I'm saying, my personal business. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause what's old boy HB? Like him to sit up here and talk crazy about the chat over here. Be
Well,
like,
that comment, but that
I've been
comment was mostly pointed at me. He's for
yeah, but
some odd reason. He's for some odd reason gone on this tangent that I'm somehow an incel,
yeah, but
even though like
he said all the
Shout
chat
out, hold
though.
on, real quick. Shout out to Joey Crack with the $5. He says, Stanley, why are you gay? You are gay.
You are a faggot. You are borderline more gay than gay men.
Hey, play FD Signify for me again. That I hate you niggas though, man. That's why.
Here's the thing, True Hype.
But I want to address this simping allegation. Do I simp for black women? Yes. I love black women. I don't like y'all niggas. This is an easy decision to make. Sorry.
True
Thank
Hype.
you.
True Hype. He said all the chat, but like that was pointed at me. But like, you know what? I'm not going to get into certain things. But
Yeah, but even at that, American man, like, I'm charming, man. Don't sit up here and say that. And a number of people in real life, you would not know the difference if they in people's chats like that. I mean, we ain't sit up here like, you know what I'm saying, our undies, eating ramen noodles, you know what I'm saying, straight out the pack. We ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but
people have to make people a caricature for them to hate on them. That's just
well,
weird,
yeah.
man.
And you also got to understand that a lot of people are saying things that they don't believe. They're saying it to get in between women's legs. That's why I keep telling you guys, like a lot of this stuff is aimed at just getting box. These guys don't really get a lot of box. And so they've realized if I say what feminism wants to hear, I get box. That's why I keep telling you guys, a lot of this is aimed just at getting box, even with
Actually,
that dreadhead nigga.
hey, American
That's
man,
not, I'm like, wait. I'm trying to fathom something. You didn't start your family so he didn't get married till 49. I'm gonna assume that his son that he had is with
Nah,
his
he was
wife.
40. He was 40, Hood. He was 40.
Well, 40, not 40. I'm saying 40. So you start at 40. Let's assume you had a kid at 41-ish, right? That means you went through all that time. It's like, bro, you're so far behind in a lot of things. That's a
but I mean,
lot of time that went by.
Well, I mean, but then again, man, if you're in the military, man, you want a stable environment, all that stuff. You moving around. I could see you like doing the Derek Jeter thing with your career. You wait until after it's over, and then that's when you like start your stuff. I mean, yeah, but the age thing is kind of wild though. Like how long it would take. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely not conventional. So I damn sure don't want somebody telling me, you know what I'm saying, alpha my way through it. What happened with the first 30 years of life with you? Were you not alpha enough? You know what I'm saying?
That's kind of what I'm thinking about, bro. Like you couldn't alpha your way to a family at like 25.
I mean, well, no, they could, but here's the funny part, right? I have a 15-year-old daughter. I'm 40 years old. I have my daughter at 25. I've been carrying my family since 25. And yet a nigga that barely hanging on to a chick is calling me an incel. Can you imagine that?
See, that's goofy, man. And I understand stuff
This is
happens,
why I don't
man.
like these kind of attacks, bro. That shit is such a weird game to play with like other grown men. It's like, especially at that age in life, I would expect you to understand all the weird ripples in life that happens for all people that live here. Like I mean, all people that live here, but for every man, like life is like all kinds of wild shit happens, and it's like so everybody's just a pussy, huh? That's really how you see it. That's wild.
Yeah,
Hey, so
like
I am the
Well,
alpha.
but these are niggas that's recently getting pussy. Like, listen, man. There's some things that I'm not gonna say, but the signs are there. These are niggas that are recently getting pussy, and because now they are now getting pussy, they're trying to prove like, yeah, we are on the agenda with women. And so, yeah, these guys are the incels. Like these are guys that are recently getting pussy.
and
Like
it's
that's
wild.
the thing you have to understand about these guys is that
It's wild.
it's all recent.
Yo, but it's wild too, American man, because it's like, yo, I ain't like no like ladies man like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm not a stranger to being around anyone in this world. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can actually like navigate the world, like like you're like a man is supposed to. So like this weird shaming technique where you still have to validate another man through like how many women they get or don't get is goofy, man. It's straight up
Now
goofy.
here it
Well,
goes.
it's like
my
Look at
predicament.
I'm
someone
better
in
than
the
you
chat.
because
Got
women
one
like
wife.
me.
Look. Someone in the chat said, HB, you're wrong. You're not familiar with Hood. He talks about all that. That's the thing, right? I've come to realize guys just say stuff without actually being familiar, right? Guys just say they hear one thing and decide you say this and you say that, and they even start telling lies and making stuff up. I was listening the other day, like the day that dude, what's his name, came up, Solid Snake. The reason why he came up to ask that question is because they sent him over here to ask that who's the prize question. I was listening to them a little bit before that. They were
We
making all
punted that
type
nigga
of
right
shit
off
up.
the conversation.
Facts. Yo, they were making all type of shit up about what Hood said and what Hood, like just making wild shit up. Right. And even people in the
Like
chat were
nobody
like,
even
yo,
addressed the question. Hold up. How did they make anything up? I didn't even attack. I totally dubbed that dude, bro. I wasn't
He,
trying to
he
get
said
into
he
that
said,
whole shit.
this is
no. Before that, right? So Hood, when you had shown before that how they're feminists, they just started making shit up. That was like that was that day. They just started making shit up, just saying wild shit out the blue, right? And even people in the chat was like, "Yo, that's not what Hood said." Like, you guys are just making it up. Like you're just making shit up, and that's what they do. They just make shit up to get their story across. But these guys don't get women. Like they just don't get women. Like it's a fact. Like if you listen long enough, you understand. And I'm not the only one that notices. There's a couple of other real niggas that I talk to. Yeah, well, I don't want to say real niggas, but there's a couple of other dudes that like is real that I talk to that they realize, oh, these guys don't get
Well,
women.
just real quick, American man, because like the initial conversation was Hood talking about. I mean, like the conversation went several directions, but it was like the aisle five conversation came up, and even HB, like he only said this in the chat, like he never said this like he never said this like on air, but he said it in the chat, like he could pull it back up. And HB was talking about aisle five, and he was like, maybe Stanley never seen this stuff, like it was possibly done behind the scenes, and I agree with that. And this is why I said earlier, and Hood has also said this, is that Stanley, he claims to be a misogynist and he claims to be pro men and stuff, but there's a
HB
lot.
claimed that.
Yeah, like HB claims that. And there's a lot of like caveats in between, so that's not actually what it is. Like we know what it is, right? you'll say that like he's trying to sit on the fence. And I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to sit on the fence, and it's cool. You do what you're trying to do.
Listen, I actually can't run a 24-hour network like they got going over there, and I really do got to get some sleep. So I'm gonna wind this down, eat
You gotta get your
something,
own
and go to
Stanley.
sleep and get up on the
You,
next
got, you,
morning.
you gotta get your own Stanley, Hood.
I need a Stanley. I know. I need a drunken older Gen X guy who ain't got shit on his hands but time.
Well, that's a boomer. You need a Stanley and also older Gen X dude to keep the shit flowing.
We almost had David, but we kept killing him.
Oh, y'all almost had Dave up there?
Yeah, we kept killing David. He was almost our Stanley, but it was
If you
unfortunate
guys
what
don't
happened to Dave.
realize, Dave is a Stanley stan.
Make sure y'all pay
I know.
attention.
Dave and Stanley are like two weird polar opposites. It's like you ever try to put magnets together and they don't touch? That's like Dave and fucking Stanley. I want to put them together and let them just explode. It's gonna be crazy. I know.
Just like randomly, like actually, Stanley said that like the only person he likes on this channel is you, Hood, and he likes Dave as well.
But all right, we're gonna shut this one down. Stanley and them are still going. They are talking about God knows what. Somebody over there got that goofy Stanley picture up right now. That shit is funny. Listen, thank you everybody for supporting the show. This was actually an unexpectedly long stream. I had a plan to do something totally different today. We're going to talk about Daniel Penny of all things, but I guess we can pick that ball up another day. I got to get up out of here, man. Appreciate you guys coming through the panel. I know I thank y'all for following me to panel to panel. We kind of did a raid over on another panel. That's pretty dope.
I like that raid.
Y'all for joining me. Yeah, that was dope. That was dope. I like what happened today. So we might have to try this somewhere else. We're gonna plant our flag in all kind of different YouTube territories, man. But I'll catch you guys on the next one. I got to get up out of here. I need my nigga sleep.
All right, peace.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.